Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We're on day 2 of the pet portrait painting workshop. Today we're going to paint a dog, and we're going to do a little greyhound. And so you can see back here what we're getting ready to do. I want to thank you so much for joining us. If you were with me yesterday, thanks again, and know that this will be an actual video that you can return to and see, which is kind of neat for my attendees here. We've got a really fun crowd. It's great to have a full day working with these people because now I feel like I got to know them and it's fun and we're all being silly and it's a good time. So sit back, watch. If you got any questions online, just go ahead and holler. I do actually have my iPad up here this time, so I'll be able to see it. But if not, Matt will answer it for you. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and do just like I did last time when I did the cat piece. I did a wash and did a wipeout. Now I know I got a lot of folks that are working on their pieces, and some people may have said, oh, I may want to work on a second piece. That's up to you if you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and start the dog now, okay? So I guess I have to put my coffee down, but not without getting a big gulp first. I hope everybody slept well and is rested and all that good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to take a lot of paint thinner and a transparent color, just like we did yesterday. And Matt, I am not seeing it up here. Put that on there. Ooh, look how quiet it got in here. Y'all are so quiet today. Are you still waking up?
I hear you.
Well,
I feel like I probably missed a lot yesterday.
because we were all talking.
Well, no, I mean, it's just, you know, I need reinforcement.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to take a brush, clean brush, and that might be that's a relative term, I think. So I'm looking in here, and I'm trying to get the shape of my dog. Greyhounds have a very elegant look, I think.
Very.
They're very, whether I've painted a lot of, I've painted a greyhound, and I've painted a lot of whippets and Italian greyhounds. Why was that funny?
They're so cute and they're so, like, they're just the laziest of dogs.
Yeah, and that's what.
They don't look like it, but
They're kind of, you know, if they're not running full blast, they're sleeping on the couch.
Yeah.
Kind of, they're couch potatoes. I got a little bit too much.
You guys see.
And so I'll move around until I get it, and sometimes it takes me a couple passes.
I think so. It's just a regular old paper towel.
Yep, just a regular old paper towel.
Okay.
Nothing fancy here. I'm just trying to get the shapes. I'm just trying to see what I'm supposed to see here. And it's a little too hard. I've got a little too much paint thinner on and it's just running it. I thought I had a pretty good look before.
I have a question.
Sure.
If you were doing a canvas, would you do the exact same technique?
Depends on the canvas.
Okay.
So right now I'm not happy with what I've got going on here. It's too much paint thinner. Okay. So this does not have tooth on it, so therefore it will not hold.
Right.
But I often will do a white.
And then you take what instrument to make the outline?
Just like I'm doing here.
Okay.
Just like I'm doing.
Okay.
So I YouTubed a lot last night and trying to figure out some things.
Good.
So my question is, so Gesso is acrylic on whatever it is? Is that what that
It's
is?
not just acrylic. It's Gesso is kind of it is basically an acrylic, but it has like other binders, even like a little bit of almost like a
So
plaster.
it's its own specific.
It's like a plaster.
Okay, and so I knew it was on canvases. I mean, it's on this board, but
Yep.
it's on canvases, right?
Yep, that's what makes canvas white.
It makes the paint adhere to it.
So could you, but it still leaves that texture of the canvas is
It-
the difference. Is like,
Yes.
because this has a wood or like a masonite base, the canvas still has that
Yes.
texture coming through.
But you can also, I have had canvases that were really coarse canvases, just real duck
So
canvas.
Like a linen.
And linen is a smoother weave. But I have actually gessoed again. I've put more gesso. In the past, I used to do that almost exclusively because I liked the smoother surface. But if you don't sand them well and you don't go in with thin layers, and you can botch up a good, not botch up, but just kind of hack up a good canvas by putting too much gesso on it.
Okay.
Unless you're good sander, you sand it down.
I'm
And
not doing any of that. So I'm glad
that's you know what, and there's a lot of, again, I don't want to call people purists like it's a dirty word, but that they stretch their own canvases, and you know what, I've done that before. I don't like doing it, therefore I just buy them. A lot of people say, well, isn't that get expensive? Well, it depends. Yeah, sometimes, but if you sell your canvases, you just work that into the cost of, I'm being honest. I would much rather do it that way. And okay, come on now, see, you getting this? So I'm moving it out. So if I'm using this as my starting area here.
Says good morning on the stream.
Okay, how do I get this up here, Matt? For some reason I'm not.
Just go to your channel and open the stream.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Oh, there I am.
Now it looks like a horse. Almost.
Well, yeah.
I was thinking that too.
Good morning, Cindy. Glad you're here. Yeah, it looks kind of weird at first, and sometimes it does. It takes me a while to kind of get that. Unfortunately, I just it's not working as easily as it did with the cat because it's too much. Okay, you know what? We're going to go a different approach. I'm going to show you how to create a piece with negative space. How about that?
Awesome.
We're going to go just so I can throw some. I used to.
In the course description.
I like to. Like with my students, I will try to throw something different at them every time on how to start a piece. So that, and I know this is kind of a funny thing to say, but it's almost like you're giving them bows for their quiver, and they're deciding how best is to start a piece. Sometimes I sketch on, sometimes I do it like this. It can happen in any different manner, but what I'm doing right now is I'm making a gray paint, and it may not be the same as the piece that I'm using as my reference, but I just need to make some and see where this goes. I could just totally make a big mess out of it too. We'll see. We will see. I'm going to move this whole thing up. That's too far over. Yeah, I must have really had this very, very wet because it's still rolling down, and that's just really weird. It doesn't usually do it that way, so this
So are
is,
you talking about the dripping?
yeah.
That's what you're saying?
I have been working on this, and you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna wipe this off. For some reason, it's just so wet that it's not even taking my paint the way I want to. And so we're gonna start from square one. Sometimes you get these boards, there's two different sides. I'm gonna do it the other side. And the reason is there's a little tooth. If you feel the edges, you'll be able to feel that there is a kind of a tooth on the other side. Do you feel it?
Ours has a
Mine's
loose night on it.
dark, mine looks like cardboard.
Yeah, mine's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have the double-sided ones.
Okay.
And sometimes they have an extra smooth side,
Ooh, that's a good.
and they have one with just a little bit of tooth.
What happens if we paint on the wood side?
I wouldn't do that. It's not the wood side. That's just the non-gessoed masonite side.
So
Nothing bad's gonna happen.
basically not primed, right?
It's just not primed. Yeah.
And it's even slicker,
It
yeah.
is slicker, yeah.
which is very interesting. It's almost like glass texture.
I'm gonna go about this a little bit differently.
All right, tell us what you're thinking.
What am I thinking? I'm thinking that this whole surface isn't working for me right now. That's what I'm thinking.
All right.
And I'm not happy about it. So it's getting me flustered.
Extra board.
All right? It's just weird. It's just behaving oddly.
It's the weather.
Yeah.
You can't make a German chocolate cake when it's raining.
Is that
Really?
right?
So
my-
they say, they say the icing won't set up properly.
I haven't
That
heard
per my mother, who has never, ever in her life bought icing.
Well, then I trust her.
Yes.
I love German chocolate cake. That's what I get for my birthday.
Oh.
I like the coconut. I don't like chocolate cake. I know that sounds like a weird thing. I like some chocolate cake.
I like it because it's a very light, like Dutch chocolate.
Yes, it
I
is
like it's very.
flaky light.
Yeah, it's like not. I don't really like heavy, like flourless chocolate cakes. Like that's one spectrum. point,
Right.
and German chocolate is like the other, and so I like that.
So I'm looking for shapes. I'm looking for the negative shapes. I can see that this angle comes down a little bit. It goes back up here. So I'm looking at this line here and this space. So if I have that correct, I should be able to create that form a little bit more. And I have this a little bit too steep. So I can actually take that out some. So I can work off of both sides of the fence here. And it's a little bit smoother transition.
So what's easier, to start with the negative space, in your opinion?
Yes and yes.
Depends on the subject.
It depends on what I'm doing. I kind of have my brain is popping and flying all over the place. So if I'm having trouble drawing it on, it's better for me to jump onto the negative space.
Okay.
Because I can think abstractly that way. And sometimes if you let your brain, again, just kind of like what I was saying before, don't paint what you know, paint what you see.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of applies here as well. It's kind of the same idea.
So is it harder to paint your own pet versus someone else's?
This is not my pet, and I've painted my pet, and I can't say that that's different. I can say it is true with children. I've done both my kids' portraits, and actually, the very first portrait I ever did was actually of my son, of Matt, and it came out so easy for me. He was about 7 years old at the time, and as you can tell, my son is very much into technical stuff, even at a really young age. And I did a painting of him holding a lock in his hand.
Huh.
And for some reason, it just was like magic. That piece was not hard for me to do. Then I tried to do my daughter, thinking, oh, this is piece of cake. I got this whole portrait thing down, no problem. And then she kept coming out looking like an alien. I was just making this weird looking, it's just weird. And so then I said, okay, I have to work on this differently. And then I kind of had to approach it with a almost upside down, work on it from a different perspective kind of thing. So I wasn't just, killing it here. And then it finally came out. Now flash forward to my son being 17. I did another portrait of him, and it was a small one. And I wanted to be able to just capture who he was at that moment, and at 17. And what was interesting was the painting was coming out he looked like he was a 12-year-old. Looked like he did when he was 12.
Huh.
And so I was painting with my mother's heart and not with my artist eye. Yeah. So in that respect, because I knew this person at 12, as well as, so it took a while before I can see something's wrong, but I couldn't see what was wrong. And then I was like, oh, there it is. I had to elongate his head, and his structure had to change, and as it does when they get older, right? So I guess to answer your question, yeah, sometimes it is harder to do somebody or something that you know so well.
Right.
Because you do tend to want to paint with your heart. Yeah.
Yes.
And he kept saying, "He's a little boy," 'cause I knew he was a little boy, man. He was
Oh.
stuck in my head.
That's very interesting.
Okay, I think I've got the shape in now. So you see, I was struggling a bit. I was, my materials weren't working, but I think as far as structure, just the negative space, painting negative space. And that's not to say that this is perfect yet, but I feel like this is a shape I can work with. So it'll be okay.
But it also looks thicker right now. Your paint is sticking better.
Yeah, whatever it was, I just had too much of the Gamsol on it. So I can come back and I can look at this shape and I can say, well, this is going to have to be a little bit different here. This little space here, and I'm just trying to figure out my shapes here. So this is going to come up and out a little bit more. So I can take it off from the inside. Does that make sense?
You don't have anything on your brush?
Nope.
Okay. You don't even dip it in like that.
Nope. I'm just moving. It's just
dry?
the, yeah.
Yeah.
It's what I was using before. It's like this piece has to, so I need to refine that. And again, it does help to have these wet edges, because when I start laying paint down on the dog, I like to have my soft edges if possible.
That's what I'm so interested about today.
Soft edges?
So you're putting a lot of paint at the edge.
Yeah, especially if I feel like I've got the hump here a little bit too pronounced.
Right.
So I'm going to straighten that out a little bit, and there is that little bit of a break in the nose. Now, understanding structure is helpful, but it's not necessary. And I'm saying this because, I'm animal scientist. I've probably been inside and outside of most of the animals that I paint. At some point, if you came to my studio, and if you are ever in my neck of the woods, please come by. I have skulls of all kinds of animals. I have just lots of reference material, and it's as much for me to look at structure. I'm lucky enough to have quite a collection of interesting bones. I have a boneyard. So to say that I understand the structure of this dog, because I know that this is where the point where his skull, for his nasal area I'll be able to make that hump better. But
Have you read the book Horse?
yep, I have that book actually, and so it has a lot of the.
It reminds me of that, what you're saying.
Yeah, it does help to understand the structure. It really does. And so I can do refinement and bring it, just try to. But but what I'm trying to say is, just because I do doesn't mean everybody has to have a bunch of skulls in their house to understand how to paint an animal. But having that understanding does help. But being an observer is probably even more important. Knowing how to see, just like we were talking about earlier. Sometimes that's even more important. So I'm basically just refining my shape a little bit. So here we've got that, that.
I mean, that, just what you've done, to me, could be a cool piece of art.
Okay, there you go.
Sort of standalone,
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, thank you. I hope so. I mean, it's just, you can see it by looking this way that that you can see where I was going with this.
Just the essence of the dog there.
Right. Now, hopefully it doesn't look like a horse anymore.
It looks like a great one.
But, okay, so we've got that. So remember how we approached the cat piece. And this is the way I generally approach LK, good afternoon, where LK is from. Where are you from, LK? If it's good afternoon. And thank you for joining us. I'm going to always start with the dark values, okay? So oftentimes when I start a piece, I start squinting. And the squinting helps me to see only what I need to see. So I'm going to grab a little bit of this burnt umber, and I'm going to mix just a tiny bit of oil in it, just so I can start to get my shapes here. And I'm looking at all the little dark places here.
So how thick is that paint?
Not very. I'm using another, it's probably, I think this is burnt umber cool, and it's transparent, I believe. If it's not transparent, it's semi-transparent.
Quick question, are all cool colors transparent?
Nope.
They're not.
Nope. And just because, like I said, even within some color varieties or brands, one color that may be transparent or semi-transparent in one may be opaque or semi-opaque in another. I think they do that just to confuse us. I really do. I'm going to grab a little bit of blue. Is that blue? Nope, that's dioxazine purple. I do need some blue on my palette. I'll just do this.
That's a good point of writing it down. It's like when you get such dark valued, valued tints.
Mm-hmm. Value tenths, yeah. Right.
Well, what I'm trying to get the terminology too, because
Yeah.
I remember it, but so you get the colors that all look like black to a certain extent.
Yeah. They will. I'm going to grab some blue real quick. I don't know if I'm not used to the air around here. I feel like every morning I wake up with a frog in my throat.
Yeah, same here.
Is that here or is it in general?
Have nerve, I don't know.
It was that way. Could just be that it's so moist right now.
Right.
You know?
You're not used to any moisture in here.
You know what? And it's been so dry. I don't know if it's been like that here in Georgia, but
Yes, it's been awful.
Tennessee, our grass, it's, the people that mow don't even mow it anymore because it's like
Yeah, it's
burned up.
Yeah.
Even the trees have been suffering here.
Yeah,
Mm.
losing the leaves early.
Mm-hmm. Under stress.
Eye placement is a funny thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes I change, it'll change a little bit for me. So I'm just gonna go in with this browner color. I probably will start just mixing some color, guys. I'm just gonna dive in. Gonna dive right into this mess here. Let's see here. So of course, if I have yellows on my palette, I will always have purples on my palette. Because I can, what did we learn yesterday?
Quieten it down a little.
Yep, quiet it down just a tad. Using complements to do that is really helpful. Okay. So I'm still in the very beginning stages of this piece, obviously. So I won't put a lot of paint down for commitment purposes. I'm just not going to commit to it yet. Which sounds like a weird thing to say, but I'll just kind of move around a little bit, just popping stuff in. And that yellow, I'm just going to put some white in there. Oh, that's right. LK's from Finland.
Oh. Well,
Good. Welcome, LK from Finland. Did you, LK? Did you join me in Waynesville, North Carolina, when I was painting the owls and the? I was painting the owl and what was the other animal? Good gee whiz, what was it? Huh? I have no idea. Oh, bobcat. It was a bobcat. I was doing a live demo at one of the galleries in North Carolina that carries my work. Yes, I did. They said, I thought I recognized you. Just because you were from Finland. It's like, it's so awesome to have people from Finland joining me here on my live stream. So thanks for joining me again there. I appreciate you being here.
It would probably be night there.
Yeah, he said good afternoon. So I guess it's good afternoon in Finland.
Evening.
It's evening.
It has to be like 8 hours.
yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
It's very
And I have to thank you guys for allowing the rest of the world to join in on our live stream. As for those who can't attend, it's nice that you're here, but obviously attending a workshop is way better. You learn a lot more by attending a workshop
Oh yeah.
than just watching one on a live stream. You know.
But we forgot when we were rambling yesterday that everybody might be listening to us.
Yes.
Oh, it's okay. Matt's back there. If he thinks he needs to filter stuff, that's okay. Because didn't I drop something and say shit? I did. I know I did. I said, oh, I just did that all over YouTube.
Well, you just did it now too, but
I try to be good. I really try to be good.
you're good.
Sometimes it's hard.
You're not bad.
That's okay. I'm good with it. I'm good with my badness. So I can
Your
see
dark side.
my dark side. I can see I need to bring this out a little bit on this side. Matt, this camera angle I think is better too. So it's interesting. I have a much darker background on this piece, but I kind of like the softer. So since one of you guys gets to go home with these pieces,
Right.
Another reason you joined workshop.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think Kent was even kind of surprised that I gave these pieces away. He goes, "What?" And I said, "Well, it's just something I started, and it's like I like doing that, and it's
It's fabulous.
it's
Very kind of you.
Well, and see, I remember I told you the eyes end up moving. I'm already moving. I'm going to have to move this eye in. So that's why I say I don't commit right away. I get a kind of a general idea of where things are going, and then just start popping it down. And I like using a flat. I used to be so adverse to flats. And it's funny,
Flat brushes.
yeah, this is a long flat. This one I'm working with right now is a number 4 ivory long flat by Rosemary. I do love, actually one of my students is the one who just started using flats all the time and kind of turned me onto them, because I've almost always been a filbert and rounds girl. That was always my favorite types of brushes to use. And it's almost what I always used exclusively, almost like, ugh, I hate a flat. Ugh. And then I just like, that brush is a pretty nice little brush you got there. And then I just start buying some, and
I'm so sorry.
that's okay. I just like them now.
I think one of the workshops I took said only use flat. Just learn how to use it, and only have 2 brushes. That's hard. That's hard.
I know a lot of portrait painters just use flats. I'm getting warmed up to them. I'm doing better with flats. But I have to say, they're still not probably my favorite brushes, but they're kind of growing on me. I will say that.
I think sometimes restrictions better for me because there's too many options.
But I know, right? The things that we think are sometimes,
There's too many options.
I can't think about all this stuff.
I love shopping at Aldi.
I'm an Aldi shopper too, yo.
I love Aldi.
I like Aldi too.
Get in, you get your sour cream,
Get your
get out.
stuff, that's it.
There's not 5 brands of it.
I am looking, there's my burnt sienna. I remember when my daughter was the one who turned me on to Aldi's, because she was shopping at one when she was in college. And she said, Mom, it'll cost you so much less if you just shop at Aldi's. And I was like, yeah, but I'm not bagging my own groceries. You know, I was kind of being all that again. And then she said, but Mom, you'll save so much money. And I'm like, eh. So I went with a very clear plan. I was getting what I always get, just a few things. And for me, staples were like, you know, a gallon of milk, carton of eggs. I ate a lot of yogurt. So I was getting, I think I used to have the Chobani type yogurt, and was getting, you know, their brands, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I bought what cost, I want to say back then, say it was a $32 bill at Food City or wherever it was that I was shopping. It was only like 17 bucks
Yep.
at Aldi. And I thought, dang, you know, that's kind of an eye opener. That was kind of one of those, okay, well, maybe this is not such a bad.
Well, nowadays, even at Publix and Whole Foods, you know, you do self-checkout, so it's not the incentive of
I
having.
know. You're paying.
So you're, like, they have degraded the service to the point that you don't feel
Right.
That, there's no value.
there's not a value comparatively.
That's interesting. And
Publix just switched to bag yourself, and I'm like, oh.
well, there you go. So then why wouldn't you shop at
Why
Aldi's?
wouldn't I just start shopping at Aldi then?
And last time I went to Publix, the girl had the flu, and she's like, I feel terrible. And
That
she's
can
touching
happen
all my
everywhere,
groceries.
though.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think you should go home.
Yeah.
I'm like her.
I can't, no work, no check.
yeah,
Well, you don't infect the public,
right.
so anyway.
Yeah, I know. And that's, but I guess that's the risk you take any place.
Oh, yeah.
But at
That
this,
is an
I'm not a
upsetting-
germaphobe, whatever you say. But I looked at her and thought, you are very sick.
yeah. And I don't want you to be near me. I get it. And I don't think it's a matter of being a germaphobe. It's just being conscientious of your own health, because you know what it means when you can't do what you need to do. And I'm that way with my students. If they,
don't feel good.
If they're
about
sick,
people.
I'm like, don't bring it in my studio. You stay home and catch you next week, when you're feeling better. I think I'm okay. I think it's just allergies. Yeah, go ahead, stay home. Not interested.
That's a debate we have in our office sometimes. It's like, we have the people that are just like excited to be there even if they're sick, and I'm like, please don't come in.
Yeah.
Don't come in. Don't affect the rest of us.
Right, none of us want this. We don't want this in our lives.
The whole office.
Okay, so you can see I'm still kind of all over the place on this. I'm just getting in my major color blocks in, I guess. I'm not worrying about blending. I'm just kind of getting, and I can see, okay, some of this is dropping down, So I'm still in that correcting stage, if that makes sense. So my pieces don't start off pretty. So when you guys are like working on this and you're struggling with a certain area of a painting or whatever, just know that they all have that ugly dog phase, But even when I'm doing this at this stage, if you watch my brush stroke, I am kind of, as you were saying yesterday, Catherine, kind of rolling it or doing C's. I'm looking at the structure of the dog, and I'm moving around, but I'm moving it. I'm not going, necessarily. I might be going in the direction that the fur grows, or.
So when do you take a great big swipe?
Sometimes I do. I mean. But if there's an opportunity to create, to look at the bone structure and say,
yes,
okay, this is rolling down in this manner. If it's going in this direction, then I drag my brush in the direction that it goes. I don't just go.
Gotcha.
So I'll create that form by moving the structure, trying to create that structure.
That makes it more realistic and less
And
impressionistic.
perhaps, but I think it also creates. I don't know, maybe it's also guiding you through the process of creating the piece in a way that, I don't know, getting more familiar with the species that you're painting. I don't know.
Well, it also creates like the curves of the piece versus
Yeah.
things aren't lines.
Exactly. So I'm creating the form. And so I'm seeing, okay, this eye is coming over here in this area. And I'm really not even mixing that many colors. I have some colors that I have mixed, but I'm using a lot of direct approach with my color here. Whether that's correct or not, it's what I'm doing right now, so. And I'm gonna grab a round. So, and even the round I'm using is a number 6 pointed round. And it's pretty big. I might need to switch to a smaller brush, but we're gonna see. I like to try to use as big a brush as I can get by with. Now, if you really want to know a really nice set of small brushes, and trust me, and I have those too, and to me, 9x12s, 8x10s, those are small pieces for me. Rosemary's got a really neat, see, they're short handles. Rosemary has a neat set called Workbench Warrior. And I usually tag most of my materials that I'm using on my YouTube channel. So you can go to that and say, oh, I want that link to those particular brushes. They're tiny. And I think I want to say it's like 30 something. It's like maybe $36 for a set of 11 brushes. They're all small little brushes like this. They're called Workbench Warrior miniatures. And oh my gosh, I mean, just like any brush, you'll wear them out. I mean, if you're like me and you paint all the time and you use them, and even I take care of my brushes, I still wear them out. But they're amazing, amazing brushes.
But if we go through your website, you get a little cut, right?
Right.
So we should just jump on your website.
There you go. Thank you for saying that.
Workbench Warriors 3, I mean, we're gonna pay the same.
Right. If you're gonna pay the same, it won't matter. I mean, you're not gonna pay more for it. But
Right.
but
so-
yes. But I will say I only advertise the things that I use.
Right.
If I don't use the brushes and I can't really talk about them, I'm not gonna push them.
Right.
But I can push the things that I like. And just like I did earlier. This little freebie brush that I got from Jerry's Artorama that Scott gives me a lot of cool materials to try and play with. And he just threw this in one of my orders one day. And it's a Princeton Velvet Touch round tip. This is a long round number 10 brush. This brush, I've nearly completed pieces with it, like one brush.
Is that on your website?
Yeah, usually I put it on there. If it'll say something like, and I don't know, I'll try to make sure that I get it on
Okay.
tonight's, because I didn't do the
That
description
one
on
brush
today's
thing.
video. So, but,
Bad idea.
I did
We
too.
copied it, so it's there.
oh, is it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Ooh, Matt.
Matt's the man. Matt's the
So
man.
helpful.
So I'm actually doing a little bit of the structure of the eye here, and I'm still using a big brush, but it's okay. It seems to be working. And I just need to make sure that all these things are lining up. So.
Okay.
Now there's a lot of grays in here. And I sometimes like to pull the grays that I've already created for the background and pull it into the painting. So I may actually switch up some of my grays a little bit because I think it just makes for a harmonious piece. I do. I'm going to put a little bit more yellow ochre into this gray. So it's the same gray that I made for the background, which was a purpley gray. I'm just mixing a little bit of yellow ochre into it. And so even if you're watching this, if you can see how I'm actually pulling this up, because I know this is the neck, and you see how I'm kind of creating that soft form, and I've really, with minimal amount of blending, it just kind of happened, right? That's kind of nice when that happens. It doesn't always happen that way, but sometimes.
See, now you just did a very strong stroke.
I did, but I also did that same stroke in this direction, right? So if I can convey anything to you guys, it's do not be afraid. Paint boldly, because it's just paint, y'all. It's just paint. And pretty much anything you do can be fixed. And if it can't be fixed, it can be learned from. So just have fun. Just have fun and take chances with your work. It's probably the best advice I can give any artist. Don't be afraid. Now I'm going to grab some more white. Of course I'm painting and I keep going back and forth for another color. I want a little bit of pink on my palette. And a color that is a cool red that I like. I like alizarin crimson is one of my cool reds that I really enjoy. But this magenta by Michael Harding, obviously this is probably my third tube of it. I love this color, love it. It's a cool red. I use it right now. I can't wait. If you follow me on YouTube and on Instagram and all those places, especially on Instagram, I've been posting more to that. You'll see this painting, this big floral piece that I'm doing. And I'm having so much fun with it. And it's so different for me because I don't usually just do, this is like a 24 by 36 floral, which is kind of different for me. But I'm having so much fun with it. But this magenta color that I'm talking about, I'm using it a lot in this piece because I was painting what is it? Bee balm, and I was using purple bee balm and just having a ball with this color. So I'm going in with a pinky gray right through here. And here's a bold stroke for you. I'm just going down like this. I'm gonna go out a little bit here.
So
And
that's what looks white in the other the one you're copying?
I'm changing my colors up a little bit, and the reason I am is because my background is different, and I'm
Yes.
pulling a little bit of the colors.
Okay.
Remember, so much of the shadows and the colors that we see, and a good example is on your piece with the dog's chest, or was it this one, that you see greens and you're like,
Yes.
but our brain tells us, well, my dog's chest is not green.
Right.
But because of the reflective light from the background, because the dog's sitting in the grass, of course there's going to be greens bouncing around in white. So in this case, and sometimes I think it's intuitive.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I do change things intuitively, but without really thinking why I did it.
I'm just curious.
And that's a good question because I did change it. And obviously in the picture, it's more yellows, and I just switched it over to more of a purpley pink, but then I'll highlight it with the yellow. So stand by, it'll happen.
No, I actually.
But that's how my brain just kind of does that kind of stuff sometimes. How's everybody doing?
I'm stuck.
Okay, I'm going to come around here in a minute. I'm going to come around and take a look and see where we're at. I just want to get that little nose a little bit. There's a little. But I feel like I'm on target with this dog. I'm going to get a little bit of color on, and then I'll work the room. Yes, I know Cece's from West Virginia. That's my girl from West Virginia. She's actually, Cece was somebody who came and had watched some of my live streams before. Her name is Cindy, and she lives in West Virginia. And she actually came to my studio. She and her husband came to the studio one day, and I was like, oh yeah, Cece. She goes, well, it's Cindy. So yes, I'm talking. It's really Cindy. So Cece Kelly is Cindy. But I think that's really fun. So yeah, definitely if you're ever in Kingsport, Tennessee, please come by my studio.
Where is Kingsport?
It's East Tennessee. It's it's about 4 hours away from here, past Knoxville, going east. So it's part of the Tri-Cities, and it's really close to, like, there's Bristol, Johnson City. I wish I could say there was so much really cool things.
Are you close to Oak Ridge? You're close
Oh
to-
no, I mean we're
About an hour and a half away.
Okay.
so Lapika knows she's been to Kingsport, Tennessee. What would you?
Sweet.
What?
It's sweet.
It's a sweet little town.
It's
Really little.
yeah.
Sweet.
She's being really kind because Lapika is sweet.
Is there anywhere to stay in Kingsport?
Mhm.
Yes, it's actually a decent hotel.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know.
And it's a Marriott. It's a Marriott. It's a Meadowview Conference Center because that's where you stayed last time, right?
Yes, yes.
Um,
And the food's not bad, like for a small town.
So we're getting all these.
it's actually there's you know what there. It is what it is. Kingsport is a nice little place. I've lived there. I made the choice to live there. And here's a really bad story. I'm going to tell you a really bad story. I was coming back from Vancouver from an art show, and I'm tired. I am on a plane heading home, and I was going on absolutely no sleep. We've all been there, right? It's a nightmare. So I am on the last. I had to make my connection in Charlotte and was looking to get home, and I was so excited just to get home, sleep in my own bed, yada yada. And I had made, there was some other people that were waiting to get to the Tri-Cities too in Charlotte Airport. And I ended up talking to this lady. Oh, you're from Kingsport. I know who you are. And she was saying, I've gone by your art studio and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, great. Oh, congratulations, Cindy. That's awesome. You are in remission. Praise God. That is a good thing. That is good. Thank you for sharing that, Cindy. We're all going to applaud for you. That is totally awesome. So, yes, Cindy was battling ovarian cancer. And I think you probably would have come along if you could have. She would probably like to have been at this workshop. And she shared with me about that, and that is such good news, such good news. Congratulations, and you walked through the fire and made it to the other side. Because cancer is a scary thing. But so I'm in the airport, and I get on the plane, and it's one of those little tiny cigar kind of planes where it's like, oh goodness, is there even room for anybody on this plane? And it's one aisle on one side, two on the other, and it's that super skinny plane. And I'm coming on the plane, and there's this guy. He's just kind of a jerk. You can already tell. Like, you can already feel his jerk vibe coming from, like, way as you're walking on the plane, and this guy's going like this to me, like, come on, you got this. And I'm like, I don't need your help. So, and I'm wearing like leggings, travel clothes. And it happened that the pants that I had on had little sugar skulls on it. And I sit down, and he proceeds to talk to me in a manner of like he was familiar with me. Like, I don't know you, but he's talking to me like we're best friends. And he makes, he touches my leg. Okay, so keep in mind, I am not in the mood. And he touches my leg where the sugar skull, he goes, see, I see you're kind of a badass. Right now, I said, you're about to find out what kind of badass I am. I did.
Good for you.
I said, if you touch my leg one more time, you're going to have a problem, and you're going to find out. Then he says, oh, settle down. I was just being, and I'm like, okay, just don't even. So, okay. So I'm thinking, all right, I need this guy to be away from me. But I'm the plane is full. And there's a lot of people that, like me, that are tired. They're going home. They're going back to the Tri-Cities. That's what this plane is for, the Tri-Cities. Well, then this man proceeds to tell me that he owns a company someplace where he does, and now that I understand a little bit, Matt will understand, I didn't know what mining was. And I think he was talking about, like, I don't know if it's Bitcoin or data mining, but he owned some kind of mining place. And he had to go check it out. And he was saying all kinds of horrible, his language was rude because he was using F a lot, which, trust me, I'm not opposed to saying it myself sometimes, but the way he was talking about the Tri-Cities, they don't even have F in Ubers, and who would want to live in a place where you can't? And I'm thinking, all right, mister, you've managed to insult me, and pretty much everybody on this plane, because we made a choice to live in the Tri-Cities, and you are being a total ass, and then about that time, the lady that I was talking to from at the Charlotte airport, she starts patting me on the shoulder and saying, you go. And I'm tired. I don't want to talk to this guy. So the flight attendant says, sir, I need you to come up front. You need to come up to the front of the plane, please. You just need to be, they were correct. Even they were like, okay, this guy's kind of a jerk. But, I remember just thinking, people make a choice to live here because it's a nice place to raise kids. It's a
good place.
Tri-Cities is a good place, for that. And it was,
Don't yuck someone's yum.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. Don't yuck someone else's yum. And that's what he was doing. And he was probably pissing a lot of other people off too. It just was not a good day. But I was tired. So I'm also rolling the edges here, just creating a little form. Okay, I told you I was going to get around the room, so here we go. All right, I feel good about that.
When you say rolling the edges, you're just doing the C's again?
Yeah, the C's. That was coined by Miss Catherine here. I'm doing the C's. Look at you with your little, look at you look all fancied up.
Listen, I'm gonna totally, if I have an instruction list, I'm gonna follow it.
Look at you, but she's got a glass palette and everything. Girl, she's just all over it now. Let's see, how you doing?
I can't figure out, you were brushing it out in terms of the fur, like her textured area, so it's definitely softer here, and so it's more like straight brushworks, but like here where I have the dimensions of the different furs.
You have to have your dark values first. So if you get up for just a second.
Heck yeah.
And I will show you. So if you go in with your, that. So like under her chin.
Yes.
So
She
you
has these like patches of.
you have a lot of thick paint on here, girlfriend. You are my impasto girl. You know that? Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay.
I like impressionism.
I like impasto work too. But I usually save my impasto for the foreground.
They don't know that though.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
okay.
like,
You add more paint,
That's
how
all
you
right.
get the color to
Paint.
stick
So
off.
see how? And I'm rolling the edges here. I'm gonna go in dark here.
so you did that though, and like I had that, but then my issue is
Is that you took it out?
I took it out, but what I'm trying to do is like I was trying to add the darker like trying to. Once you have that dark value, what do you do?
Leave it. Let it be. So I'm gonna take some of this out, and I'll show you. So where you're doing the, and I'm just gonna put this in. See how I'm rolling it and going with her fur?
Yes.
Okay.
Her little mane.
So you got that feeling of like fullness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here on the front, underneath this chin, I'll show you. So you've got more places where you're gonna have,
Darker values.
and I'm trying to leave some of your places that you have. And since I have to match your amount of paint to what you have, so I'm gonna use a lot of paint. Okay, so if you go in, look at this. Okay, you got it. All right, so you've got
I
this.
love a supply list, is what you're learning.
So here you go. So like this. So she has all these. It's hard because it's blending right now because it's a lot.
That's my question.
All right,
That's what's happening is I'm trying to put it on top and then it's looking like. So do I need to just let it dry or do I need to wipe it off
Ideally,
completely?
yes, but so this is what you would do. You will load up heavy.
Uh-huh.
I use my hand to steady like this,
Okay.
and you're going to leave it.
Oh, okay.
You have to go in heavy.
Tiny brush?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just using it as a tool. Look how heavy.
You're fine.
Do you see how heavy the load is?
Yes.
Lots, right? Because she has a lot of paint on hers. So I'm going to leave it. I'm just creating the shape and leaving it and leaving the dark.
That looks good.
Because she has like two different textures. Like her face is short and then she has this long and the long.
That's pretty true with any cat's gonna, a lot of cats, I shouldn't say any cat, because every cat's a unique, right? But she's gonna have a lot of light on the outside aspect of her
Little face.
face. But see how I'm using this, because I can't,
Yeah.
I don't have a steady enough.
And that's
I
another
don't
thing.
think any of us do.
Well, and it's not because I've had so much coffee yet.
But like on her cheek, like she has that highlight you're getting.
And I'm just kind of creating this little area here. Believe it or not, and I seldom say this, her eyes could be a little bit bigger than what you've painted.
Okay.
And usually we always want to paint them too big, but
I
she
can do
has really big eyes.
Especially with the right one. I think the left one. Right one.
So here's how you see how you can do that and leave it. Leave your dark value in there.
Did you just
Now-
blend it in?
I tried not to,
Okay.
but I'm trying to lay it right on top. So I'm looking at,
If she tries to blend it in, it turns into mud.
so I'm trying to set it right on top because she's got a lot of paint on her palette.
Tons of it.
So here you're missing the opportunity for the soft edge.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
my
we're
other
gonna
thing.
show you here. Look at you with all these nice little things here. Okay. So if you're going in with that gold background, go ahead and load it up. Do you have oil too?
Linseed oil?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know
Here,
about
you can
that.
use some.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you.
We all have it.
Okay, let's go.
How do you use it?
Okay, so instead of using the paint thinner, you basically only use the paint thinner. I'm gonna put you some linseed right
Oh,
here.
thank you.
Thank you. And so you can dip into it.
Oh,
This is what you use to make paint be more fluid. And since this is on from yesterday, see how much the coverage is so much better? So for all of us who are struggling to get all the lines out of the background of your piece,
The oil is.
Well, it's just that now that paint's there and it's got a little bit of dry to it. Now the rest of your paint you're going to load on here is going to stick. You're not going to go brushing through it. Not
Well,
really.
Actually, this morning it did brush through my dog.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. So
Wow.
I don't know why.
Were you using a boar bristle? A heavy
I was
brush?
using those cheap brushes.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
My other thing is
I
that
didn't have
like,
enough paint
she's so
that bad.
skinny on that side now that we've done the in brushing, so you're basically going to make her fat again, right?
Not necessarily. I'm looking at this
Uh-huh.
form.
Huh?
So hang on. So I'm going to pull some of this paint into
You're
this.
pulling it that way.
I'm going to do this right now so I can pull it out.
What percentage linseed? Just a
Just a
dab?
dip. I'm just
Yes,
dipping it
like
on the
a
side.
little bit.
I've got a little puddle.
Yes, right, but you just basically just touched it to the
Yeah.
brush.
I'm just getting a little bit on there.
Okay.
So now I'll even use the same brush, and I'm a
We're not doing ratios.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
okay. So I'm gonna grab.
1 to 5.
Yeah. It's what I just.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't want to know recipe?
So here,
The secret sauce.
see how that's gonna make that soft.
Did you put red in there?
She does.
It's this, yeah, because she's got a lot of.
Yes, she
has-
does, and it makes it more interesting.
She's definitely red. Like in the sunlight, she has.
That's so pretty.
So see how you get that soft edge. So you can grab a little bit and just kind of pull it. Now you want to make it like the direction her hair grows.
Mhm.
She's got black in there too. So see how I'm just pulling it out the wet color that you have.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look chunky.
Yeah.
It looks soft.
Yeah, it looks great.
And you can just pull that little bit out, but you almost have to have those wet edges for that to happen.
Yeah.
Okay?
Makes sense.
So now you can go in there and do, I'm going to say this though, Catherine. Yeah, I'm showing you this and okay. But I like your style. It's a little different.
Okay.
I like your style.
I do too.
I like that you're being bold with you're using your scraping tool and you're doing a lot of fun little things. If you use this, now that you got this wet edge, and you got this little bit of paint here, I think this is gonna be a fun way to create whiskers. You're gonna have a lot more, it's fun, but that's the
What I
soft
need help
edge.
with.
But you have to have wet paint
You added
to
the oil on
pull
the
it in.
outside, And then
Well, I added actually this paint with a little bit of
With a tiny
oil.
bit of linseed
So
oil.
if you go in and do it,
Stabilizer with it.
Does that work on a canvas as well, or only on this board?
this will work on any substrate.
That's why I'm asking.
So here,
Stabilizer is the suspension of a paint.
what? What are we?
talking about
Linseed is kind of like if you're an acrylic painter, it's your
It's a
water.
binder.
It's the if you look at your paint ingredients, you have your carrier, which is usually either linseed or walnut or it's safflower. It is an oil. That's why it's oil paint. So basically, this is an extender or helps make the paint less viscous and a little bit more fluid.
tender medium.
I guess
But it dries slower.
it dries slower. So here we go right through here. You can go ahead and I don't want to hurt your coral or whatever this plant is or little animal. It's beautiful. It's your barnacle. So it's cooler on this side of your cat.
Yeah.
So we're going to grab a little bit of the darker. And I'm going to take a little bit of your Payne's Gray. I think that's Payne's Gray. Is it? Yeah. It acts like,
If you say it is.
I think it is Payne's Gray. It acts like Payne's Gray.
Sure.
For sure.
See? Now it's going to be very soft. It's like soft kitty, warm kitty.
That's what she is.
It's right. And she has this darker color in here, and you could just pull that out. Now, what's nice is you could pull light colors too. It'll all show, so you can do that on this side.
So
But-
could you not, my question is, could you not get a dry brush or something and pull that out?
Yes, yeah.
Pull
Without
the.
paint on the.
You
bottom?
could if you knew that color was exactly what you wanted, and it was everything was correct. You can try it. We can try it right now.
Yeah,
Let's just
that's
see.
what would happen if
Let's just see.
All right.
Kinda, yeah. See?
It's because
I do
though
like
you put the
that.
wet edge.
You gotta have the wet
Gotta have
edge
it,
for it to
okay.
work. Now the values are very close here. And maybe you don't want the values that close, so maybe you want to either lighten it or darken it.
Then do you have to do the whole thing over?
Nope. I'm gonna take a little bit of white paint
Okay.
and
That's our main worry.
Yeah, we don't like starting over.
so you can have the little tips be a little bit different, but you go ahead back in with the other color.
So
And
I know you're thinking, you feel like the whole strut needs to be the same, is that what you're thinking?
Well, it's
That's what
kind
I
of
was
like,
thinking, yeah. That's what I
because
would
her
worry about.
fur starts like longer, and so that's why like this is interesting because again, it's like what you see versus like I would have started the stroke up here,
Yeah.
and so that's my question.
but she has rows of fur. Even though she is a long-haired cat, her hair is not this long.
Yeah.
So she's got some, you know, here, and then here, then here, then here.
True.
It's not here. Does that make sense?
Right.
Because if you pulled one of her hairs out, one of her hairs is probably only this long.
Yeah,
So you can't just assume that it's one long hair.
Right.
it's like layering up.
It is.
here.
It's fur, not hair.
Right. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's why I'm trying to think that way. Is like because I was trying to connect and
Right.
make them longer than they.
And that's what I was thinking.
Me
Okay.
too.
Okay.
Let me ask you one more question.
Certainly.
You did the white here.
Right.
The tan.
Right.
Do we not do it over here? And tell me why or why.
The light is hitting from the side of the
Ah,
cat.
so you did it
It's
on-
not on this
It's
side.
more modeled, so I might even add a shadow.
And
on
it's
that
and
side.
she does need to have some darker values. You can see the darker values.
Yes.
So
Okay.
again, let your eye tell you what to
Okay,
paint, not
okay.
what you think you know. And of course, the human brain loves symmetry.
Yeah.
The human brain tries to create it where it doesn't exist.
That's why we think people are good looking or handsome.
Exactly.
Right.
And so it is true. And I know there's not a symmetrical thing on my face, and I'm thinking, all right, well, I've kind of missed it on that part. But the symmetry is not something that I have, but that there is symmetry in others. So that's a. All right. You know what I'm going to do before we go any further with your dog is your azaleas. And I know this sounds like, but I didn't come here to learn how to paint azaleas.
Oh, well, let me just say, I smeared white in there only to have a starting point.
Sure, and that's fair. So what we're going to do, because this takes super quick amount of time
I
here.
like that.
Get the dark values in.
Got to get the dark values in. Boy, see, Catherine's learning so much.
Catherine's ready to teach us.
Catherine's got this. So, and this is all wet now?
I think you done found you.
I just did it.
Okay, good. And it actually is a little warmer.
That's how you know.
She's got this.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need, and so what I do is I squint,
Right.
and if not, I'm just going to start forming my edges, making and knowing where your light source is coming
This
from.
is kind of like what you were trying to go for too. It's like
You're going to want
leaves
to.
without leaves.
You want to be able to make this look. It doesn't have to look exactly, but you just this white thing behind him is
Well,
freaking
that was
me
my
out.
first step.
Yeah, I
But
know.
thank you for being here because I didn't know what to do next. And does this, you know what's hard to paint? Hydrangeas are hard to paint.
Yeah, they're very intricate flowers.
And it's because of the holes in them.
Right.
So you're now creating.
But these are azaleas, I believe,
They
right?
are. They are. What I'm saying is, I just tackled hydrangeas and felt like I failed because
Oh.
I couldn't do the dark space right.
Well,
But hydrangeas are so hard because they're one flower that has 50,000 flowers.
Yeah,
inside it. So
exactly.
like, you're getting light hitting each petal and each flower individually. So that
Okay.
give yourself some grace with that. That's a hard flower.
yeah.
It is.
So, and you're going to want to, you
Take some liberties.
take some liberties because you want to break up some of these edges too.
Right.
So you don't have your dark. Well, here we go.
I don't have one.
Your dark green. I was just going to create this real quick.
Oh,
I'm
please, I'm open. I just don't.
Okay, we're good.
And yeah, you can see I was trying to make it a little darker and a little lighter. I was fixating on his colors.
Oops, that's not the right color. This color is not working for me. Hang on. We're going to fix this. Let's see if that's better. A little bit better. But I want to get this. This is black or is this brown?
That's
What
a
it-
created color. Well, no, that's that cheap black that I shouldn't have, but I do. And that's oil.
What cheap paint is it?
It's, I told you, I looked for the stencil.
Oh.
It was, I'm all about bargain.
Oh, who's not? And it's funny, I have, some of the paints that I have
I just think it's probably 1990.
no, brownie is good.
Well, so it's thicker, so I put a little of the oil in it.
This is not bad paint, honey. This is not bad paint.
Well, but it's thick.
That's smart.
That's okay.
The vitamin drill.
I
No.
bought this much oil paint for $25.
Yes.
And I threw out what I couldn't use.
No, brownie, that's not bad paint. So no, I'm breaking up your edges here on your azaleas, just kind of
Thank
making it a
you.
little bit more
This is
interesting.
what I did not know what to do.
Okay, well then we're breaking it up. We're just going to
And
create
we're
your
adding
shape.
a prettier color.
Well, we're just
Mine are,
we're going to create some of the shapes of the flowers
right,
with
with the background, with the,
the background colors,
okay.
and we can even probably add some of the greens to it.
Add deeper green, because if you're talking values and all that junk,
Yeah.
which is important, Emma,
Oh, values and junk and all that crap. Whatever it is we're doing here.
I think for him to come to life,
Yeah, we
I need
need
more contrast.
We
don't
need
I?
yes, and you're fine. I'm just trying to break up this big white cloud of whatever behind him.
Right.
And that's okay.
But you used a turquoisey sort of color that I didn't see, but I like it better than what I see.
Okay, well good.
It has,
I'm gonna put a little bit more up in here.
okay.
And then what you're gonna end up doing, you're gonna wanna go ahead and break this up a little bit. Anytime you have an opportunity to create contrast, grab it.
Okay.
So here's the thing. White blaze, white flowers.
Right. That's true.
So I will,
I need to maybe put.
what I end up doing is just going
Really.
behind him
Right.
and just creating that little bit of contrast with that white, because your azaleas don't have to be,
This is worth the whole workshop for me
Good.
to understand
well, that makes me happy.
exactly how to add depth, and you're adding depth, and you're adding.
Right,
He's coming forward when you did that,
right,
and he wasn't. He was receding into the azaleas.
right. And he will be fine. And here's another thing that you can play with. He's kind of got a lot of reds in him, right? He's
Yeah.
orangey dog.
And I just made a new peach, trying to get him a little better with this.
Right.
A little more red in it. Maybe.
Right, and just always be careful. Don't lose your dark values. These dark values here and here and here.
Right.
You don't want to lose those. So anytime you can create contrast, you do it. So like in here, I'm just gonna because it makes the flowers stand out. Just kind of break it up a little bit.
Okay.
There's going to be some reddish browns in here
Right.
because you've got the soil, and that's good. And
So
you
add a
can
little more brown.
browns in there, and I'm just kind of moving that around. So here you've got this pile,
That.
and here I'm going to put a little of another gray in here. Hang on. You can have varying degrees of
Right, the same color.
the same color, and let me get this clean.
Here.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to get some of these. These are nice paper towels.
Here's another odd thing I purchased, and it makes it dry faster.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was experimenting with it.
Oh, it will. It's nice to have that if you're.
Well, we got to transport.
Yes, you do.
But I see, okay.
So
I
I'm-
realized I've bought art over the years because I liked the colors. Yeah, I was not as much drawn to sometimes the subject matter as I love the color.
And that's true with me. I will find myself, like the painting that I'm working on now, and if you get an opportunity to tune in on my Instagram, please do, because it's so not like what I usually do.
Okay. No, I love to follow
And
this on Instagram.
So I'm using this color. It's just a kind of a softer gray,
Yeah,
and you can create, and that's one you already mixed up.
yeah.
Break it up, break it
Yeah,
up.
Right. I just did that white
I know.
stripe to be able to see
Right.
where I was starting.
I always call that your placeholder.
Okay.
So you can actually go back in with some of these places, and if you need a little bit of a chunky white or area,
Right. Just add pure white.
you can just kind of pop it down. You
Okay.
don't have to make each individual flower, but if you're looking at an area,
Yeah.
you can move that around. Now,
Okay, now I did try to add the green and there's
but you're afraid.
well,
Look,
yeah,
let's
I
go
was.
ahead and do this.
I was.
in this
I
particular.
lightened it 3 times.
Yeah, don't. don't do that. Just let it be.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, go a little darker at first. It's better to go darker
Okay.
than to go too light.
That's the way his fur curls right there.
Right, and so I'm using a stroke that goes in the direction that
Right.
he's going here. There's a little bit of that kind of right in this area too.
Right.
Yeah.
But then there's the shadow of his tongue.
Mm-hmm. So you can go under here. It might be a little bit cooler.
Mm-hmm.
And he also said use a grid. And I
And just leave it just like that.
You can just for now.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
got him a map.
Yeah.
And you can even
This is going this way that this doesn't quite.
suggest that this is like a little bit because he's got a collar on, right?
So
So
I
it's,
haven't done that yet.
you don't need to if you don't want to. Then I'm going to even suggest that he has hair coming this way.
Okay.
So you can see you can start building up depth
Right.
even in his
The rug's going that way, so we're
and same here. He's got this area here. It's
Yeah.
much darker
Yeah, it is.
maybe I
and it needs to stay that way.
I don't know.
He's got almost a yellowy green there.
Because you're being very accurate.
So we're going to grab a little bit of yellow.
And I'm not sure. Are his legs okay?
The only
Yeah, you're just going to have to add more paint.
of the
To-
light, which is going very
Hang
that
on.
way,
Let's make that a little bit grayer.
It's coming from a corner in the photograph.
So there's light right here.
I know it seems very dark, but bear with me.
There is
And
definitely
it kind
light
of comes
over
down
here.
here. Is that what you mean?
And we're going to bring this in here a little bit darker under here.
It also gives it depth though. That
Yes.
Yeah.
The darkness of this.
So when
It's
you,
more like the light's coming from
okay,
the
so
building.
underneath here, he has his other leg and it's really hard to
Right.
see.
Built in
Mhm.
this,
So I'm going to suggest you take a little bit of,
I feel like
The light,
it's, you know,
but it's
so that
cooled
some of
down.
this
So let's
light-
just
Yeah,
do
I
that.
added black to it.
dark to light.
Yeah.
it makes it
And I'm not going to really, I'm adding some more oil to it because I want it to be very thin.
It does look
Just
gorgeous,
hang on.
so, perspective.
I'm just going to pull it up into that white because I'm going to show you why then you get to do the fun stuff like this.
You're saying it's
And he has a foot underneath there.
Floor, whatever.
And it just, I'm just going to,
The light's this way, but the way like here, it's like this.
we know that's under here. There's a foot over here somewhere.
Like that.
Again, placeholder.
This is the floor.
So,
This is the floor here.
and the area underneath him
That's the floor.
is very
That's
dark.
literally the- it's a
Mm-hmm. It's like a dark shadow.
Right, so I'm going in with that darker bluey black here.
Mm-hmm.
This way,
Mhm.
like this way,
You'll be able to put
dark rooms like this way.
the,
Pieces of grass on top.
yeah, later. So like things like this.
That's a more distinct.
I'm cleaning the brush
Yeah.
really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Since this is a little flat, a little angled flat,
Yeah.
but look, you've got that like nice little sharp edge.
But I don't think,
So
I'll probably start it. I think
with some white paint, and we're gonna gray it down just a tiny bit. I'm gonna grab some of this.
I can get you some paint spray if you want it.
That's okay, we've got this. We're gonna work with what you got already.
Thank you. Just start at the corner and then. And now, right now it looks, this doesn't look, I've got to, I
But-
don't know.
Yeah, you got a little bit too much here. You're a little heavy.
Mm-hmm.
But so here you're gonna go like this.
she would do it in 2 seconds.
Well, I started messing his ears.
Is that just white with a little gray?
Yeah,
That's why
I'm just trying to keep it on the edge and just,
So I just need to work on the face.
you can have it go in all different directions. And having a light,
So pretty.
having a light hand is really hard sometimes, but that's the key. And I'm bringing it up into that so it
Right.
just softens that up. So that's the idea of how to get that kind of look. And you can be very soft down here. You can even pull it down a
Okay.
little bit more. You got a little bit heavy here.
No, what a,
So
is he too wide?
Just about,
um,
not any distraction.
Maybe not.
I went all
this part
Yeah,
is.
so should I just,
So
She said that the bricks are important for yours. Because
the perspective.
Yeah.
if I was going to fix that,
I want to do it, but,
um,
And this
okay.
figure is not, when it was sent into the
This is not as wide here. So that really fun kind of purpley weird color that we made.
And we've done a lot of work to get the whole garden setting the rug above and everything, but imagine if it was
I love to hear, I love when my attendees help each other. And it's something that I hear too in my studio. It makes me so happy to hear people helping with whether it's a critique or I'm going to suggest we take some of this
Yes.
off,
So do
okay?
I.
So I'm going to,
I had to do this 3 times with another dog recently.
oh no.
But I kept adding background,
Yeah,
and I would come back the next day, squint, stand back, and go, oh, still too wide,
yeah.
you know? So.
It's all right. It's a problem a lot of us will have. It's okay. But I'm trying to get your color. Let's see.
Some way down there that might help.
Okay,
Maybe.
I'll mix it in here. Let's see here. So
Yeah, that's perfect.
we're going
No,
to,
it's definitely beautiful. It's a lot of elements.
I'm going, just like we were doing with Catherine's cat,
Right,
we're going to take some of this off.
okay,
And we have that soft edge.
correct,
We're going to load it down so we don't see any of this background.
okay.
Let's just do this one side and you'll know how to do it on this
Okay.
side, okay?
If any green or anything behind it, like make sure it would just.
Okay. Usually, now this is all consistently a very light green. It's usually to create more depth in your pieces. You can always lighten up. This is already very cool back here. We can always lighten up the background a little bit.
Right.
It's going to be different than your reference, but as you come, and you don't have to worry about the grasses, and I'm even trying to, you don't have to add the texture all the way up. And then as you come down, you can go warmer.
Okay,
And I am going to refine this leg shape a little bit. I'm adding a little bit more yellow.
right.
Come on, Sue.
As it gets closer to you, it gets more
Warm, usually.
and it's cool as distance
Yep,
indicates
it's
distance.
usually lighter value and cooler temperature the farther away it is. Now that doesn't always apply, like all rules, they're all meant to be broken. But when you're looking, I always use our Bays Mountain as an example when people are driving in from Johnson City. And I say, look at what Bays Mountain looks like before you get to exit 4. And it looks like this kind of dark bluey gray green. But as soon as you're at exit 4, that thing's bright green. Because of the distance, everything kind of changes. So,
I'm from Virginia, so the Blue Ridge Mountains
Right.
are blue from a distance.
but when you're on them, they're not hot, right?
Yeah.
So it's a very subtle change here, but then you can go back and do the little chunks and the dark places and all this stuff, and you don't even have to get all that much detail. You can be as messy as I am right now, and then you can just kind of create the little textures and things like that.
Put some tan here.
Yeah, you can if you want to.
I don't know.
You might not want to, but so you can just do something as let's see if I add a little bit of white to it. Oops, Suzanne.
I thought about bringing in a couple of mine too that aren't finished.
See, you say you go by Sue, so does my friend, but Suzanne to me is such a pretty name.
Oh, thank you. I guess I have my grandparents, my father, my mother, and my grandparents to thank for that. I was the second child. If I was to be a boy, I was going to be Robert Barrett the third.
Okay.
But because they didn't have a girl's name picked out, and most everybody else in my name are named after somebody in the family.
Oh, right.
And I am not. I am. This is what's so funny. Dad, my father dated a girl whose name was Susan, and he just liked the name. It wasn't that he was like.
Yeah.
But my mother was like, "Oh no, it's not going to be Susan. It's Suzanne."
Oh, I love that.
And so because she was like, "Oh no, we're not doing that," and so that's how my name became Suzanne.
Well, as a kid, I had one baby doll, and her name was Suzanne.
Oh, nice.
And I must have known someone that I liked or something. Okay, that's fabulous.
So you can just kind of,
Yeah.
you don't have to put grass everywhere, but just save the texture or whatever for the immediate foreground. You can add little chunks and chips and stuff like that. Now that we did this,
the wet edge.
right, now we got something to work into. So I'm washing this brush off.
Which kind of brush do you need?
No, we're good. I'm just gonna use this one. I'm gonna put a little bit of white into this mixture. We're gonna add a little bit more purple to it. And we're gonna just give him, like here. I see that
Yeah, it's more taupe.
yeah, I'm gonna give him a little bit more on this side. And you can see how it kind of comes down into that color.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just soften that up a little bit. Come on, do it.
To insinuate fur.
Yeah, but it's not like he's that puffy there. You know, it's not, you don't have to, but you can still have that soft edge. On the areas like where I showed you here or here, you can see it comes out a
Yeah.
little bit more. I'm just gonna actually, I just want that soft edge. Here,
Now the leg is harsh compared to that.
I'm thinking it needs to come in even more a little bit. It kind of comes in at an angle here. And so we're just gonna go, you talk about sharp brush stroke. We're gonna go a little sharp right there, but then we're gonna bring it out. And then I'm gonna leave you be.
Well, no, this is insanely helpful.
Good.
Don't leave.
Please don't leave. So I'm gonna soften that up here.
I know. Getting ready.
That brown has to go up into this a little bit more. Remember, it's really supposed to be at an angle, and you flattened it out.
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to change it too much here, but other than this, it should be like that.
Right. It looks like he has a green belly at the moment.
This here,
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I do think that it's a little bit blue. It should be a little bit warmer,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps, but that's an easy change.
It's like a hula skirt.
Yeah. Aloha.
Yeah.
I'm trying to soften that up without it being. So
white.
this I think is still coming up. It's still too. This light brown is going to come up a little bit more too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to drop this.
Okay.
This should be at an angle.
Well, I can put more white on the left.
We're going to just take some of that off here.
That's better.
Yep, it's getting closer. So sometimes you do have to kind of hem and haw a little bit off the sides and. And where there's areas where, so I'm going to take straight white because there's white right here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of, when you do that, then this will seem more correct.
Okay.
So I'm
Because
using
of-
that soft edge. So we
Okay.
know that it's kind of piled here. You can leave that to be, now there is, I'm trying to do it here. It's not working for me because it's wet, but I'm trying to create that,
Mm-hmm.
that little bit, and I'll keep cleaning off the brush and then try to pull it down. Ugh. What, make an noise?
Take the paint and you keep one color in the wrong place. That's what you do.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, that's a good sound. I love that sound. So you got this in here,
Yeah, the peachy color.
and that peachy color is going to go up a little bit more here on this leg, a little bit further down on this one. You're going to have to really,
What's your opinion of, you can put any color you want on that painting?
You know, you see that stuff in TJ Maxx all the time. They have an elephant that's purple.
The purple elephant.
How do you feel about making the colors wild? Or,
it's good for some people. It doesn't work for me.
okay.
That's me, but that doesn't mean it's wrong or right. It's just not my thing.
Right.
I'm afraid that I'm a little bit so. Again, it wasn't you who say you're so literal.
Yeah, I am.
That's kind of me too.
Yeah, okay.
I am. So one of the things that I do is I am a member of an organization called Artists for Conservation, and it's something I'm very proud of. And it's made up mainly of wildlife artists that create awareness for conservation needs in wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
And being that so for me, the accuracy of anything, even down to the niche that animal lives, is really important for what I do.
Right.
And I just want to get this right. This is right. You're going to bring that white over top of that. You got that. This is good here. And you can use that same, see how you can just soften that up?
Mhm.
Just by using that same, just at first, you could just do
That's how
that.
Caesar trains his dogs.
Oh, Caesar needs to come help me with my possum chasing dog.
I wonder what he would say.
He'd say, if you didn't want a hunting dog, you shouldn't have gotten a poodle.
Right.
That's probably what he would say. No, I love my boy. But with the Artists for Conservation, I can't not do things, like in my mind it won't,
You're not honoring the animals.
well, not only that, it's just my OCD or, you know, whatever you want to call
Detail.
it just wouldn't allow me to make a purple elephant.
See, I can't either. And one of our art teachers just claims, oh, it doesn't matter what color it is, just make it any color you want.
And that person's probably not a conservationist or a
No.
wildlife
No.
artist. It's just, you know what, and that's okay. You can do it that way. But you asked if I do it that way. No, I don't do it that way. So I'm creating a little bit more depth here and giving him an area where you can see that his side, it's probably not that extreme, but you've got to have a difference between his shoulder and his abdomen area.
Okay.
This is going to come down. This light color is not that color. It's more like this yellowy color.
Yeah, it is.
So you're going to want to fix that. I'm going to cut off some of this because it doesn't go out that far.
Okay.
And then this is his tail. So you can do the same thing I did to soften this on this side, and then you can bring some of that fur down.
Is it okay for that to be that color?
You might want to lighten it up.
Well, he has a little nub of a tail,
Yeah. Okay.
so yeah.
You can try.
Okay.
I think it'll be okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are the eyes too orange?
And she said that people should be up. That-
We'll come back to the eyes.
All right.
Go ahead and work this part,
All
and then
right, okay.
I'll come back around.
Thank you.
You need a cup of coffee? Can I get you some?
You're so funny.
Here's your
I haven't
coffee.
done.
Oh, I know, and I left it on your table last time too.
Oh, good.
I haven't done anything here. And
That's
I feel like
okay.
I focus way too much on everything.
But you
else,
know
I
what?
want help here.
Okay, so you're sitting when you work,
Well, I don't really need to.
but you're not. Are you? How much shorter are you than me? Is that too low for you? This easel?
Something's a little.
Is the easel need to be raised? Are you sitting?
Well, I
'Cause
was
you're-
sitting, but
How
I
tall are you?
kinda
I am
like to
taller than
stand
you,
up.
but okay. I'm gonna.
You want to sit down?
No, I'm just trying to get to your height.
Come up 1 second, see, I pulled the
5'1".
just like I was telling you on the board.
Uh-huh.
Just slather it back.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going like this to see the level. So I'm
that's
thinking your easel
lift it
needs to
up.
be
Okay.
raised
And I'm trying
because
to figure out how to do that. I can move
usually it's
this knob here.
I don't know this easel. Hang on. Hang on. Let's just do this. Whoops. There we go. I want this part to go up. Okay, that's that. Hang on. This doesn't need to change. I'm not sure. Okay. Now let's raise this. Oh, yeah. We want this to be at the height that you're comfortable when you stand.
Okay, I was sitting, but I think I need.
Um,
So a little bit higher.
yeah. Go ahead and raise it up. How are you doing that?
And that, and then.
That should do it.
Let's see. That's better.
Yes. Okay. So if you're going to be,
Yeah.
and this one, you need to be careful about doing this because this is too high for you to see.
Okay.
So let's set you up for success here, girlfriend. There we go. Let's bring this right down like this. You go side by side. And then you can see, and this is where it should be. So when you're working, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, my life just changed.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to look, you're going to get your dark values in here.
Did all that already, but.
All right, but we're going to put them back in.
Thank you.
We're going to get you on target here. So you're going to see that if you're standing here like this, and you see it, are you right-handed or left-handed? Okay. I usually keep, because I'm left eye dominant, I always keep my reference usually on this side. So I'm looking, and I don't have to even move my head. I can see where I need to put, where things are going.
I get all bogged down and I don't have the right color put up there. And I don't change my colors.
So I'm just looking, I just,
lost my palette, kind of dried up, and that's why I don't. Because then now it's looking good, I make all of the parts.
so his little muzzle is a little wider. And there is that space here. So if you're going to concentrate on, let's get that ear up a little bit here. You see how you can see it better when it's right here in front of you. So let's see about his little nose. His nose is very, very blue looking. We're going to grab a little bit of, look
Okay,
how,
so this is Payne's Gray, that's ultramarine.
is that ivory black?
And that's ivory black.
Awesome. Okay.
I have
So
all these brushes.
there you go. Start with a dark nose and start, you're my timid girl, but what is so funny, this is one of the things, when we get done for the day, we talk about you guys, Matt and I do. We say, okay, what do you think? And I said, Margie's my timid girl, but she's also you have skill.
Oh, yeah.
You have skill. You just gotta let it roll, girl. You do have it. It's there. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. See, did you know we all talked about you guys?
You give us
We talked about you too.
I was like, God, she's loud. Well, but it's fun because everybody's personality comes out, and I get to know. I think that's probably.
That not like it looked like Hitler when I did. I scraped it off.
Oh no.
But you know what, this group is fabulous, and the last group where I was fabulous. I think the booth just brings in really nice people.
That's good. That's good to know. I hope that I get invited back again. I have to say, I think this is one of the beautiful. This is just a wonderful facility.
It is.
Is this a brown here?
That's raw, whatever.
Raw. That looks like a raw umber.
It's right here.
Okay.
I leave it there so I don't forget. And then I have the burnt sienna.
So I'm putting this down. Okay, that's that color, but it's a little too warm. So what I'm gonna do? Grab a little tiny blue. Just a little bit of blue. That's a little too much blue.
Feel free to put some in.
Okay, let's see
I
here.
ran out of room.
Your oil.
Okay, the oil is here.
Okay.
It's not polluted.
Okay, I'm just doing this to get that little. All right, so that's probably more like what I want. And see how
Toasty brown.
so you see how it's kind of grayed down. I added blue to what I think is probably really burnt umber as opposed to raw umber, and I'm going in here and putting in the little, and I'm using a very light touch. And there's,
I would be too.
yeah, and I always tell people, it's not my painting. I don't care. No, that's not true. I do care, and I do want I want you to be happy with it.
Fuzzy spot, and I guess it's just.
But knowing that you have, and he's got a little tiny bit of gray, but don't worry, because what you're trying to do is establish the shape. Even though he's a puppy, he still has some form. It's kind of like babies. Babies can be very difficult to paint because they don't have wrinkles. They don't have everything is a smooth transition from chin to lip it's so smooth that you have to be so gentle and careful. So this side of the face is darker. I almost see a pinky cast to it. Do you see that?
Well, yeah, and that's why I kind of put a little pinky in there, but I didn't.
Okay, so this whole side of his face is much darker than this side of his face. So I'm going to grab let's see here. And see how I'm putting just a little bit of paint. And this should make you happy because you're my little bit of paint girl.
We're the opposites.
Yeah. No, we talked about you too, Catherine. I said, Catherine, she just throws down that paint, man. She's like you are not afraid.
She's like, my daddy does on the big street.
And you know what though, Margie?
That I did of my other dog, and it's so thin that you'd say, okay, that's underpainting. You need to paint it now. That's why I brought it back.
Okay, we'll look at it. We'll look at it when we're all,
When
when we have to be done here and they say we have to leave, we can all go someplace for dinner or whatever, and we can talk about stuff if you want to. I don't know if you guys all have plans, but I'm saying that that's always an option, especially the last day, and we can all talk about what we learned, what we wanted to, and if you have pieces and you want me to critique them and help you, I don't care to do that. But unfortunately, they give us,
No,
it's like, I'm like, oh, I have to be out of here I'm used to 3-day workshops, y'all, to be honest with you. And 3 days gives me more time to get it done, to get everything that we're trying to complete finished.
You're just intuitively adding something.
Yes, and what I'm doing is I'm taking yellow ochre and ivory black. Little,
Once you do all this, we can lighten them back up and we can look.
yes. You're afraid, but please don't make him so dark. So I'm looking at this dark color here, and I'm just kind of rolling it in because he is a yellow lab, and everything on this side is going to be darker.
Yeah.
And I squint a lot. You have his eyes
She probably-
too tiny. He's a puppy.
I haven't.
I know, and I'm going to try to get you down. Yeah, I know you're afraid.
Well, it is so tiny.
Where is a pointed round? I
Okay,
need.
so I have those and I have these over here to note that.
Okay, this little guy will do it. Let's see here. I'm going to get the eye shape on here so you can have fun.
This one too.
I'm going to use this guy.
All right.
So sometimes I will only load on the very tip of a brush. And what I was explaining before, I'll do this to rest my hand. If you, I use a maul stick in my studio. I have it's an old bamboo cane.
I think,
And I see a little break here.
Use the graphite.
Yeah.
The eye.
Oh yeah. And then I'll go ahead and get the other eye shape in for you. But you're doing so well. I want you to find your brave brush strokes. You need to be a brave girl and know that your skill is there. Just allow it to happen. Confidence is hard, and I get it. We're all, and so you can see it's not necessarily the same shape.
The triangle is cute.
It is. It's very flat here, and then it comes down at an angle. And it stops about here. It's a little rounder down here. And and then let's go here. Let's get his nostrils in.
We're using black.
Yeah, I am right now. Just getting his little nostril in here. And it's over here. And it doesn't go all the way across. His bottom jaw is a little bit bolder than what you currently have in there.
Yeah.
And I know that when we kind of are making a transfer, because I know I talked to you about transfers, right?
Well, yeah, and then I just watched a little video on it.
And it's a great way to get it down. And I'm going to, but his bottom jaw is a little bit broader.
It's hard to tell because it's muted. But
So who is this puppy?
this is Birdie, my son's puppy.
Okay,
He was
Bird.
7 weeks old there.
Birdie. I like that. Is he a hunter? Does he hunt this dog? Will he hunt this dog? Where did the name Birdie come
He's
from?
a couch dog because that's what my son wants him to be because my son is couch.
He's a couch boy.
He's a couch.
He's a couch boy.
But I don't know if the Birdie can, yeah, he's not a golfer either, so. I think
Okay.
my girlfriend named it.
He's
Okay.
young, give him time, he'll find something that.
Who, the puppy or the boy?
Boy.
He likes to work out. Fortunately,
That's his thing,
He
right?
doesn't work at all, but I'm hoping the dog will walk him.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you, that's my dog doesn't, he lets me know, because we usually take lunch.
So is that just one?
No, it's this yellowy color. we take lunch at, let's see, this is gonna be a little wider too.
Yeah.
Around noon, and there's a lot of gray in here. A little blue gray. And he knows that when lunch is done, it's time for us to go for a walk. And so there is no not walking the dog. He will not have it. And it's not because, oh, I have to go to the bathroom so bad. It's more like,
It's my time.
I've been in this studio all day and I'm ready to get out for a bit. And he's great for keeping me on track and
Yes.
keeping me moving around. And
Isn't it interesting that we as humans are way more predictable than we know because our dogs are like, oh, she's in the shower, she's going away. Okay. You know, like they just know.
I used to be a runner, and when I had my little dog Phoebe, who was like a Bichon Poodle mix. She was just a little thing, and she knew that when I was lacing up my sneakers,
Yep.
and she'd see me lacing up sneakers, and just be almost like in a panic. She's gonna leave. Oh my God, she's gonna leave. She's got those damn sneakers on. You know, it's just like she just was so, you know, and Matt could tell you too. Singer is a mama's boy, and he knows that, like, okay, she's going to the treats, and mom gives me a bye-bye treat when she leaves the house. Yeah, and he just kind of is like, okay, this is what we do. So I guess I get a treat now.
Yeah, got it.
And if you forget it, that's tragic.
Well, but he knows what's happening. Okay, so I'm going in here dark. Don't worry, that little lead thing, and I guess you have the,
No stop to it, I just.
okay. So we're going to, so where we have this darker value, and see how much cooler it is here. Grabbing a little bit of blue, mixing it in with the browns, grab a little oil, see what we have there. It's not even brown. Yep. So sometimes
It helps me to watch you do this, because
but I'm looking for the color, and sometimes I don't always have like the perfect color. Like it doesn't just always just come out for me.
and that pain gray,
Yeah,
pain's gray, it's right.
right here. Yep, it does help. Look at that. That's what I was going for. So on this whole area, you've got to really get it darker. And it's going to be even darker than that. You're going to use this color quite a bit, but it's probably got to be even darker than that.
What do you get?
More Payne's Gray. Now, Payne's Gray is a transparent color. So it's transparent means I can put a bunch of it down and you're like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be too dark. And then you look at it and go, oh, I can see right through it. But see, he's got this light area of right here to give him his structure of his little jaw. See, and so you can start bringing this out, you can bring it down a little bit. And when you have too much paint on, just wipe it off. And that way you can just move the paint that's already here. And if I need to take it off, grab a little bit of oil, and then just pull it down. And you can add, I see white. I'm just going to grab one that you have down. It looked like it was mixed well. And you can just pull. So being that this is I hear the huff. When I hear a huff, that means somebody's not happy. So you see how you can just pull that in, and I am using a very, very light stroke. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on it.
On some of the darker.
Yep, into that light, and I'm pulling it down. Because it's a transparent color, mixing, and the titanium white is not transparent, it is opaque. That's going to give you that, you can play with it. And now you can see it's much darker, oops, in this area, except when I paint over it. So I can grab a little bit more of the darker color and really get in here and play that area down. And I see that dark value there. If you see it, don't, obey, you gotta obey. And I know that looks like really dark, and you're gonna be like, oh God, she just did that. But it's okay, because it'll be fine, it'll be okay. Because once you get it in there, it'll make sense. You're gonna have to be brave enough to let that happen. what was it that wise woman once told me? Trust the process. Isn't that right? So you can see there's a little bit more yellow, except when I paint all over your thing.
So I got that cover on it.
Because you knew, that's Suzanne, she's gonna come in here. So I'm pulling that yellowy down into that color, but you still have it. It's gonna be there. You're gonna have to probably even add more. You see how, because that whole side of the dog is gonna be a lot darker. Now, you can keep working those areas, but for the eyes, I just kind of got the shape down, but there is a lighter, and if you use just a little bit of oil, this is going to be a fun little brush for you to use. So you can start to put a lot of the browns in around this area. There's a around here, it's going to go out to the edge. He's got this beautiful little eyebrow. And you're going to have to work both sides of the fence here because you'll have to, see, there's a lot of darks in here. And I know I just made the eye look smaller because I took some of it out. There is still paint rolling off the top here because you do have such a little amount of paint, but we're going to see in this dark area here. And it kind of comes, see, it's even pulling, that's lifting paint up. I know it seems dark, but once you start adding the other colors, it won't seem so dark. He's got this little bit of a roll here. I know, and it's scary. So sometimes you can use a little soft brush with just a little bit of oil. And just roll it in. Oops, it's still lifting. Dang, dang, dang. No, that's actually, it's blending is what it's doing. I just didn't know. We want it to stay there, but I want to go back and get that eye shape in for you. And I'm going to put a little bit of black right here. And so sometimes, and here's the thing, if I'm trying to keep that point of a brush, I roll my brush like it's spaghetti, like you're a fork in spaghetti, and it keeps that nice sharp edge. I'm not used to these trifocals, y'all.
I'm telling you, don't go hiking anytime soon, because I trip when they.
Yeah, well, I don't wear them. So I'm having to raise my head up. And here's the funny thing, because I'm just new to the whole trifocal, and I don't even think, I don't know, I still don't think I really need them that much. Is I find myself, because I don't wear the glasses when I'm driving, because I can't. It just throws me off. But I find myself doing this with my eyes when I'm driving while I don't have glasses on.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, it is, and I think that's funny because I think my eyes even sort of respond to that weird, like I find when I do this, oh, I can read that sign better. It's not there. And so you know your muscles in your eyes are adjusting because they have had to. I don't know, it's just a weird thing. I'm going to soften that out. That's a little bit too much. So you're just going to keep playing it, but you got to leave the dark values where they are. Don't worry, because
So I just want to leave me with it. I don't know what other colors would you change?
so I'm sitting here jumping into, what you got to concentrate on is getting this side of the body is darker and this side of the body is lighter. So there's a lot more that you can be, there's darker values you can be adding into this ear here so that you can do all these warm colors on the outside, and it will make, you know, like here, you've got this really warm vibe going on right here on the edges.
Yeah, try to do it a little bit.
But if you don't have the dark right up on it, you can't overblend it. You've got to have that. It's almost like he's backlit. And if you blend it away, you can't make it stay. You've got to keep putting it in. So, you know, you can probably put some more of this darker color here. There's a little bit of a darker. Use that little edge of that brush. Yeah, it will come together. It will eventually come together, but you've got to have this dark value. You've got to keep that dark value on this side. one of the problems I'm having is I'm using this small brush, and it's a great little brush. I'm using very thin paint because that's kind of seems to be your style.
Well, I don't want to.
But
do that.
what it does is if you use more paint, actually lift up, grab a blob of paint and wham it down, you're not going to have it lift up like that. So if I was going to,
Feel free to put more paint.
Okay, I'm gonna-
need to learn to do that.
I'm going
I'm a
to,
little afraid just-
and I will say this to folks, my job is not to change your style. I don't need every bunch of, but I don't necessarily want everybody, more Suzanne Barrett Justices out there in the world, because that's not what makes art amazing, right? You need to, every artist needs to find their voice. When you go to a workshop, the goal of a workshop should be to glean some kind of information that you can incorporate into your own painting style, so you can have your own voice. There are artists that paint with a more, so if I put that down like this, and then kind of suggest that there's more here, you're not going to have it lift up as much. I'm going to put a little bit more here. This whole side of this dog has got to be much darker. So if I, and see how
On the color. That was green.
and I'm going to add a little bit more of the, what you thought was probably, this almost acts like it could be burnt raw umber, but I think it's burnt umber. I'm adding blue to it. So,
It's not green.
right. Well, here's the thing. He's a yellow lab.
Yeah, so it would be.
And if he's got yellow, and anytime you add blue to it, what you got? You get green. So, don't be opposed to it being somewhat green, although you're right, this color is a cooler color, and I'm gonna move this out. So if I'm standing back here and I'm looking for all the dark values, I see this triangle thing here, and it kind of goes down to the edge. So don't be afraid to just go ahead and stand back, and so now that we've got you at a proper height, and that this is side by side, it should be easier for you to see this. So you should be able to come in here and just, get this value in here and then blend it out a little bit. You've got to, really, I'm trying to get that color in here. Come on, you little. And I'm doing the thing you're not supposed to do. I'm using your brush instead of a knife. I tried to teach people proper painting technique, but then I always resort to what I usually do, which is not good. But it will save your brushes if you use a knife more. All right.
To mix your colors?
Yeah. And there's, you're even going to see some darker values, like if I grab a little of that ivory black underneath here, let's just go ahead and say that it's going to be darker underneath where he's, ground him a little bit.
When we started out, it was so much lighter. Our darker values just went darker.
And here's the thing too. See, in here it's got to be darker too. You can do something called glazing after a piece is done to kind of correct. Like if you said, oh, this is a beautiful piece, except there's no dark values and there's no cool or warm side, I can't tell. You can use mediums like liquid is one that I use. And you can actually color correct or add shadows and all that stuff later if you need to. Same here, you gotta have to,
So all the dark.
yeah, just emphasize where the darks are.
Just a little bit under here, I guess.
Yep,
So
I'll let you do that.
I can figure it out.
But this is, you gotta make sure this whole side's dark, or get it more like this, and I'll come back and see how you're doing later, okay? Work in the room, work in the room. All right, girlfriend, how you doing? I don't know if you have to get up. You're doing a good job. Your eyes are very interesting. Now to create a little bit of shape on the nose, because he's a little kitten, you have to kind of, look at these little baby brushes you got here, girl. Do you have a paper towel?
Yes. Can you grab one?
Yes, please. Oh, I thought you had one with you. No?
There's one over there.
All right, so you're sitting like this, and I know you're taller than me, I think. If you're sitting like this probably could be raised too. Now that we're discovering this now, I'm going to Where's her little reds here? Where are you? Oh, you're behind me. Okay, so his little nose. He's got a little, you know, the little bridge. It's very small. It's very hard to see, but he does have a little bridge of his nose. And when you have a little tiny cat like this, it's very hard to, with a baby cat, to get all the little nuances. The whisker tracks, I call them whisker tracks. Believe it or not, there's little areas that are like little lines in this area. That's where the whiskers come out. You can't see them over here, but you know what? We can make them. Since this part is his muzzle, and I know it's really hard to see, and maybe we make it up. Just like before you asked me, when will I use this purple? Here's the thing. His little mouth, his little muzzle is probably, and since he has a weird color, we can do it just like your picture, or we can create his anatomy. It's up to you.
Okay.
Do you want me to help you create the anatomy?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to say here, and see how I keep wiping the brush. A lot of times I'll just move the paint that's already here. And so he probably has this area here is going to be rounder. Just like here, it's going to be a little squared off. Because if this is where his little bridge of his nose is, his black doesn't come down that far. His white's going to come up higher. So, and this is, you know, this is very specifically your cat, not any cat. So you got to get the little markings a little bit more correct. So we can say that it probably goes more like here and here. So you're going to take that out. And you can lighten up this area. It's going to be whiter. And if something isn't white enough, one thing that you can change, and it's really difficult with a black, anything black, a black dog, black cat, is I'm going to guess, it's really hard to say where the light is coming from. Probably right above him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So if you wanted to warm up some of this, you could add some yellows to this color. This might be too. This probably should be more gray, and I think you have this too fat, because if his little black chin, and it's probably a little bit pointier, I see it more like this. This doesn't come down that far, does it? It's only a little skin. So you're going to need to take some of this off, move his leg up. Do you want me to help with that?
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to, where's your, I don't want to make it all gray. We're not going to make him into a gray kitten. We're going to just take some of that off. And put the black back in. And see here, it's a little bit, and it kind of goes up, and it goes over. There's a little bit thing here, and it's narrow. I know that looks weird, so we'll go back and put, where is this your ivory black?
Yes. There's also some.
That's what I'm going for. Okay. This is going to be grayer. So we're going to go back and put some of this black in.
And you're gonna leave the nose like that, just the red?
No, you're going to blend it. You're going to do some blending. So this, where you've got all this like texture here, I'm trying to look at his little, you want to make sure these markings are correct. You've got this, and I like that you did that. This little pause. You got to pull some of this back in there. Oh, it's so quiet in here. You guys must be like really concentrating. Okay, so you're going to want to bring that down. So this is his eye. You've got really pretty eyes. This is going to be a little bit more up. This light line is going to go up a little bit more. Do you see it up
Yeah.
here? And so you've got this blue.
It looks a little different in this picture, but in some of the other pictures, they're more blue.
Okay, I'm not worried about that. I'm looking at the background.
Gotcha.
Okay, so put that back. Let me see this for a second.
I'm not trying to copy the background.
I know. I'm just trying to give you that soft edge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll let you blend this out, but you're going to want to pull it. Kind of goes straight out. I just soften it out. Yeah, well, it's funny because it didn't really, but it kind of made an interesting effect, but not really. I'm trying to pull it. That kitten fuzz. Okay. So I'm looking at this area. His eye, I think it's okay, but I honestly think, because you've done such a pretty job with the eyes, but you've got, oops, you've got, okay, and I can see you're very deliberate with your paint application, which is really nice. But I think you're going to think this is funny. There's a little bit more too much space here,
Yeah.
which means his eye might need to be a little bit bigger.
Okay.
But I don't want, you've made such pretty eyes. I don't want to like change that on you unless you're ready to. I think you can, and this is what I mean when I say where things are in relationship to other things.
Mm-hmm.
If looks like there's too much space here, why is that? Is the eye, should the eye actually be more like here, 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 which means this white area might be coming over a little bit. You can see it almost curves.
Yeah.
And yours is straight up. So if you move it this way a little bit, you probably can leave this eye where it's at. He's a baby. So with him being a baby, I'm trying to make his little shapes here. And it's really hard to see in a black kitten, right? But I'm going to suggest that he's got this area here because this is where his little muzzle would be. So I'd go back in with dark. And when you're looking at it this way, we're trying to give him his form. This part is a little bit wider. This chin.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead, honey. What are you going to try to say?
Since this part is wider, can you just slim up this side?
But it will throw everything else off. Because I'm looking at the angle, it kind of angles down. You probably could, but that means you're taking more off this. You made him very straight up and down. He's kind of slanted. See how slanty this angle is?
Yeah.
And how this is further out than this. If the truth be known, it should be like this, and that whole paw would move over.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to have to, we don't have a time to change everything. I think it's okay. This is where you get to the nitpicky stuff, okay? So this white should be over here a little bit more. This chin, it comes down and this goes out a little bit more, and there's a little bit of a form here. I'll follow this around because it's look very dark here. This side of the face seems more correct.
Yeah.
Again, when it comes to you kind of pull this out a little bit where the angle is not quite as extensive, maybe a little bit. It seems a lot more accurate. But if I'm looking at this, this seems like it should be slanted in more this way, which means you're going to lose all this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's going to, so I'm looking at the angles this way. At this point, it's kind of nitpicky, and we don't want to change everything. But what you could do now is I probably would move that eye, let's just try this. If we did this, let's see if we could do this without changing your legs so much. Oops. Let's get some of that in there. It might be a little bit more accurate, but we're not going to be able to change it drastically. It's a little bit better.
Does anything need to happen with this chin part right here? Because
Well-
it's a little different.
Well, his chin, you had his chin very small, and I just you're going to bring this up because you're going to bring this white out
Gotcha.
underneath here. So it's got to be able to, if I was to make a line for you to go by, your white needs to be about here, and the chin, this under chin needs to be out, and this angle, it kind of angles down. I'm looking at this from where the nose is. You're going to bring this nostril out just a little bit to that area. You've got it in the right place. You've got to give him a little bit more of the black underneath. He almost has like a little heart. If you made the eye, like you can almost just say, let's just say that, hang on, this sort of how you have this little line here. If you bring this lid out a little bit, you can probably get by. Because this is something that you can use, like right here, there's a little, you can use this to do a lot of those little fun things.
Yeah.
But you can go in back in there with a little bit of more black to kind of refine that line, make your black to here, bring your white over, and then at some point you're going to want to soften that up just see, that's a nice soft edge.
Yeah.
So you've got your white going into your cat where it really should be the cat coming into the white, but it's okay. You're kind of missing the angle here in the foot, but I'm not gonna, it's kind of like, okay, that position is realistic. I mean, that can happen, right? That's not an unrealistic position. So I would say at this point, fix this part, see what you can do about the eye. At some point you want to cut in those whiskers, and I know you'll have more fun and more success with all these little whiskers like this, with this tool over that tool, because otherwise it's going to be too fat.
Right.
Okay, and you're going to want to gray this down a little bit more so that you can make your whites stand out. Because this won't be as white because it's underneath him. It's much grayer. Okay, so don't worry about the detail of the fur in here. Just get that gray values down, because when you throw those whiskers on, that's really what's going to stand out. You don't want this furry stuff standing out. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's see where you're at. She's looking good. All right, so you're kind of like oh, I'm not doing that.
I just don't know where to go from here.
Okay, so here you've got this, you've got this darker green, and you have this edge here. You can go in. So quiet in here. Now that this is not quite as wet, let's just do this for just a second. Don't worry about those whiskers. We can come back and do that. Okay. We've got wet paint down. That's the challenge right away. Got that down. Oh, there's So sometimes you will see, believe it or not, of that lighter edge. Let's just put a little bit more down so we can really do it. Because you'll have to come in with a cooler color up to it. Okay? But we can go ahead and play that edge up. Let's see if this will do it. Let's just try. But I'm going to dip it in a little bit of oil. We don't want to, and it's okay because that's the background color, so it's, but I'm washing, the, wiping the brush off quite a bit. And let's see where we go here. Anytime I start picking up the green, I stop, wipe my brush off. Okay, that's kind of key. Let's grab it. Come on, Sue. Get it, get it, get it, get it. There it is. All right, that I like. I know at first you're probably thinking, but I don't get it. Bear with me. Because what we've got to do now is start to look for the other subtle orange colors. Let's just use this color right there. So you're going to bring that in close to that edge, but not to the edge. And you're going to bring up to it. It starts to cool off underneath her chin. So I'm wiping the brush off, okay? And I'm just going to lightly, I'm just trying to take it away. I'm keeping it soft and I'm lifting it up and pulling it back into the cat. Now I'm going to do it the other way. Because I'm playing, it's kind of like playing seesaw here. I'm going back and forth here. All right. You're also going to have, your orange is a lot redder orange than orange. Like it needs a little bit more yellow. This area under the chin is kind of a pinky gray. And it's weird when I call off colors and it doesn't sound like it would make sense. So if I start with a pink, and I'm already adding white, so this is technically called a tint. This is the magenta color. So this is a tint. So the white's already there. Is one of these ivory black? That one probably right there. Right. So I'm adding the black to it. So now I just toned it. Toning is adding gray to any color. All right, that's a tone. Now I started with a tint because I added white, but as soon as I added black, that became a tone, okay? So it looks strange, but let's see what happens. Right, all under here, but it's probably a little darker. And it actually, this probably still needs a little bit more black. I know it sounds strange when you look at that color. Well, let's try it again. We've already got that nice wet color. And we can go ahead and get that in here in this whole area. Then I wipe my brush off, wipe it off. Because now what I'm doing is I'm going to pull that into this. But I don't want to get to the edge. I got to leave that edge alone. And you can actually come back and hit that edge even again. But then you're going to, so that the color of this cat, she's very red. And so one thing we can do, which is going to seem strange, is add a little green. And you're like, what? Because it's red, we're going to neutralize the red. And so it's kind of a yellowy red color. I'm going to see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Not too much. Do not be alarmed. And that's because it has the titanium white in it. That's why it's opaque. Okay, now we're getting closer to it. Hang on. There's a lot of these darker colors in here. you can probably get in here and start adding some of this. So if I took this color, yellow, and here it happens, it goes back to our color paints. Sometimes they work, sometimes not so much. I try to make sure you have the color, but it can change. I'm not even kidding. It's what goes down when it's dry, or what it dries, can be vastly different too, unfortunately. So you look at that. That looks more like what we should have, right?
Okay.
Does it to you? Okay. So if we come in here and just try to get a cover. And I'm squinting again. And I'm squinting because it helps me to not see some of the other stuff that I don't have to see. It gets a lot darker. It's a lot darker. So let me get some yellow, honey. Let me get some real yellow. I'll be right there. You guys are doing good.
I can't figure out yours otherwise.
Raw sienna, different. One color I did not come away with is yellow. Oh wait, let's see if this works. All right, I'm gonna put some weird colors down on you. You're gonna be like, what? Okay, oops, gotcha. Here, hold that for a second. So this is raw sienna. I think you'll appreciate that color. Dang, gotta paint faster. I won't hold you guys like I did yesterday. 'Cause I know everybody was hungry. Everybody was so hungry they were getting hangry. Hangry yesterday. This is a color called bismuth yellow. It's very much like cad yellow, except it doesn't have cadmium in it.
Okay.
And it is an opaque color. See, because it's black. So I'm gonna put that over here. And you're probably thinking, what? My cat's not yellow. But because you've got so much red in this, you're going to probably be able to mix this in with your other colors. And I can see that you're intuitively are mixing well. But when you don't have good paint, it's really tough. And it's really tough because I think you know what you're trying to get, and it just ain't happening. But being that this is a strong opaque color, this should help yellow her down a little bit. So, yeah. So if I took this color and added white, and I'm going to wipe this off just a little bit, where you have areas like this, you could do these little, but you almost have to have that dark area for them to bounce off of. Start putting a little bit more of these colors, which will probably stay away from that.
Okay.
These darker colors, I think I put these down on you. I don't even remember now. In here to get this. Did this make sense what I showed you here? Although I have to say this is more like what I was going for, this soft, that's kind of weird,
I can go back in.
but you can go back in. You have to have a wet surface to work into, that's the thing. This is very cool and dark. We can always add a little bit of blue to it. Like that. For these areas, I'm going to show you something, and then you're going to be like, but my cat is not brown. But I'm going to show you something. So just we're going to have something to work off of.
It's funny because putting it on yesterday, it didn't look as red when it was wet.
Well, I know that, and that's why I wish that my emails were not going into everybody's junk pile, because I was trying to get everybody on board and trying to get everybody to talk to me.
Well, next time, send something and say, please add me to your contacts list so that we.
Oh, that's a good way. That's a good idea. I wasn't
Kent and say, heads up.
Yeah, Kent, ask him to
see that.
send that.
Right, because I was trying to have live stream with everybody. I was trying to get everybody on, and I know somebody said they saw the live stream, but they didn't know how to talk on it.
That was me.
That was you. Okay. So I was trying to get, like, I wanted to answer questions and tell you what kind of about the materials. I was going to, have all this discussion.
And I didn't know that we were even gonna have a live stream, so I didn't schedule it. Like, all that, hey, we're gonna do a live stream at such and
But I
such.
knew it somehow.
How'd you know it?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. It was just a really weird thing, and
We all got about half the stuff.
that was unfortunate. And because I tried to reach everybody, and I didn't have your all's telephone numbers. I only had your email addresses. So, and then this yesterday morning when Kent brought me the list of everybody here, I had your your telephone numbers.
Yeah.
If I had had your telephone numbers, I would have put everybody on a group text. And Matt asked me, well, before I had everybody on Facebook Messenger or, something like that, where I can communicate with you as a group. People can ask me questions. Because what my ideal goal was to try to answer. So up here, we're going to do this. Answer any questions so that when you were coming in, everybody knew what palette they were going to work with. It was a good idea, but it just didn't work out. And
Well, it's kind of you, because most instructors send out a blurb and they really don't care. It's like, okay.
You're
Well-
really wanting us to succeed is what you're saying.
I always
We
want to set
appreciate
everybody
that.
up to
Thank you,
succeed.
And that's a very kind thing.
Well, thank you. But come on, guys. Let's also say this: you guys are paying for class,
Yeah.
and you're paying to learn something. And if there's a way that I can make it easier for you to learn something, and it will also make my job easier if everybody is on the same page.
Right,
So, it's win-win for everybody if you can communicate that way.
right.
And everybody has a different teaching style, and that's great. But I'm very much of a hands-on girl, as you can see. And I try to make sure that everybody gets something from their workshop, that they're like, oh yeah, I want you to come away and say, I really learned something. Okay, so now you've got a dark surface. If you come in and start adding, so you can see the difference with, these are good paints right here. When you start adding this on top, you're gonna start to, and if you have a light stroke, you can create those neat little furry places, but you gotta leave these dark areas so that it makes sense. So you can kind of do that over the whole thing. And I wanted to show you that if you go with a much lighter color, and I'm using the bismuth yellow because it is opaque. So, okay, here we have a typical orange color. Now, if this orange is too hot, the opposite of orange on the color wheel is blue. So if I grab a little bit of blue, just a little bit, I'm just gonna mix it off to the side here like that, and put it in here. Just a little bit. It will, see how that calms it down a little bit? Now I'm gonna grab a little bit of white. Come on, so get it. Add a little bit more yellow too.
How's your neck doing, Lisa?
Okay, so we have this lighter color, and you can come in here too.
But you know what, I wasn't gonna sit there with my finger at my butt and do nothing.
Well, that makes me happy to know. Some like that, but if it's like
You just gotta jump in there.
cracks me up.
Get over it, right?
So you can get those lighter hairs like this, but if you have a dark surface to do it off of, you can really make that happen.
He handled it on.
So having this, but you see, this is a lot cooler than this. So this right now is really hot. So you got to go in. If you have your darker color, add a little bit of blue. Get in here and just make this darker. Get it dark. Then you can add those other colors. So if I do this right up to,
There you go.
This looks really like a Maine Coon with his ear tips.
Not quitting, just
Got
watching.
these ear tips going on that are much more severe than
but I'm gonna leave that edge, or else you'll lose it.
really.
But you can see now it's more glowy. That's gonna be more glowy. And you know what? Noelle, you can go back later and add a little bit more. When this dries, just a little bit to give it a little bit more,
Yes, I
instead of
do.
it looking weird.
Yes.
Some of those places look weird. Some of them came out right and some of them didn't.
No, it's just,
But if you have this cooler edge here, I'm gonna make it look really extreme, then it makes this light edge seem more glowy. And the trick with that is to make sure you have a cooler temperature to play it off against. So what I was trying to show you here is how you can stack your paint to create your fun little hairs. And the way to do those hairs is you've got to have the dark underneath to do it. So you can actually add a little bit more oranges on here
This is too wide.
in these areas.
The bottom is, so.
After she gives you one task.
So you can see it. You can see them. You can go in tighter. Right. And then, but you have to have a dark surface for it to happen. So again, we keep losing the dark values here.
No worries.
It seems like I know you're kind of a little bit afraid too, but don't be afraid of the fact that there's got to be these dark values.
I'm just totally stuck, so I'm not doing anything.
I mean, they're bigger than the picture, but
What do you think of the second eye and those?
You did a very good job. Very, very good.
Eyes look good.
No, I don't like that.
No, it doesn't have a sparkle.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Looks really good.
Outside of, so that's gonna
You know,
be
just
a
trying to bring this. So now we can see that her nose is actually a little bit elevated. And you want to be able to have these to be lighter. So if you go in with a small brush and actually take white paint and put that in, you'll be able to get that a little closer. And then the white will go up into this area. But again, just like we did before, you've got to get her weird little funky, and I'm making these dark areas up here.
I like his really deep
It's a little
color there.
uneven. It could be because she's raising her eyebrows. We're gonna give her, and it kind of comes up here, a little bit of a valley. And you've got that same, believe it or not, backlighting over here going on.
This morning where she wiped it off.
Try doing that.
So I'm gonna push up a little bit.
I really
Sometimes you can push
I'm
up.
not quite sure as to.
Her forehead is not, there's nothing even about it. I mean, this part of her head is, it's like a little valleys and,
You found
Just
ideas so
turns
well.
into a
And
mess.
so like.
and
she
then this
has
is
little bit
a little
more
bit
feathering this.
darker.
It doesn't look like a money
I wonder
box.
how,
I feel like
but I need to add.
You'll want to get enough paint down, and it's a little bit orangier. I would go with yellow, this is yellow ochre, this is good yellow ochre, okay?
That's fine, but I think that's the other thing is that it looks like a lot right now.
to go just a
versus
little bit
everything
below.
else
And I'm gonna actually grab a little white.
And I was
Thank
just
you,
really
thank
wasn't
you.
even wanting to do much detail on the collar, I was just wanting to kind of give it like an indication.
that there's things.
So in here,
Right now, the collar looks like the fur because
Oh,
it's the
yeah.
exact same.
Oh, you know, maybe I should make it blue.
Or you like.
this is a little straighter
more
here.
structure. So this
Yeah.
needs to be
Like a
not,
gray,
it's
yeah.
very structured so that way you know it's a different thing.
Yeah.
This comes
It
out,
needs
but
to be
not
like a-
quite
like a
as
light
much.
blue or something that would go over that.
But you can probably
And that-
pull
It
this
is
into
not.
that,
You have
Yeah.
that right.
make
It's
it a
just
little
that
softer.
You
It's
see
just
that.
And then come back and
versus
fix
also
that
It's a
here.
reflected light,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you
There's
can
a
probably do
orange-
that detail of a more structured thing with a light on it. So you
Yeah.
know.
Portrait.
Right now,
Yeah.
it looks like it's fur going in a V.
Uh-huh.
We don't want
Yeah,
her
it
to,
does.
we don't want to, no
then-
woman wants to
and then
lose her
like-
femininity.
Like they were talking about me, with his head just looks like it's kind of floating in the air, I still am not getting
Oh,
the blending.
Blending
Yeah.
here.
And you've got a darker value here. And then you just blend it out, and then
I
you can
feel
put the
like
little
biggest
hairs
thing
in
for
there.
me is the mouth.
But this
Yeah.
is a little bit, it's
Too wide
at
and
this
a little bit
angle,
too- Yeah.
then it comes back in. So you can green up that area. Her eyes are big, and you can just add a little bit, but that's the technique you're gonna wanna use. Now, when you get this round fullness, make sure that it's not, she's got this chin, but she's got her little, you've got a proportion nicely.
Yours is more dimension.
Right, so you're gonna do the same
So
thing. You're gonna make a yellow ochre.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, maybe let's use this color.
But then how do you,
We're gonna add a little brown to
see
it.
how bloody mess it is
And
underneath
some white.
But I think that's how they
That's
show up in the
yes.
picture.
But see, it's already like.
Yeah,
kind of
that
like
is
So
like-
here, you're gonna
baby
want
version.
this to
Yes,
be more
Looks a
like,
lot better. Yeah.
you're gonna soften that edge.
Yeah, and I'm not quite even sure like which brush.
So even if I
do you
put
use
this
to
paint
try
in
to
there
get
like
these
that,
little
which is
fine
crazy,
hairs
right?
that come out?
But we're going to start pulling it out.
Of the scraper?
And I start using the direction that the fur grows.
I wonder if, I guess the floss would work on this little guy.
You gotta
For
soften that
his
edge.
whiskers, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just not like these little hairs that's coming off the nose.
So it doesn't
And
look
even
so
this- it's
patched
very
in.
sharp.
Then you're gonna go in, but remember, some of these colors, and I know they probably were correct when you put them down, in all fairness, Nicole, I'm trying, I wanna say, these are good paints.
Yeah, I know.
The ones that I don't know what we started with,
See, it did.
but there's a lot of coolness over here, and because this side of her face is a lot, you almost have to say,
They're perfect, it's working.
okay.
Yay, Leonardo da Vinci.
You're gonna work that edge too. This is gonna come down, but don't be afraid to go dark. And everybody's gonna heard that. Has everybody heard that today? Do not be afraid to go dark.
Yeah.
Is that gonna help?
Yeah, especially with kind of the right tones, and that's why I stopped, because I'm like, this is looking super warm and red.
And it's
orange,
not. I don't
like
think it's your
red.
fault, honey. I think it's the fact that you're using.
Yeah, not the best paint.
Right. It will change. It will vary. The pigments will go down, and it will just change on you. All right, girlie. What are we doing here?
And really stuff on the face.
Okay.
It's in the eye.
All right. Charlie's got some eyes, that's for sure. Like sweet eyes. Okay. Don't lose your dark values. Where's your littlest? Ah, look at this little baby. Are those from the pizza place?
Yes.
Did you take them too? I was like, damn, those are good towels. Little paper towels are. I'm going to get his shape back in. Okay, so this is how I would work. His eye is a little higher up at the top. This one down a little bit. His little nose. This is, so we've got to add some of the other color around
He's
it.
got a little white streak under because he's looking up.
Right. But we're going to get the shape first. So this is a little flatter here. And let's see here. All right, so sometimes I'm going to work around it, around the areas, so that I don't have to.
Do what? Uh-oh. I was just scratching it off.
Already.
Was that you?
Yes, yeah, it's me. Okay, so you're talking about that little, we're gonna take a little bit of this gray. We're not gonna make his white area of his eye that white. So the thing is, so I'm only using little tiny bits of paint. Just blend it a little bit. Now with the eye color, you have some, yeah, this is good. It's almost always a very dark, 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 dark brown. And I'm just gonna put a little bit. See how it's almost like a little circle, like a half circle?
So what made you pick that? Because I only see it very dark.
I know, and it's because I know that the bottom of his eyes, you're gonna see that if you were actually, but see, this is a really
no,
tiny.
I see it. It's coming to life, but I don't understand why.
because I understand the color of his eyes.
Mhm.
And that light will only hit, the light will hit the bottom part of the eyeball or the iris and not the whole, just refine that a little bit. So it's,
Oh, you did that.
I've done this boy's eyes before, so
That's true.
I remember. Very expressive eyes. Okay, so, and he also, because it's the lights, huh?
No, I think like
Just gonna do it, you know. How's it going back there, Matt?
Good. Had 12 viewers at one point.
Good. Yay. Just putting a little bit of light in his eyes. Now,
I feel this whole section is too big. Like I'm not finding that proportionate.
okay, well, I don't think it's wrong because this is a weird pose. You're looking
Yes.
down on top of him. So what I would concentrate more on is getting in your dark values. Boy, where have I heard that before today? Is if you go in here, like in this area of his eyes, you've got, because you have no place for those light values to jump off of. So in here, it's going to be a lot darker. You have the colors already mixed. I grabbed the color that you already had. So I'm seeing this. Now you're going to be able to see that his muzzle is going to be able to come forward. And you'll have a place, I'm just going in there really. Then you kind of have to get all this back in so that we can do the light stuff, like around his nose. And you can see that a lot of this comes in and it comes around. You'll be able to put the light back in, but you've got to have the darks or else his whole face becomes light. And you don't want.
I probably did the light already, like around his nose. If you see those little white
Yeah.
things, but
Yeah.
I feel maybe I did it too premature.
Yeah, it's almost always the case for everybody. Everybody wants to go in light right away. Okay, so you were talking about this part. You're right, it is a little bit too much, but I don't think it will be wrong if we know that his chest color might be really that color, not blue, but if I think it's going to be okay. Because I wouldn't just change it entirely. I'd probably go in with more of a gray, because his chin. Let's just go like this. We're going to pretend that his vest is a little lower, and we're just going to kind of cut it off like this for now. Now let's see, this is looking good. You're using a little bit of a very broad stroke, which I don't mind. I think it's nice. I'm just softening it a little bit there. To make his foot a little bit different, that you can tell it's a little bit. I'm going to give him a dark value here so that the front of that foot will make a little bit more sense. I think that you can also. I'm going to take this color and add a little bit of gray to it. And the reason I did, so this was a perfect, wonderful gray. I took this color and I just toned it down. And I toned it because I added gray, right? I think this part of it is over here. Oops. Just softening this edge, because you'll be able to. Let's grab a little bit of that. All these nice little scruffy little hairs like that. Pull that into that. Now, this part of his leg is a little darker. Just pulling it off, and see half the time I wipe the paint off, because I don't really want a lot of paint. I just need a little bit. So I'm going to put that in there.
And it's on the other leg too.
Right. So you can work those colors. You can see his feet are in the light. because of, the wrist breaks. So this part is catching light, but this is not catching as much light. So you're going to want this whole area to be a little bit more, so his feet can stand out. It's actually a little bit more. Let's see an E. Yeah, a little bit more. I think we might have had his leg a little bit long here, but if he was sitting back, I don't, because he's like a Schnauzer mix, yeah? His legs are a little bit long, but it's okay. I think you're going to be okay, especially after you add some of the fur. So a lot of this fur might appear gray. Oops, maybe not that gray. Let me grab a little bit of this. Let's see here. So in this area, yeah. Pulling this out a little bit. Like that. Same on this side. You can actually give him a little bit more body in here, which will make his legs seem, chunkier and less. And so this is actually here. You're going to highlight this area here. Let's just try it here with this color. And then see his foot should break here. I'm going to take some of his foot off here. This is going to come down a little bit just to make it a little bit more accurate. So do not be alarmed.
Not at all.
Okay, we're gonna. I want to make this pose work a little bit better.
Yeah.
So we're going to take some of that out.
Oh, that's so much better.
Well, but we're going to, his foot is a little bit more this way and then there. So we'll get your bricks back in there. We'll just kind of suggest it's this way and this way, this way. It's good to be dark in here. And I'm going to take that line out. How's everybody doing? Is everybody getting hungry? Okay. You can probably play that fur a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, his chin is going to be a little bit lighter too.
What do you mean?
Just the color. So he will be lighter in this area. So I'm just going to pull it out. Same over here. A little bit. Who's looking like a Schnauzer?
Birdie.
Oh no!
Is his lip okay?
I'm gonna just, it's more like that.
I guess more the distance between, I felt like, does it need to be closer to this fuzz or just
I'm not sure I know what you mean. Closer to,
like,
I'm
is
looking,
it, the lip, should it be higher than where it is?
no. Because if you had a little bit of a darker value underneath his nose like it normally would be. Let's just do this real quick.
He looks so cute.
Oh. I know you miss him. I'm actually quite frankly surprised you don't have a dog or.
Because one is I try to go into work
Yeah.
and
I know.
3 times a week, so it's a pretty long day. And you really need to socialize.
Of course.
And be there.
Oh, I know. I know. But how'd you do it before?
I just did it, and he's a rescue, so that way I don't feel too bad that I'm.
He's already got a much better life than he
He
had.
did, and it's already like he's already in a bad situation, so
Right.
even going to daycare and all of that are not. And he was like
So if you look
very
in
special
the
dog, so
reflection
he
of his
didn't
eyes,
say
you see, that's me
anything.
Right.
taking this picture.
Right.
Oh, so
Yes, brilliant.
That's that boy.
Yeah.
So
that was just.
That's your
No,
boy.
I
And his
can't
little
quite think that I was.
smile.
So he just had, what I did is I just brought his, the dark hairs that are underneath this area of his nose down a little bit. But what you're going to want to do here
Yes.
is we've created his neck where his neck wasn't visible. That's why it's different. So you can go in here with,
With the colors that he actually is.
Feel frozen. I should remember to do it now. He has no eyeballs. I gotta do that, if nothing else today. Just do it. But look,
Pull out your cheat sheet on the eyeballs from Natalia.
what?
We had a teacher,
Uh-huh.
Natalia, and she
I know
taught us,
that
we spent a lot of time on eyeballs.
Oh. Was this eyeballs in humans or animals?
Both.
Oh, interesting.
And so she showed us the differences.
Was it here?
No, it was we took from
Oh, it's gray.
Russian
Okay.
artist.
if I move it.
Let's
She's
do
a
this
school
then.
teacher, so she knew how to teach and she knew how to do art. So
Oh,
she
how
was,
fabulous.
she was very good.
Paint on it. Paint on it.
Well, that's, I said
Let's
that
go
I-
in a little bit with a browner
That's really a great combination.
She really was.
color.
And she was top.
Let's go in here. Let's make this a little darker.
She was great. We didn't
And
appreciate the
what we'll do,
We just thought we were just
We
such
have
great
that.
artists, we should hop right to it.
Uh-huh. And then
we
you
take a
realize
little
how
bit
much
of
she's
the
doing.
white. We've already got the wet paint down. You can just suggest that it's,
All that, now it's like I gotta do it every
Fuzzy.
day.
yeah, with a little bit of the lighter paint.
I'm just mad. I'm just mad. Thing now, so.
You can play with it and lighten it up in that. Is that good?
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay. Then go have fun. You can still work on those legs and get that furry look. You're welcome. All
We have
right,
a
Lisa.
viewer who is in India who's actually using our stream to help himself learn English.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you're picking up good English and not me. Thanks for joining us.
This
We've
is
been
the
chatting
Southern
back and forth
dialect.
using Google Translate between English and Hindi.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome. Well, welcome.
Please know that this is a dialect that we're speaking.
Yes.
Also, ask him, is it a he or she?
I believe it's a he.
And if he joined me in Waynesville, because I had somebody else that was from India that's a woodworker. Is it him?
Yes, it is him.
Okay, I thought. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, so you took off some of the fun stuff we did.
I didn't mean to. Well, I,
Okay, so
I kind of did, and I kind of, but I'm mixing mud, and this,
All right.
that, and therefore that was one.
this is
explanation.
wet. We're gonna do this.
All right, so tell me, what are you doing?
I'm just pulling your paint back out.
What did you? Which brush did
I
you
just
get?
picked
and
up-
when? You just picked up
Just
a
grabbed
brush.
a brush.
You just picked up a brush.
Yes, Lisa.
With
I just
with random abandon.
right. I just picked it up, and I'm just pulling this back out. So we want to leave this soft. Just leave it soft. And even if it pulls that green in, don't worry. We'll push it back out. But we got to keep them soft. Otherwise, he'll look like a severed head. We don't want a severed head, because that's gross. So we're going to pull that out. It's okay if it has some green in it. Don't worry about that. But we got to soften this out. We want it to be soft. So we know there's a lot of paint down here because we did that this morning. So this paint is here, and we're going to blend it away. We want this to blend away. That's the softness of a vignette. You almost just want it to be, how did that happen? Now, there's a lot of yellow, and I remember doing this yesterday, that we were missing a lot of that yellow. So I'm going to correct this a little bit. And this black does not come down as far. So we're going to take some of that off. Remember, see how it's down on this side, but it's up on this side.
Right, because I was more worried about getting this curve.
So I'm taking that off. I'm gonna,
And so you use it. You wouldn't use this to wipe it out.
nah, I could.
Okay,
But I'm just
curious as to the method.
to the method to my madness.
Yes.
I'm gonna add a little tiny bit of yellow to this.
You want some more ochre? Or that's a
Yeah,
cat.
that's okay.
All right.
We're gonna, because I need the opacity.
That's a new word for me, opacity.
The opacity, and now you know a little bit more about it. Yes.
Yes?
And that's linseed oil.
Okay. So titanium white and basically all your CADs are going to be opaque. And if you are covering up something, you need that opacity to do it, or else it's just a big hot mess. And I'm trying to unhot mess this.
So that Indian guy
He is. He's learning hot mess. And he's joined me before on some of my live streams, and I recall that he is a woodworker. And I enjoy talking to folks from other countries that popped in. A young man named, and he's 13 years old, from India, Anjay, used to join me. And to help him, I even Zoomed him. And he was just a nice kid. He was just a really nice, very talented, worked really hard in school. He was talking about the street dogs in India, like they don't have pets there, or he doesn't have a pet, but he feeds a lot of the dogs on the street. And I thought, well, geez, what a good heart this child has, you know? But he was a very talented artist. That's why I felt like, you know, I could live stream with him and help him a little bit with his work. Because he was good, you know, he was really good. All right, that's gonna be a little bit of a curve, straight up. So we're gonna fix some of the other. So we lost all the yellow. I'm gonna add some back. We're gonna make a yellowy gray. Okay, so and at least he's still looking in the correct direction.
There's that.
There's that, at least we have that.
Because
That's.
that almost, the whole thing almost just went bye-bye.
See how this goes up? See how this fur?
Yes, but see, I couldn't get it to do that because you see how it's mixing?
Okay, but remember this, brushes work up and down.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just pulling this paint that you already have down, basically adding a little bit more yellow just to give it more life. And when I hit that black, because I know it's gonna get on the brush, I wipe right away, wipe my brush.
All right.
That's gonna help you not be muddy. So if I make that stroke, wipe my brush, because I know I'm gonna pick up that black, but then I can work this color a little bit. Same here. See how I got that black in there?
Uh-huh.
Because I didn't wipe it. I just want to show you that you gotta wipe your brush.
And make that little.
Yeah, you gotta make that noise.
Okay.
The noise is, you got to. You just got to make that noise. And I'm gonna pick up a little bit of this ochre, brown, raw umber. Yes, that's it. Raw umber, and I'm grab a little bit of black, and we're gonna get this little divot underneath his chin, and it will seem really dark at first. Bear with me. And I see this color that runs down here. There's a little bit of red in it. I'm just grabbing a little bit and just pulling that in here.
I think that's what I don't understand too, is how much paint.
You have so much paint on here already,
They're too tall. They're not
but
big.
it's not gonna matter because it's gonna be a tint by the time I'm done
Yeah.
unloading it,
They're both big.
because there's a lot of paint on
It's the
here,
view,
and I already
it's
know
the
that.
angle.
So I guess I'm grabbing the paints to try to pull
It's not
this.
the cap.
See, I know I'm pulling in black here, and I'm just trying to loosen this up. It's okay that there's this other color. You've got so much paint on there, I'm trying to take some of it off.
Yeah, that's one of the things that always throws me with oil painting.
You're just adding paint, but you're adding paint somewhat recklessly, because, and I know that sounds kind of harsh,
Like your daddy owns the paint
but
store.
but that's how you should load your palette, not your canvas. Load your palette like your daddy owns a paint store.
Oh.
Oh!
Now, you said be quite generous with it.
Well, but if you don't, it's generous if you know you're accurate in your application. If you're not, it's gonna be harder for me to come back in and correct it, because I'm trying to work the paint that's here, and sometimes I'm actually taking off paint. So we're gonna leave that for a bit. Let's get onto the face. This part of the face, you're missing some of your dark values here. Remember, I'm all about dark values. I'm going in for this purpley gray. We're gonna put some right in here. Just like it's a mustache. That's right. Gotta have that. You've got some freckles and stuff like that. Now, this kind of stuff that you're trying to do here,
What do you think of that in your shape?
huh? Oh, you're talking.
That is so much better.
think you're right.
I think it looks exactly like the photo. And if you round it just a tad at the curve, you know, like she
That's
didn't
what
get,
I'm gonna do.
like she didn't get bit.
Okay.
This is goes
Here. Across. Curls around. That's his bottom lip, or his chin. This is gonna come, I'm gonna use a smaller brush.
That's a little round.
Yeah. It goes in. That's it. This kind of goes down like that.
See, I was stuck, and so I just wanted to do something.
But, okay, I hear what you're saying. But in the future, if you're stuck and you just continue doing the same thing bad, then
Oh, I know that's the definition of insanity. I get that. So I was stepping back. I was trying to figure out what to do, and every time I would make a change, it would make
I'm
it
going to
worse.
correct myself for a second. I'd rather you be bold, and I'm glad you did that. But it's, and so being bold is a very, very, it's a noble trait. This is not that yellow. This is more, I'm not sure where this color came from. I'm going to take some of that off. It should be a little bit browner. Got all these wonderful colors. Great mixing arena. So we're going to grab that and we're going to pull that like that. It's not really good.
What?
So now we've got colors that are not.
Do you want me just to scrape this?
No, you're good. You're all right. The colors are, it's not that. It's the opacity. I can't make it do what I want it to do.
It's time to stop. Take a break.
Are you hungry?
Well, no, I'm just, when we're at the frustration levels.
Oh, yeah.
You know, is when you're like, you have to step away, don't you think?
Well, either you come help me fix it or
I'll do it.
And that's why I have so many unfinished paintings at the house. I get stuck and don't know what to do. And so I sign up for classes.
Erasing what she did.
Actually, Suzanne, you can have a workshop for unfinished paintings that we get all our work.
Yes.
Oh, that would be a fun one,
Yeah,
actually.
You tell us like how
here.
to bring it back to life.
I like that idea.
They had one
Yeah.
Here's one
Yeah.
thing.
Did
Every
they?
one of
Yes.
us, I would come because I have so many half
Just
finished
because the
canvases.
photograph has
Yeah.
a
It
shadow.
would be
doesn't
great
I think
if
you
someone
could
could.
bring
do
three.
that on the
Yeah.
dog.
Oh,
I think
that's
you
a
could bring
wonderful
three
idea.
canvases.
I don't-
I have never heard of that, but I think that is a brilliant idea.
So I would just.
I think that would be
Yeah,
fun.
ask
Liberties
Ken,
and
what
put
who
more
was the
yellow
artist
down.
that did that.
Right. And then,
Oh, funny.
See, I was not bold
this
enough
is
to sign
like,
up for
that's
that one.
good.
I would sign up for that one.
This is
Oh,
a blue
heartbeat.
right
Okay.
here, Margie. This is a little tiny blue would be pretty.
See, I'm trying to finesse it back over to the edge.
Silver. Which will make the yellow pop.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to get that shape back in here.
I
Now that's a very strong black right there.
Thick black
Yep.
here and very
Yeah,
little.
and so I added some purple.
That's
into
good.
that. Yeah.
Just want to get your shape.
I'm sure.
And
From
there is
here,
those little
come back
strands.
here. It looks really here.
Right. And there's this, the tip of his ear kind of falls over. So we're going to grab some of this.
That's why I tried to go black and then I tried to make it like a little light on top so it looked like a little dip.
Is that a little?
Like she should.
Right.
Yes.
Just trying to get that little point in there.
The other side and started pulling it out.
Just get that little lip,
Identical
that
color
edge.
of the- although look at
That's just where his little tip of his ear is over the edge.
warmer than the-
He's actually got a little bit of it right there. Little bit.
Yeah, but I kind of like the,
So
looking at the yellow light coming across the dog. And you, look, you've got the peach here, see? But, and you have some of this peach here. Can you see it? And that adds life to the paint.
So here,
Right.
let's get this back in.
So I guess that's fine.
Who's thinking? Thrive Cosmetics, free shipping.
But that's,
This is important stuff right there.
isn't needs.
I am a Thrive Cosmetics girl. I love it.
It does not work usually.
No?
No.
Even my moisturizer, everything is, that's who I
She
use.
said to make the fur go the way the fur goes. Like.
I love it. See, you're so good. See what you learned? Awesome. Be bold and. That's right. Oh boy, I am so glad you guys. This is it. You got the takeaway, man. You got the takeaway. I'm giving him a little fluff on that ear, a little bit, and I'm bringing it back around here because he's got that little bit edge.
That
down.
already looks better.
And here's the thing that you don't hear a lot, but the direction of your stroke will also affect the way something shines, okay? So sometimes you get this really brilliant shine and you're like, but it's so distracting. And here's the example. So you kind of have to play against the shine of the stroke. I don't know how else to describe that.
But if we turn that light off, we won't see.
Yeah,
it.
this is true. You might not. But when it go ahead and put it back on, yeah. You kind of
That's such a great light.
that is a really nice light.
Would you recommend painting like that with the light on top?
Yeah, I do it at the studio. Oh,
so
no, no.
all right, so that's the cool one.
I don't want that.
Oh, right.
I like the warmer neutral light.
Get back to that.
Give me some light. I got spoiled. See all your light that you had there. See your light.
Luxurious lifestyle.
That's right. Cause you're bougie.
Yes.
It's that you're a bougie girl. I can tell.
As of last week.
Yeah.
When I acquired said light.
I like it. Yeah, it's a very nice light. So you've got the highlight here on his head. This is going to come over a little bit. I'm just trying to. And then you lost his dark values here. And then oftentimes after I put them in, I'll kind of just give them that
Feather
little,
them out?
yeah, feather them out a little bit.
Okay.
Remember when we all had feathers? You remember the 70s? Like a lot of you guys probably don't remember the 70s.
Yes, I do. I do.
Of course, I do. Where everybody was getting Farrah Fawcett hair and
No, I went into the hairdresser and I said, had Jacqueline Smith's, had real long hair. And they said, ma'am, we don't work miracles, we cut hair.
oh, ow.
Yeah. Ow, that's right.
Okay. I would at this point try not to touch these edges.
Okay.
They're beautiful, yeah.
And I'm just going to pull this down a little bit here. And just pull it a little bit there, but then just leave that alone.
Do you feel like there's too much tongue in the mouth, or do you feel like that's
Well,
like-
the tongue in the mouth. Is there too much tongue in the mouth? Wow. I guess for some, maybe. No, I think it'll be okay. I'm sorry. I'm so bad. I am like the bad.
I think
that needs to be added to this.
I am just the bad one that you
Oh my
know.
god, what did I say? I just realized what I said.
Too much tongue in the mouth. Yeah, sometimes that happens, you know.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, you know, maybe not. He's got a lot of lip. That's bottom
It's a
lip.
little gum here, but there's
It's actually, I think, his lower lip, not his gum, because I know then if that were the case, he
Oh,
has
yeah,
no
yeah,
teeth.
yeah.
So that would be,
Definitely has to eat.
There's a glimmer of one tooth over there.
or it's just spit. I think it's
That's
just,
too-
it's just spit, just a little dog spit, you know. I should say, no, it's a highlight. That's a nice way to say it. It's not spit, it's a highlight. And boy, our friend from India is probably learning all kinds of words. He's going like, what? Spit? Highlight? What? Too much tongue in the mouth? What are these ladies talking about?
He's glad that we were able to connect with him.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad he's, because I know,
Awesome.
I'm trying to remember his name, and I know he's the woodworker, and I see him on my Instagram. So thank you for always popping in on my Instagram too. I appreciate you. I know, I don't, these things are not unseen. I'm gonna bring this highlight right here across his lip, right here, to kind of delineate where his lip is.
Oh yeah, that's great.
What did you say, Matt?
I believe it's Pukraj.
Pukraj?
I think that's how you would say that.
I hope we're not killing it there.
Pukraj.
Pukraj? Well, we're glad you're here. Now that might be a little bit pink, but I think it will translate well. Getting some of these colors here, you know, there's pinks in here,
Yeah.
and you can probably play a little bit with that. His eyes, you're being very you're letting your brain tell you how to do it, and you're not letting your eyes show you. So the eye, we're going to have that very dark. How's everybody doing? I know everybody's probably really hungry.
Well, if you want to take
Can
a
I,
break.
is it okay if I head
Yeah.
out?
I know, but I want to be able to finish my piece too for you, so whoever gets my piece doesn't get like a sort of done piece. All right, so I'm going to darken his eye quite a bit because we're going to add. He's got a lot of shine in his eye.
Yeah, you see my reflection. Where I'm taking this picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we paint that in?
How can we paint that in?
Yeah.
You mean can I paint that in?
Yeah. I'm totally messing with
I
you.
know you are. I am going to add a little bit of this kind of purpley gray. That's the color under his eye. And
Okay,
it's
so
a-
when you said that I was, where was I messing up by? You said that I'm trying to paint what I think is his eye. What should I be
painting what you see. I didn't see quite as much of what you were putting in there.
I mixed some red with some of this.
Okay.
And I tried to darken it up because I was like, okay, that's too light. But I wanted it to be like a deep brown, a deep reddish brown.
Right, and that's the go-to. That's good. Now, I don't see that much of the rim, so I'm taking some of this off.
I'm gonna go ahead and break the stream for lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell everybody we'll see you in just a little bit. Come back around 1-ish. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I'm Suzanne, and we're going to try to finish up this piece that I'm working on of the Greyhound. And we just got back from lunch. We're all fat and sassy and ready to rock and roll now. So we're gonna finish this up. We will be doing a giveaway. So both of the pieces that I have painted as references, or as demos for the workshop, will be given away. So at some point, we're going to collect everybody's names and do a drawing. That's always a fun thing to do. So be sure to stick around for that. We will probably end up stopping the live stream a little bit before we finish the class, simply because we got to break everything down. We've got to break everything down and try to be out of here a little after 4. So it takes us a little while to put all this stuff out. So it's going to take us a little while to take it all down. So with that said, we're going to keep track of the time so that we can do the drawing, and everybody, at least you guys will know what the drawing, who gets to win the demo. So we're going to go ahead, and I am going to paint like a maniac to finish this painting over here, and we're just going to have fun. So be sure to call out. Let me know you're here. We'll be watching. I can watch you here on my iPad and be able to comment back. If I can't comment to you, I know my son will. So let's do this. Okay, guys.
No oil. No oil. I've just been going to paint the Gesso and taking, I mean, not to say that I'm an expert or anything, but yeah, I think oil will make it too much for you. Because there's a lot of paint there.
Boy, I look shiny in this. I'm watching the video here. It's a little bit, I was like, I guess I should have powdered myself down. I'm like,
It's a shiny day. It's very moist.
it's a shiny day. Let's just say it's dewy. I am dewy.
Yeah.
That's called a Georgia glow. Is what that
That's okay. There it is. I am looking rather dewy.
I glow a lot in the summer.
Yeah, don't.
And I really
If you
just
went
want
to,
to,
and
I'd like to kind of fix his cheek back, because I thought I understand the
This thing needs to be,
Yeah, kind of brushed out a little bit.
you want some
Listen, you go to Colorado too.
Cindy's back. Hi, Cindy.
Colorado, they have the sun.
I'm glad you were you waiting for us? I'm very excited about the news you gave us the other day, or a little bit earlier today, about your cancer being in remission. I'm very happy about that.
Some twin sister that doesn't.
Interesting. Oh, there's a good genetic.
It was really good.
Yeah.
At 5 years when she was out there.
Oh,
Compared to her sister.
Where is this?
Colorado.
Colorado, because it's dry and high.
Yeah.
So it has worse
Just don't-
sun
just don't
and
do
it
it
has
raw, just
no
dry.
humidity, so.
you know, like just.
And she's a twin, so her sister's still in Atlanta.
Wow.
And it's very
Little
interesting.
powder.
So you see a definite difference.
It's very interesting.
Let me find a small little brush.
But you probably can't hear what we're talking about here online. We're talking about people's skin and the humidity.
And
So-
who ages
That's
better?
a better one, yes. Well, what about this? Is it fine? It's got a
I
fun
haven't
point.
seen it in England, but I haven't looked at it in a long time.
Okay, I was using this one
Really?
before.
Alright. Scotland.
I'll bet both of them will work well.
And then they have too much sun.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, maybe it's latitude.
Hey, thank you for that.
I know.
I'm drawing gross generalizations.
Listen, don't we all? We gotta type people. The anthropological thing is to type people to understand them.
Well, and I would say, you're such a label. You're not just trying to make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. How's everybody doing? I know that Trish, you started into a new piece.
Almost a comedy.
That's okay. I like that you're being bold and you're getting out there. You're starting a new piece. So the beautiful thing is, hopefully, you can apply some of the things you've learned in the workshop
That's what I'm trying to do.
to this piece.
Mm-hmm. See if I really learned it, or if you should, yeah.
There you go. I like that. I am. So then it gets really quiet when everybody gets to make an art here. Oh, ready. And so I do keep rolling my edges. You'll see that even with this flat, I'm pulling these down in a, creating form. So hopefully whoever gets this piece, I'll try to keep my strokes a little bit more obvious so that if you can have the piece, you can learn from the piece.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm noticing the white.
Right. I'm trying to keep it a little bit more, what's the word I want to use? Raw. For two reasons. Because one, I want you to be able to see where the strokes are, and two, just for the sake of time, because we have very little time and I still want to be able to get around the room, I'm just going to make this, I'm going to be using more raw strokes on this. I think it's probably better or behooves you more to have something where you can learn from it. And that is what I'm trying to do.
No pun intended with the roof.
Keeping it rough. I like that. And then that I like. Is that me? I think that's my shirt. I'm going to pull that back. Here. I'll tell you, one thing is that I find that works for me is when I am painting and calling out what I'm doing, so in a sense, doing a demo and talking to y'all, it helps me to stay, it helps me to be more mindful of my strokes. So I'm going to say that for any of you guys that might have been struggling with it, try to say what you're doing. And the only reason I'm suggesting that is it really helps me to do that. And maybe it would help you too. So what I'm saying is, I'm talking about, well, I'm using this dark value here and I'm placing it here because, or it's helping me be more, I don't know, accountable from each stroke. Does that make sense? So I've also heard it said, not just about the, pretend your dad owns the paint store kind of thing, but to paint, like each stroke will cost you 10 cents. So if you know each stroke is going to cost you money, you're going to be a lot more deliberate on the placement of your paint. And becoming a deliberate painter is kind of a thing. You really, it's something we all need to work on. I'm struggling with wanting to tell you a story, but I don't think I can tell the story.
No, you have to.
Yeah, I know, now I have to. I will just say this. I have a student, and this is the truth about all of us in my studio. Okay, I'm going to full disclosure here. Sometimes we drink wine while we're working. Okay, I know, it's hard to believe, okay, but this happens. And a few of my students, and I'm not going to say everybody's names, but if they're listening and watching, they know who I'm talking about. Anyway, and we just have fun together, and we have a great time in the studio. There's all kinds of fun stuff happening. But the thing is, if you drink too much, then you're not going to be a deliberate painter, are you? That's when things get messy, things get a little, and I some of my students are now professional artists, and I also kind of had to have that discussion about if you're wanting to take this seriously, or the time that you're in my studio seriously, you might need to be a little bit more deliberate and perhaps a little less wine. And it was really hard to have that conversation because we're all guilty of it, or I was anyway, and so was a lot of my students. And I just wanted everybody to get the most out of their class time. And but once that became a thing, and we buckled down a little harder, and we're a lot more deliberate painters, and I could always tell when one of my students was no longer a deliberate painter, when the strokes were just like this. We were talking and just having fun and drinking wine, and then it just starts getting swishy. And
They went from deliberate painter to deliberate drinker.
it kinda, and then so we had to stop doing that just because we wanted that time to be constructive. It's fine to be, to have that time with your students, and I love that time. Don't get me wrong. That is, I am blessed, totally blessed to have the most amazing students in my studio. But again, wanting to make sure that everybody gets the most out of their class time might mean that maybe we're drinking a little bit less. And I just felt like I had to say that because I think I'm pretty much sure that a lot of us would fall into that same category. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody was getting the most out of their time. Become a deliberate painter. Okay, we're getting that in there. So one of the things I had mentioned earlier, and it's worth mentioning again, is if you don't have contrast, try to create contrast where it doesn't exist and capitalize on it if you can. So right now I'm darkening up my value between this dog's ears, and the beautiful thing is the background is something that I can affect any way I want it to. I can change it. I can, if I have a dark value and I need it to be light versus either side of that coin, I can move my values around and to suit my situation, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. Okay.
Whisker time.
It's what time?
Whisker time.
Whisker time. Now I gave you that little thing. That's gonna.
This is my favorite tool now. Don't.
I know. It's
by far. Like applying paint with it, everything.
You're doing it all, huh? And I love that.
Oh yes.
There's an artist, and he's actually done workshops here, and I don't know if he probably won't be tuned in on my YouTube channel, but I'll plug him anyway because I think he's a fabulous artist. Is TJ Cunningham, and he's done the sheep workshops here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
There was
TJ.
one last weekend, wasn't there?
Yeah.
TJ will use tools like, steel wool. He'll use, because he makes a lot of, wool in his paintings. He'll use the, that grill, which you clean your grill off with, that wire brush. He'll use all kinds of tools. Whatever you want to make of it, he's going to make it and make it work. And I think that's brilliant. So using a floss pick, there you go. Now you can use your floss pick, wash it off, and use it for your paintings.
Listen, don't think I'm not going to.
There you go. See, there it is. Floss picks are great, and using, discovering new ways to use things that you have around the house are awesome. It's an awesome, awesome thing. Okay, come on, Sue, don't concentrate on this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start on this eye. But first this.
So
Is
now that I'm doing this, I'm figuring that the reason why you wanted to do whiskers so much sooner was because the underpaint.
because the paint would be wet.
And it will also show no white.
Well, it might be that you want it to be white,
And I do want it to be white.
but now it's dried and now it's not shining white, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that happens. That's why it's better to use it earlier than later.
This is why I need the tiniest of brushes, like one side.
Yeah.
Come in this little teeny tiny brushes.
I want like the tiniest of brushes.
I definitely recommend the Workbench Warrior series brushes are awesome. I love them. And they are wonderful for any small works. Okay. So you can see I wanted the underneath this to show a little bit better, so I darkened this. So anytime I want to affect, if I need a contrast, I can change up my background color. Different value. It's the same color, just a different value.
Did you paint the original painting?
Yes, I did that. That's why it's still wet. I did that in the studio I guess I started on Monday and kind of finished it on Tuesday and was hoping that it would dry out, and it wasn't dry, so I brought it down in this palette thinking I wasn't going to use this Masterson, and I ended up using it today, so it worked out. It was good that I had it. I will have to say, I think this has been a fun group. Y'all have been awesome. This has been a fun one to work
It's been great. You'll never get this much attention.
Well, good. I don't know how other people teach, right?
We
So,
appreciate it.
well, good. I just know how I teach in my studio, and I, try to give my students as much individual time as possible. Now I do, like in my studio, I do have group students and I have private students, and my private students get all my attention. Which works for them too.
Okay.
And Marwadi's back, or I see that you're there. Thank you for being back. You see, we're working on this dog's nose.
Add green to it.
I didn't hear what the question was.
What do you,
Yellow and purple, green and orange.
What is the question?
We're trying to make a color on here, and
What is the color you're trying to create?
It looks
Sure.
orangey peach to me. I don't know, the highlight.
Okay.
Highlight color that's going around this golden retriever. It's because the color's off here. It should
So
be more-
try burnt sienna with a little bit of yellow, and so mix your burnt sienna and your cad yellow, because you're only gonna need a little bit of cad yellow because it's gonna be opaque. And grab a little bit of that. Go ahead. There you go. And if you need to add a little bit of white, you might not need to. That might do it. If you need to add a little bit more yellow, you can. You're probably getting
That
close.
looks good. It's more of a copper color.
Yeah, that's what I see. I don't see it. This I see as a little peachy. This I see as more of that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, so it's 11:27 p.m. in India, huh? And you're up and you're watching us. Thank you for being here. And good afternoon. Thank you. I appreciate that. And good and almost good night. We're
tight.
And almost sleep tight. Exactly. That's a late night for you. Run that a little bit more. Blend it a little bit. There's that noise again. So yeah, hopefully you've learned all kinds of neat, interesting noises for when you're doing your paintings. That's the good stuff, y'all. That's the good stuff. this color in. I'm actually trying to be a very direct painter here. And a direct painter, as opposed to doing a lot of shadows, a lot of stacking of color, is going in and trying to paint the actual color right away. Like when you're painting alla prima, sometimes you don't have time to stack your color. Does that make sense? So you have to paint what you see on at the time. Can't just depend on.
I saw that in the listings. What does alla prima mean?
Alla prima means all at once, or it's when you're painting wet on wet. And basically that's what we're doing here, because if you're trying to complete a painting in a day,
Yeah.
that's alla prima.
Okay, that's what I need to understand.
Right, it means, I think alla prima means all at once, real fast, all at once. I think is what the actual Italian word means. But it's usually that wet on wet, or
That's what plein air painters do, right? So,
a lot of them do. Some of them start paintings out in the field and then they wrap them up in their studio.
okay.
I've been, actually, I'm going to be working with the Hillwood Museum in Washington, D.C. I'm going to try to work this out where I can take a group of painters to their garden and do a plein air workshop there. I do like to paint plein air. I don't do a lot of it. There's so many people out there that do it a whole lot better than me, because I'm not, as you can see, I'm not as impressionistic as I sometimes wish I could be. But plein air painting is fun, and it's kind of a neat thing to try and play with a little bit. I've got a neat little kit for I have an Edge Pro gear is what I use when I'm in the field. I brought my Edge Pro gear with me because sometimes I teach workshops off of it, but because the Booth Art Academy supplies these amazing easels for us, I'm like, why would I not take advantage of that?
Kevin Chambers, the sculptor guy, artist.
That sculptor guy.
Sculptor guy.
Yeah.
He does an interesting one in South Carolina at a garden fair.
Uh-huh. Have you taken it?
I'm about to. That's why I mentioned it, because it's in October. I was thinking of taking
Where
it.
in North Carolina?
It's in South Carolina,
Oh.
and it's near Defusky.
Okay.
You're down on the coast.
Yeah, so it's like right off the coast. It's lovely.
They do a plein air thing in October here too.
Really?
With the cowboy roundup thing.
Okay.
Huh.
See, I'm interested in that one near the coast, because I think
Yeah, that'd be really.
I'm going where it's pretty.
I hear you. I like that.
Cartersville, but I haven't been
No,
there.
I'm not saying it.
No, it's called good.
I like that. Oh, I think that would be a fun thing to do. I have done some sculpture. They're animal sculpture.
Oh,
It's
really?
it's just a very expensive. I mean, I could do the sculpture, but once you do the, because I've had them cast in bronze,
Yeah.
it's really expensive.
Well, that's the whole thing, is why I can't be a sculpturist, because I need to have a kiln to have a sculpture.
Well-
So it can't be a hobby of mine.
Yeah. Hi, Alice. Thanks for joining us.
I don't like the air drying marbling
Well,
stuff.
if you're not familiar with the lost wax method of
Oh, yeah.
sculpture, it's, I skipped a step on mine. So I actually sculpted my pieces in wax so that I didn't have to I could skip the first mold, if that makes
Okay.
sense. So normally when you do for bronze pours, you do a clay piece, and I use like the non-sulfur plasticine.
Yeah. That's what he uses.
Right.
In the class.
And then you so you do your sculpture. Then, because it's you can make a siliconized mold, because it's not going to stick to it. That's why you use the non-sulfur plasticine. You do a siliconized mold, and then you can reuse your clay, and then you make another mold, Oh wait, no, then you take that siliconized mold and you pour hot wax into it, and you can make as many wax sculptures as you need, okay? And then you take the wax sculpture and do something called an investment mold. Hopefully I'm trying to explain this. I hope I'm saying it correctly. And then after you do the investment mold, you pour your hot bronze in there, and the wax melts away, but leaves the bronze in its place. That's why it's called the lost wax method. So when you get that done, you have a very raw bronze sculpture. Well, now that sculpture has to be cleaned up and kneaded and all that good stuff. Then you have to do a patina on it. So when it's all said and done, it's a very costly, it's a costly medium. I've got 3 bronzes that I've done.
That's very cool.
And I've had 2 of them were cast in Utah, and it wasn't as expensive. It was $400 to do 2 pieces, and that included, but keep in mind, I skipped the investment mold. So I gave them the wax. I skipped like a whole step, so that's why it wasn't as expensive. But that means I only have those pieces. I don't have duplicates of them. I don't have yeah, I can cast from the original, but I'm not going to. Then, but I had done a piece of a grizzly bear that was scratching his back on a tree, and my friend, who is the one who encouraged me to do this, said, "Oh no, you got to have this one cast in Talix in New York," and that is where all the Emmy Awards, the Oscars, it's where all of those are cast. Well, guess what? That's really expensive. So for me just to do a one statue, by the time I got and I actually sent it off to a different place, actually took it with me to New Mexico to have the patina done. I'm looking at, it was $1,200 to do that piece. So yeah, needless to say, I don't do a lot of those because it's very expensive. And unless I had a market for it.
So how much would it be to make a clone of that?
Well, I'd have to have a siliconized mold done of my original,
Right.
which is harder to do. And then I would have to start the process over. I need to do them. I really need to find a foundry that's closer to me.
Yeah.
And that is, I can work with. I can't afford to send them to places like New York. But I did it. My friend had said it would be a good idea. I'm like, okay. But hindsight being 2020, it's like, oh, geez, that's expensive. I can't do that too often. Especially if it's a piece I'm not going to sell.
Mm-hmm. You're not going to recoup the value.
Yeah, I won't be able to recoup that value on it.
Priceless.
It's a priceless piece, exactly.
So if your son loves it and he'll inherit it, great.
There you go, Matt.
Oh, yeah, I hear that.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight your sister for it, huh?
Although Hannah's always said, she's like, Mom, when you die, see my kids, they're already planning. When you die, Mom, I want all your art. It's like, you share it with your brother. Yeah.
I'm an only child, so everything comes to me.
There you go.
You know,
No sharing.
she asks me nowadays, she's like, do you want to inherit this? And she's buying something new, and I'm like, yes, I would like that. No, I don't want to inherit that.
Well, that's the thing with most, we assume that our kids would want stuff that we have, and most of them are going to be like, yeah, no, I don't want that.
That's better. That's a lot better. Because
It's good to ask.
It is, it's hilarious though.
Okay.
You know, it became,
Granted, she just
it became
got a
shape
statue
in
of my
space.
crazy
It
doll.
became shape, right?
Uh-huh.
And now you can
But
just
you know what?
soften this. You know, it's still chunky.
These,
She loves it.
See, my brush has no paint, so. Okay. So I'm not trying to do anything.
No, no,
just-
no, I don't
just
mind,
run
I don't
it.
mind.
I'm trying. It's just.
whew, how's everybody doing? Good.
They need a little help in aisle 1.
Oh, that's so cute.
Clean up on aisle one.
Okay, what are we doing over here?
I'm making a mess, and she's
No,
been a really
no,
good friend and
it's
trying
like-
to help me out.
What's the best technique to soften this?
To bring the black hair into this, so stand back just a little bit. You're gonna want to go, you're going very yellow, and I don't understand why it's this yellow. So I'm gonna add a little bit, so you can soften it up like this. Go in the direction the hair's growing for first, and then if it's where the black is, you're gonna want to do the same thing. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry. You thought that was too yellow, because it was even more yellow before.
It's lighter, it's not yellower. It's lighter value, it's just not that yellow.
Do you think I've got too much paint?
I am trying my best to stay on top of your paint. Like, I'm not sure what this is scratched out for. There's a scratch out.
Because I was trying to put the white in.
So
for
like
the
this,
fur.
this here
Uh-huh.
should be brown and not black. Do you see?
Well, we just put that back in because I had it talk about, it was kind of a reddish
Okay,
brown,
so.
but it was too much. And that's what she was saying. She was like, look, she says, there's a shape there. She said, you've kind of lost the shape of it.
It's hard because yes, there is a lot of paint on this.
Well, I mean, we can dab some more off.
No, we're
So
good.
is that the best way to remove it? But I think the other thing that happened is I also tried to use this
Yeah.
to take some paint out.
So this is the same thing. You can go, so like where you were saying, it's more yellow. If you have a rag here, right in your hand is fine, honey. I'll take that one.
Okay.
So just go in with a little bit of white because you've got so much yellow on here.
And there's more.
Okay. So if I grabbed a little tiny bit of yellow. You're going to go in with a really light hand. And it's more of this yellow ochre color. It's yellow, but not that yellow. Here, no, we got it. Here. This is the color.
Like a beigey pink.
So you're just going to need to go right on top. You're just going to have to keep it a very, because it's going to blend. It's going to turn gray because there's a lot of paint there. So you have to try to do it tight. Does that make sense? Okay.
And what should I do with the white, on the chest?
I showed you how to do that. You took it away.
That's why I stopped.
Okay.
Because, yeah.
Just work on this for now, okay? Because it's to get back in here. There's already so much paint, and we had it yellowed up, and you took the. God bless you.
Thank you.
The yellow's gone again.
Oh.
Which
I don't-
yellow?
That was the color I used to get it where it should be, and now it's all white again. We could keep adding more and more paint, and it's just going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. So what I would have done, let me see what brush I was using before. I don't remember.
Color margin?
No. Let's see. Try this guy.
Got it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do this again because it may not work because there's so much paint.
Do you have oil on this?
Yeah, that's her oil, right?
Oh, maybe.
So,
that's the
so you remember
problem,
this,
oil.
and I'm trying to get this back. There's a lot of light here, and it's not going to do it because there's so much white down. So like in here, you gotta. And I'm trying to create that because you have to have those dark values or else you're not going to see the rest of that hair. Does that make sense? I know you're probably going, but I just got it all whitened up, and then she goes in here and turns it. But that's going to be, just because you think this is white, This is not white. This is yellowy, creamy. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, yeah.
But you're trying to make this that color because your brain tells you that's what it
That's
is.
what it ought to be.
And you have to not listen to your brain. You've got to look at you let your eye do the talking. There you go. Try, just leave that alone. Why don't you just go to a different area? Sorry, I mean, I just don't want you to, oops, honey, I'm sorry. I just don't want you to keep reworking that area, okay? Because otherwise it's gonna pile up with paint and it's gonna be really hard to take it back. You're going back and forth and I hate to say it, but it's like you're spinning your wheels because we get it back and it goes back and then it's all white again. So you have to learn to be a little bit less paint. This is for Lisa. And in some cases, it is for Catherine. Less is more. and for the case of Margie, more is better. So everybody's got a different thing going on. And that would be my advice, if that helps.
Don't touch it. Just don't touch it.
I think it might be overpainting. I think it's been done.
It's probably done, right?
I know, it's a hard call.
I'm good at overpainting too. Overpainting too many times over the same thing.
Let's break a glass.
Yes.
Just to celebrate that.
Opa!
Yes, oopa.
You can sign it.
I don't feel right signing it.
No, you should.
I didn't do it.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't ever say that.
Don't say that. You're here to learn, okay? So if everybody was coming here thinking they're walking off with a masterpiece, that's
But I am.
okay. Well, there you go. That's a good attitude. I like
And
that.
I also thought learning golf, I was gonna be a natural right off the bat.
When did you learn golf? Because I've been thinking of picking it up, so.
Well, it's just like art. You just do what you can do and you do the next thing and then you practice and then you do the next thing and then one day when you're 89, you're pretty good.
Is that how long you have to wait?
Ah,
Did you take classes?
I'm taking lessons, yep.
I just have
Yeah. When I turned 60, I said I'm gonna do things I'm not
the
naturally
colors
good at.
totally not.
Uh-huh. See that?
That would be art and golf.
Good for you.
But it really is. I'm not.
Well, he's a cute little guy.
Do you have a golf pro near you? Is it at a country club?
How would you do it for?
Yeah.
But it looks really cute. I'm just wondering what you're seeing.
I did see that little Aries,
Yeah.
but it's almost as small. Maybe I need to make it
Yes.
Suzanne, I need a spot check when you get it.
Okay.
Sweet.
so get rid of.
Be right over there, Noelle.
No problem.
Isn't it neat though? I've gotten to where I've got eyes in the back of my head. I can identify everybody's voices based on where they're located.
So
Yeah.
cute. Like I swear to you, I love it. You're so kind. So cute. You've been literally sold out. It's so good.
Trading it for some beaches.
So we got some bartering going on here. I
My
like
neighbor
that.
brings peaches from South Carolina and I'm taking her daughter.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this little. I'll work it around the room.
Well, as a matter of fact, this little guy, I look out of the back deck and he's got something in his mouth. He has already picked one of my peaches. And yeah.
Oh, that's 'cause y'all are in Georgia. You got peaches growing in your
Yes,
yard.
and I was like, you told me that, you drop it right now.
Okay.
They are delicious though, those little tiny ones.
Yeah.
This is for me. I'm more like this when I work. Okay. So, can you guess where I'm going with this right now before I even do a
Let me
thing?
guess.
I have no idea, honestly.
What do you know? What is the one thing I've been saying like all day about?
Come
Thank
to-
you.
Come to the dark side.
But then you said time to go.
You
with the
can, but I
lights,
said
and I went
don't
with
lose your dark values. Like this, you can go around them.
What did I tell you to do? What did I tell you to do?
I'm all about the dark values.
I think what I'm struggling with is the brush technique.
Right.
I don't have any idea what I'm doing.
So, do you see how I'm going in with the direction that the fur grows? We don't want to lose her stripes, and we don't want to lose any of the dark values.
I gotta move on.
I'm maybe it's the approach to grabbing the paint and
That's the one thing is if you have multiple pieces, if you're working on brushes, probably
your
very smart
approach
thing
to
do is work on multiple.
the amount of paint that you put on.
Because I was going.
Sometimes I'll put down the paint, just like I did here. I went boom, boom.
And I just thought.
Then I'll work that paint. So like here, I just want to make sure she's got her fun little eyeliner, because you know she's a girl and stuff. We don't want her confused with a tomcat. We already discussed that.
Oh, I take Chastain art classes from a guy named Ed Cahill, and I've also gone to his house to take a lesson. He does.
So I'm just holding this near me so I can see where things go. I see,
So I take lessons up there.
so when I said now you can start lightening up, this would be where you do the smaller brush work and the highlights. So for example, you've got this little pink area here, but there's this orange area here. And it's not very distinct. So I'm gonna say, okay, let's grab a little bit of this orangey color that's lighter.
Yeah.
There's a really good instructor there.
See, that's the thing is that
But
just,
this is very, very
You need to
dark.
take from someone
Right?
that's what I'm
It used
getting
to
at.
be
It's like I need
London,
someone that,
it's like-
a good teacher.
Yeah,
that's a good teacher and.
So I'm gonna suggest you kind of get in here.
So the whole thing is I don't want.
So now we can see that little peachy, that lighter place.
I don't want them to touch, like, I'm not.
Um, We get so caught up in worrying about
Okay.
You know,
the little details sometimes that we miss the big picture.
look at how good it is
Um,
per hour.
Yeah.
I blended all that too.
Like you could probably even do some more or like dark, nah, you don't really have to. I think your eyes look really pretty. You can do the whisk, you know, there's the little whisker tracks.
Right now, I need.
There's a little bit more dark on this part of the chin.
And Cherokee,
Yeah.
that's good.
So, I don't know, I was just recommended.
And it's kind of a purpley gray.
Cherokee, so I'm thinking it's $1 billion, so, you know.
Yes,
That
it is
course
going
is
down.
out in
This part
Roswell.
is
Does
basically
that work
down.
for you the course is
Yes.
way out.
Oh, yeah. I live out in the area,
Well,
so
then it would be
it
fine.
doesn't bother me,
Right.
yeah. It's actually better for me somewhat.
That's already.
Somebody you said teaching in Cherokee?
I have a friend who lives in,
Golf.
if she's watching me or listening to me, she will send me memes all day long. I love her. I love you, Kathy, if you're listening.
She is.
She lives in
I'm a left-handed golfer. So that was
Arizona.
fun to figure that out.
I guarantee if I don't have to look, it's gonna be a meme.
Well, and when I'm driving,
She's my memer.
I have a hard time taking certain turns because I see out of the left eye. I just do.
So I put the paint down,
When
okay?
I learned that,
And you can use the same approach to just about anything. So see, I just put the paint down and that looks very harsh. Then you can go in and just change the edge of your brush. Instead of going flat, I'm changing just a small angle change of the brush, and I could start pulling down in that little hairy kind of way. You can probably add a little bit more dark to the inside of her mouth.
Yeah, you can't borrow people's, like,
no, I
it's
can never
not,
borrow.
you can't borrow anyone's clubs. That's the one thing that's been stopping me is the cost of association with it, but
Right.
I'll do it.
But you could do it your whole life, so it's
A little too
earlier you
pink.
can.
Yeah,
Just when you think you've got it,
my
it's
husband's
not
learned as
exactly
children,
right.
and I just wasn't interested.
Right.
That and, flight lessons, those are the things I'm interested in,
Flight?
flight lessons.
Oh, good for you now. My husband started trying to get his license, and
Really?
it just takes a long time, but,
Mm-hmm.
didn't
You are a person of many hobbies. So you're gonna start flying now too?
She's gonna be a pilot?
No, not yet. That's golf and those are the two longer term ones.
I have I say he's my son, but he's one of my daughter's friends. He and his wife are kind of like my kids now too, and he's working on his pilot's license, but he wants to be a commercial pilot. And
I have one of the girls I grew up with. She is a commercial pilot. She got
So
a
I'm
commercial
taking a lighter
pilot
color.
license.
this is this little
And
gray under the
so
lip.
cool. Very, very cool. And that's
So
where.
now she's got a lip.
Yeah.
See, okay. So it's little tiny changes like that, but once you get this in, if you're wanting to make like the lighter
You know,
parts,
sort of for fun. For a
you
while,
can go in
and
there with the light.
decided, I love this, I'm quitting a good
Just
job.
with the brush, the paint on the brush like this.
Started with a small company,
Chartering or something.
well,
So you're getting,
It's a small
keeping this
little
sharp edge and just.
Yes.
now he's,
Then you might have to reload a couple times.
he took a huge pay cut
You're gonna start.
Yeah, you don't make anything as a pilot and.
at the beginning, but he'll catch up in 2 years.
But see, with this, see, that's what I meant by lightening up. You can start doing your small brush work, and you're gonna brush into the area. So you see the strokes are going up this way. So you gotta have the dark value to brush it into it, okay? So you're gonna do the same on this side,
I think I just kept
Aubrey actually
covering
did
it up
it
with
in, like,
paint, not knowing.
Went to college.
the stroke. So only load the brush at the very end, you know, at the very tip, and I'm just
So that's
gonna,
where she went, and so it was like a 3-year course, and
Yeah.
so it was great, but that's what she did.
and you can bring it around a little bit, and same here. So I see the strokes here.
Uh-huh.
People, and one of them was a commercial airline pilot, and she was, this
And you
back
can
in
just
the
bring
day,
that and
more-
just kind of fade it out,
That's
go
the
to the
thing
next
is
color, and so on. So you want to get this little smile line.
Presentation. I'm like, that's so cool.
And they're logical people,
Very methodical.
right, very methodical.
I enjoy that about them. Granted, you don't want someone that's.
You don't want a haphazard.
No,
pilot.
you don't want someone slip stop.
Mm-mm.
It kind of goes out this way.
What
You
you
want
saying is
someone
you
with
don't want me
OCD.
to fly your plane?
You want someone with OCD flying you pretty much.
But you gotta have balls.
You also want somebody who can think on their feet.
Big
Yeah,
really
that's,
well.
I think that's what you're about to say, Trish, is like,
Right, you gotta have.
you have
the
guts.
nerve. Like the guy that
To
landed
make
the
the
plane in the
calls.
Hudson.
I'm going a little bit
Oh,
heavy on
so
that
sweet.
because there's a lot of paint here.
That's cool.
That was
And
a
you can
great-
see that there's some light
That
here.
was a great movie.
So you're gonna just keep playing around with each layer. So this, even this almost disappears into that.
It was a good movie.
Her chin is probably not quite as long,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing is thin and it's bad.
and it disappears into the rest of the stuff. So like in here, it's gonna get lighter too.
There was one with Julia Roberts who was, he wasn't bad, it was just a horrible movie.
Oh,
It was the only movie I think he's been in with Julia Roberts. It was
And same here, you're gonna do the same here. You're gonna get that light, that little, go ahead.
okay.
You got it.
That was,
Do you
You're
think
very
it was
welcome.
annoying, or did you think it was hated friendly?
Something looks off.
Wilson.
Yeah, I can get that.
yeah.
Oh.
Well, well, tell me what you're thinking, because like I had said earlier, we had our angles are a little bit different. And, you know, I was talking about the distance here, and it looks like you did, I like your whiskers, by the way. And you can do this. But he's not looking straight at you in this picture, but he's looking more like right, where here he's like this. Here in the painting, it's like this.
Yeah.
So if that's throwing you off, it might be,
He just is
um,
unusually.
but I think with what you're working with, I think you're doing a good job.
Like, you're
Just
gonna,
like-
you're gonna
Like
want
areas
to
like
light
this,
it. So
you're
I
gonna
think
put
there's
the
a
light
magical-
gray and then brush it towards, see the way the brush strokes go?
Yeah, or
So you're
Altoona
gonna,
or
that's
something
gonna
like
create
that,
that
then
little
you're
bit of
like,
fur
oh.
that's inside of his ears, and you
I
have
don't- I
paint,
don't
let's
give
see.
them the
Yeah.
benefit
You got it, well, it's still there, but you have the right
They're
area.
great.
This is better, cause you've got this grayed down. This, you're gonna go whiter. You're gonna go white, 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 white,
Okay.
and you can go whiter here too. You're doing great.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll be able to add even more white onto his little paws. You can probably go a lot darker underneath the paws, so that you can kind of outline his little toes.
Okay.
Sport
And what
is
about
the
this
strangest little.
It actually looks pretty good because he's kind of marked funny, right? So that kind of throws us off too. There's nothing symmetrical about his markings, and our brain wants symmetry, and so so we kind of struggle with that. But that looks like what he is. I mean, that's kind of how he is. You can actually soften some of this
Yeah.
into his fur. But I think your color choices are much better. Look at this. You're doing a good job.
Well, I have something you can help me with whenever you're ready.
Okay.
See, I'm putting yellow on there.
Are you good?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, I was just trying to blend it a little bit, but this bothers me. I don't like where it is, and I just want to do his face, and I can't seem to, his eyes and his nose. But I tried to blend,
Okay, his nose got smaller, it looks like. It's a little bit, it's,
How do you fit, so my big thing is I just actually put yellow on there, and this, you see how that line, it was just too, it was a big smudge, and I'm trying to make it more like just a
okay, that's,
wrinkle. And I can't.
just watch your values.
Watch the paint on there, 'cause I did paint on everything. This I thought was dry and it's yellow.
Okay, so
So anyway, I don't wanna do a whole lot more work on it, I wanna.
you want to finish it.
But the
You wanna
face,
be done?
I just need a face, I need eyeballs and a nose.
Okay, I'm going to show you one eye, and then you're going to do the other eye. How about that? Is that fair?
And I did put brown and black in there, but you probably can't.
Okay. He's got a, I'm looking at the shape of the eye, and we're going to bring it down a little bit.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
I'm finished with her, I'm not starting this.
And I did the shape on
okay,
that.
you're gonna change that?
I'm
Okay,
gonna
just
add
hang,
white
hang back.
on top of it.
There's a little bit of yellow. No, don't mean you have to get back. Just give me a, you stay right there. Come back, come
Right
back.
now versus, so I'm gonna add some
And I'm
white
going in a little bit,
and tone it down a little bit. But she's done, I'm gonna ask her about the.
because I can tell you, I'm still scraping through. Do you know what I mean? It's still, because there's, you're my micro painter. So, yeah,
You
it's
should
kind of going
see-
through.
She did a wedding dress where you could see through it, the lace.
Oh, I bet it was outstanding.
It was, she has a picture of this thing,
All right, do you have, is this CAD red?
but he's not the patient's actually.
One of my favorite ways to make the color of a dog's eye. This is your ivory black,
Detail,
yeah?
but they don't have patience.
Pardon me?
A little bit
They
CAD
detail, but
red.
they have no patience.
It makes, that's it. It makes a very dark, dark. It's a dark, dark color, but it's just enough to add a little bit of life to that eye, okay? It's very, very hard to see, but it's just, it's CAD red
Okay,
and ivory black.
I can see it though.
It's,
In
it,
a good way.
yeah.
so what I give people is lasagnas, that's my gift I give people, and it's because I can both do it.
Me
So
too.
I
When I
can
make
both.
one, I make 12.
Get that on
Yes,
the CAD
exactly.
red
It's a
and
whole picture.
Ivory black.
ivory black.
Yep.
Is lasagna, cause then you can have.
And I tell you
fritters,
folks, if
whatever
you're one of my students,
And,
yeah, I'm just going in with the black, and I'm going to put his pupils in,
but it took no longer than.
okay? I'm not gonna sit there and do a whole lot to it,
That's what I say.
and I'm gonna go over on top, cleaning the brush off. I almost, he's inside, so his shine is usually kind of like white, but I don't like a white shine. I like blue, a bluey yellow, I mean, a bluey white. Now, sometimes if I'm doing an outdoor piece, I'll have a turquoise shine or whatever, it's really fun. But I like to just get in here and, I like to go with the curvature of the eye a little bit and just kind of, just leave it like that for now. We can still go back. Now, let's just do it. I'm only loading, see how it's a tiny load? I'm going to, yeah, I know, you got that, the tiny load. So I'll just put a little tiny bit of sparkle. Keep it simple. Okay, so there's a,
The nose, I was trying to just,
yeah, I was just gonna, see, it comes off. That's so funny.
That's what I'm having trouble with.
Okay. Because I'm trying to go with the amount of paint you have, and it's just, I'm just gonna leave that for now. You blended away the dark value that was there.
Yeah, I did because I couldn't, I didn't know how,
I didn't know what to
I
do.
tried to put it back on there, but I just did.
Okay.
It's just too.
All right, we're gonna grab it, because it is there. It's probably even more so than what I just did. Remember, this whole side is gonna be darker. I'm gonna put it all, this is a little bit wider.
I'm so terrified. She's like, oh, tell me what do they do?
Now I'm fixing to wash my brush and walk away from it.
Oh, don't say that.
No, I did say that.
Don't say
I
that.
absolutely darn it.
Oh, you're doing great.
Well, I mean, I can't do anything else with it.
Well, thank you.
So I see this area here, this little muzzle.
No, I couldn't figure out what color.
I'm bringing this down a little bit. We'll go down to here.
And when I stood back here,
But you took the
that
time
made
to
it
do
look like
the
a
first step,
big
which is
dog
fine.
instead of a puppy. But anyway, I'm gonna go with you because you see that.
You don't see that this is, kind of goes at an angle here. See this here? I'm cutting into that space.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure.
And he's actually
I'm
got
also
that
dyslexic, so I
same,
have no clue what right and left are.
The right brain is super logical, I think. Isn't
the left brain is
Yeah,
your logical side. Your right brain is your artistic side.
it? So it's drawing from the left
Right,
side.
I think it's drawing from the right side of the brain.
Yeah.
I think.
Look,
Yeah.
I thought it was trying to do it backwards.
You know what? That was when I was a kid.
It's drawing from the right side of the brain.
Right. So when I was a kid, and I grew up in New York State originally, they had something called Regents programs, which was when they did, you can basically get your college, some of your college credits early in high school. And I was in art. That's the only formal art class I've ever had, was my Regents class. And our textbook was drawing from the right side of the brain.
Gotcha.
So his nose, it's kind of, yeah, like a Superman sign. It's a Superman sign.
I think the drawing
So
though.
when they get older, I think they're gonna be square, I don't know.
Well, he's just a pup, so he's,
You know what? I've watched a couple of tutorial things. The biggest thing
Right.
is you're not drawing anything, you're seeing only, you're seeing shapes.
Correct.
You're not
I know you're
seeing-
going, she's making a blue nose.
So
No, no, no.
different, it's completely
I just
different.
want you to
That's
help
what
me know
a
what
lot
to do
of
after
the
you leave,
teachers
that's
tell
what
us,
I'm
is
doing.
to just kind of do a shape.
Okay, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Like she just
You will
did a
have
shape
my
right there.
text, you can text
And
me,
that's the thing,
okay?
I think shape-
Even after this class is over,
It's just a triangle.
and everybody goes home, and everybody's like, okay, on this piece, you are welcome to text me and say, Sue, what have I done? Where do I go? What will help this piece, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not alone.
But I also have
I mean,
observed
like,
that.
But see,
I-
when I
I-
step back,
The problem is that
I'm more, I hate that.
It's true.
Yeah,
Right?
My favorite drawing exercise of all time.
that is a little.
I know, I hear what you're saying.
Natural, like
Yeah.
it's just this.
I'm going,
You can see a dog, it might be in there.
right, and I'm going to give him a little highlight on his nose.
Not constantly,
Yeah.
but maybe once or
I
twice a
do
year.
feel it needs to be
Okay.
adjusted.
That's what I love, cause
Know how to
it's,
do that.
But I feel like we should.
you really can't pick up your
Take
pencil.
it.
Sometimes I have to fix that
So
again.
you like have to have
It's more than
you and your
It's very so
drawing.
close, you don't wanna roll it.
Very interesting.
So I'm gonna clean the brush.
No, I mean, I've messed it up.
And he has this dark brown area, I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna ask myself, oh, is that a smudge? Is that a, what is that? I'm just gonna do it because that's what I see.
It is
That's-
blending,
it's
so it
so
doesn't look like a
fascinating.
vignette
It's-
or whatever we talked about,
Okay.
unless you just wanna smooth it a little bit more in there. See, it's silhouettes looking.
Same on this side. So we want that like light part to show.
He's a green dog. I said, I'm afraid he's gonna turn into a green dog if I keep messing with it.
I hear you. And it's, if that's the color that you see, I'm just gonna say that it's okay.
I do not see him as a green dog.
No,
No.
but do you see what he is in the photo reference that you have?
I see.
See, this went away too.
And I see the kind of reddish pink there and the.
He did amazing, but I like the most, is he did these just.
I know, I tried to put that in.
Okay, and it just was getting, it was just getting to you.
I don't know what to do. It looks like him, so he can make
Right.
sides, but it can smooth it on us.
I feel
Right.
like the only
I guess it's
thing is
really-
the texture of hair. I
They're
just
very
feel
pretty.
Yeah,
It's
it
interesting
needs
landscapes.
texture,
like
yeah.
it's very textured and right now it's
And,
like
like that was his original
slap. I
style.
think that's
and
the
how
only thing that's
You're okay.
even up close. That's the only thing that bothers.
And someone goes,
This doesn't look
Yeah.
it's fuzzy
No.
or it looks soft.
All
I
right,
feel like you
it's
can
okay.
kind of.
And if you can make a leap into it, then
You don't.
I know.
Up here, do a little bit more up here.
New house one, and people were like, why are you buying them for that?
So did you put more brown
I-
in
I'm
your
not
sheet
sure.
than I'm gonna print them, like the real?
I used the CAD red, I used that.
That's what's in there.
That's that color
Here's what
Oh,
I.
inside. Right, no, no.
He's buying, so I
that's my new pistol I just bought.
Mhm.
That's my
How long have you
pistol,
been at
and
Nick and
I've got a
We
matched
have
one.
had a place for
That's
about
why I
5
said,
years.
I can only do one thing. It's
Oh, I
that.
see.
We had good
I
family
see.
friends that had a house up there
Trigger
for
control. I'm
30
really
years, so that's why I was asking.
Okay, so that's
Yeah, it
missing
could,
out.
it could be lots of fun.
Oh, there's the fox.
They were
Yeah, I
tennis
didn't do
freaks.
that.
so
That was
that's
my
why-
reference, but I
Oh.
was-
So
I
they
was
were
at-
like
I was-
big
I was
into
at work.
tennis.
Remember, this whole side of the dog is gonna be darker, so this, the dark
But they
values
did
in
it a new
here,
room.
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny. This is when I was starting doing
right
it
here, I'm
at
gonna
home.
darken it
And
up.
this is- and
You
this
know I'm
is
gonna,
walk.
you know that's what I'm gonna do.
Well, just don't have to darken up any rest of it, because
And there's the-
Okay, yeah, I just can't do it. I just can't. I just can't do it.
That's good
Yeah.
awareness.
Yeah, so that's the reference, and that, this is.
I just can't do it. So I'm looking at his ear.
Now, but, yeah.
And actually needs to look
I
it
got-
around, a
I
little
got
bit
that
brown.
Great picture of the goat with his
Yeah,
tongue
tongue out.
out.
Oh.
and his lip.
Yeah.
Have you painted the
But
goat
that
yet?
is a hard angle too.
Oops.
That's all right,
Okay.
that's all right. So,
I love my friend, but she will meme me all day long. I love you, Kathy. You're watching on YouTube? No, of course she's not watching on YouTube. She's memeing me. She's gonna see this and she says, "You mentioned me on YouTube. I can't believe you did that." Like, yeah, I love you so much.
hey, but check this out. So I went
Love you so much.
Kathy.
Hey, Kath. Hey, Kath. How's it going? I'll have to tell her. It's like say you got to check in at 2:40.
$1,250.
That's where the money is to be made.
Can you believe that? And that was just like.
I'm gonna show you, and you're gonna say, "Okay, now I get it."
To the back for support.
So we want this to shine, right? We do not want. We got to have that.
Are you tired? There's a picture of-
You still working?
You should make a work album and put all.
We want them to have fluffy highlights, but you got to have something to jump off of. So I'm gonna come back in. We lost this whole dark value here. I know, but you gotta have it. Okay, I know.
That again here, just to see the difference in it here.
Granted, if you ever watch a faux artist, they're fascinating.
Okay,
it was harsh.
okay. Are you? But you're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
But I would wanna soften it.
What you're gonna soften it is when you bring in the light around this, and you're gonna bring in the light around this. So watch. I'm gonna show you, and then I'm gonna leave you alone.
No,
I'm gonna leave you.
Because I'll
No,
get
it's,
No, you won't.
maybe this is almost too long, a little bit shorter here.
So I'm gonna take this color,
Big head.
oops, too light, too light, but then I'm gonna come back and just grab a little bit more pigment, okay?
Yours goes
All right, this is a little bit better.
more long, see,
Yeah.
comes down in square and then this is,
That's how you're gonna get,
I think, so what I do see here.
you
I was
can
just
go
trying to
ahead and
see if I
grab
have
it.
some brush
See, I'm
work
looking at this
before.
edge here,
And it feels like
and you can pull it out like fur.
brushwork seems very chunky.
You can see that there's a little bit of fur in here.
Oh, so you put paint on there.
Yes, that's what happens when you, it's amazing when that paint goes down.
The paint.
Oh, wow. So you have to have the cool go right up to that warm color, or else it won't show out. It won't pop. So like on the eye, this part of his eye,
You're right, right.
his big eyelid,
Well, it wasn't finished, but I
No,
think
I know.
that was one of the things that he was showing us too, was about step up, take a stroke, and then step back. Like she was talking about, every stroke is gonna cost you.
yes. I just heard it.
Let's see. Oh, there she was even prior to that. Oh, but this-
I'm just very lightly taking that color.
That was day 3 of our thing, so
What would happen?
this is my daughter and Joy that we're down with St. Simon's.
And then this is going to come out a little bit here.
And, you know, if you look at her proportions.
No, that's okay.
she's-
It
yeah,
looks-
See, it's a little bit rounded here.
Her
Yeah.
arm is not right and everything,
I don't know if he
but
looks like a
they're standing right there in the
As
surf.
you can
She's-
see, he's running, he's getting ready to run.
Yeah, and I, look, I like my shadows.
Yeah,
They're all
I love
black,
it.
and there's the frisbee, and there's the shadow.
Dude, I'm not gonna blend through that dark value, okay?
That's
I
very nice.
wanted to.
Then you can even come up with a lighter value
Perspective draw than what's in pictures. I think
and see how there's a,
he's looking like,
Paintings
he's looking like that, and you
Right.
have him looking
You
like
wanna
this.
burn, but you don't
So you just gotta
Yeah.
kind of fudge that then.
That
Just
looks
make a
amazing.
decision.
Say
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Really good.
The other thing I would
It
say
may
is
not be
now
perfect like every.
Schnauzer?
but
No.
captures-
your background to a
captures it so
more
well.
Yeah, I'm afraid that if I
soft
start
brush
messing with
type,
this
so
guy,
not as
then
much
the-
line work
it's
on it.
gonna
I bet your son is gonna freak out when he sees this piece, okay? He's gonna be like, oh my God, Ma.
I was just like,
But you have to more brush, really more.
Yeah, yeah, it takes away.
Artistic, it's like, it's taking.
The substrate-
Bigger brush.
Yeah, yeah.
The substrate is difficult, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not, but it's a neat substrate to experiment with if you've never used one.
Because it's like, both has texture and.
You're right.
They both have texture and I would get.
Right, so I'm leaving that dark value though.
Yeah, or just like.
Now this eye's gotta come down just a little bit, okay? Do you see that his angle, his width of his eyes, and
What I'm saying.
yeah, so let's go ahead and leave that eye there. This one's going to, we're gonna give this a little, see this flatter area here?
It was very streaky yesterday.
Yeah.
And then,
Flatter.
so I'd say day.
And then there's this other area right here, and it looks kind of peachy. So I'm gonna grab some of your peachy color.
Sure.
Too bad there's not like a claw.
And we have the peachy, nice warm colors in this area. Now, you've got this really light peachy color, sort of like what you have here and here.
A friend artist that I have, she literally has a assembly line of ones that she's working on, and so she lets them dry that way. I was talking to her last
So you
night.
have this color here. This one's a little bit more.
She's art painting.
Yeah, it's, we've still got some other colors to get in here, but
That, and the other thing is bring them all the way to the ground.
okay, but it's gonna be a lot lighter over here, almost a,
He's like, he's decapitated right now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Those are the, he's super
so
charming.
here, we're gonna go a little bit
You'll
lighter.
recognize him.
Well,
And we have
she'll probably go.
this look, see it's a little rounder.
She'll go, "Little one, black goes late."
Yes.
That's hard to draw, that's why the black, like,
Okay.
It's rolling off.
cat is hardest probably of
Oh.
all of ours. 'Cause
Oh.
So here,
like yours is probably the hardest to draw because it's just black, you know? Like, it's so beautiful, but at the same time, it's hard to get definition.
it's over there.
But I love.
There's a very, very, very soft line here that's emphasizing where his, or it's kind of delineating where his bottom jaw is.
This one looks like a tad, heady.
Yeah, but in the picture, it looks like it.
A different path, right? Is
I
that
don't remember
true?
trying.
So we're putting that in. And his little chin, it's kind of hard to see, but this is a warm color and this is a cool color. You almost have to have that cool white gray color right here to be underneath
All right,
here.
Kathleen, let's hear it. What do I need to, I know we were talking about, he needs texture on his face there, but I don't wanna touch it.
Oops, I'm sorry.
And I'm trying to see, so we know that this little line's here, then there's another light line that comes here. Do you see?
One of the things
Where
that
this
I
is-
do like all
His
fuzzy
little,
fur is
it's like his little silly grin. It's like his little, if he was
So I would add a
grinning
little bit of texture by doing
right
that.
here,
A little,
Even if it's a darker value.
like one.
I would just.
right.
Just pop.
It's like a
just
little
pop a few
grinny
freckles on
Have
there.
like, I'm not going to.
bottom
texture paint.
part of his
I
jaw.
don't mind.
No, I'm not. But like, you have this,
Yeah.
so like, something that's not a circle.
You have done an amazing job.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just
you
a
have to
smudge.
understand that.
And then this is a line, so it's like this.
Okay, thank
What I'm
you.
saying is like this versus a circle, but it's.
Okay,
Those are the only two.
Right.
I'm trying to kind of make it. because-
so I'm looking for the light values
I
here.
think it is. I think it's totally giving the directions of everything. But I'm just
Okay,
saying, like,
so we
those
see
two
that dark
things
value, that's good.
definitely
We see a light value right above it,
And then-
so we can kind of put that there. But that's, we're gonna have to put some of the dark value back in
But I was just like.
so we can bounce off of it. Now, we're gonna pull this out a little bit.
Did you get one of those little toothpicking things that she gave me?
I was giving it to all the cat people, but I've got more. I've brought enough for everybody if they want one.
What you have.
you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Right, so this has disappeared, but it starts there, but it does start in real life. Just giving him some texture, because it starts texture here and then you raised a little bit, so
Up on
getting
my
that
skin.
back.
Yeah, I tried
So there.
to smooth it out,
I love
because I
it.
noticed he had a little bit of pink around there, so I went back.
As long as everybody's
And then you
receptive to
have to
that.
scratch again, though. You have to keep doing it, and he has whiskers that go all the way down to here, so they're longer.
All right, this eye, we're gonna have to get his placement a little
And like
bit. He's a,
these
his
go
eyes
all
are a
the
little
way
bit
down to
wider
here, so
apart
they're longer.
than what,
Yeah.
he's a puppy, so we're
This
gonna,
one needs to be closer here, right?
All right,
no,
so then
actually,
what do you
I'm
go
looking
back
at the
over
distance here, so it's more, it might be more, it might be, let's just see where,
Maybe it's too small.
well, I'm gonna see.
So I,
'Cause you can, it's like you
I'm
was-
gonna soften some of this area,
for me, but I
and I'm giving it,
think I'm hesitant to say anything.
right.
Yeah.
Like really super hesitant.
You got bigger, so
But I literally
that one needs to be bigger.
Yeah,
start and I get the colors I want down, and then I scratch through it. So if you're not happy with what you have down, but just add a little bit of scratches,
Okay.
and then it will disguise somewhat where the whiskers
Yep.
start.
Ivory black or is it?
yeah, it's whatever I'm just grabbing here.
Oh, that looks better.
So
Oh, yeah, it is.
not
I
wanting
can
a
tell you it
defined
is.
Start to your whisker.
Yeah, yeah.
Bob Ross color, his black is more like a Payne's gray. Truth, in my opinion.
I don't feel like any of these looks.
I hope they go.
Well,
Thank you.
ivory
That's
black
right.
is very
That, and he
brown,
has
so like a
wonderful
very warm
long,
black.
like my cat, so I did lots of these scratched all
So
through.
his eyeball
because
is actually in
individual
here.
hairs, it was easy to give texture with it. So like when I did my cat's mane, she has a little mane.
She has what?
She has a mane.
Is she a Maine Coon cat?
No, she's just a,
If you made it, it still looks soft if you
you know,
made
just
it
get
bigger.
a little bit individual.
What I'm gonna, hang on.
Like your dog.
I gotta get the other dark values in here.
Just scratch through.
I gotta get this dark area. There's a lot of a dark area that's in here. That's like, if you looked at his pigment,
I like her eyes. Her eyes ended up really good.
Thank you, I think she's still a little.
Hey.
he's got a little bit of this.
She's like, what? I haven't been in the catnip.
I'm looking. Everybody has their own palette. I'm getting familiar with everybody's palette too.
That's very cool.
And we're gonna put a
I
little
get to
bit,
play with this one, cause
come on, Sue, get it.
What is this?
it's like burner that you can get and.
No, that's what I think.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
it looks like a plant right now, but I need to make it more stone-like, I think. I don't know how to do that.
But he's so cute.
Never sit still.
Whatever.
Does any puppy ever really sit still?
Because I went like that and
Oh my gosh.
He says, you must be making those artist noises.
Yeah.
To feedback.
It's so good.
That's right. This
I
is.
love this, the tile fading.
Love to hear everybody's-
I love the ears.
This makes me happy.
You can go there. I wanna fix it.
Oh, I know. I think that is a little wider than this. Like if you look at that shape, more of a triangle.
Yes, and
Could
this
come
is
out just a tad.
here like that.
Yeah, just a little more.
Okay.
That's just what I see.
Okay.
And this is perfect. This, you did a great job of doing the multicolor. The eyes are incredible.
Suzanne's at the end.
Oh,
So
gosh.
do you put the,
And then,
put that, red and
Mm-hmm.
ivory in
It's right there.
already?
It's
I
right there.
like that you
It's
did
almost
the-
black. It's just enough brown,
Because that's what his eyes look
right.
That's the
And
only
I'm
thing I
just
see
giving
is
him that little bit of a
triangle.
glare.
And he has like a little
And
highlight
sometimes I don't
that's
like, you know, I have to
white-ish
keep refining it.
on the edge of that triangle.
Here.
So I want to
See
get
the
that.
top frosting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just give,
Yeah.
give him his, a little bit more of his pupil. And then,
Lisa, are you gonna take that one in
And
August? That class in
Just-
August?
Oh, I've pretty much decided that yes, I will.
I'm gonna try to get my mom to do that one.
you could just kind of, you can even, and if it's too much,
And I really.
you can take it, some of it off, because I think it's a little too much.
I just
Drawing
make them
tiles.
break a
You're
little.
good. I was just.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the only
excited.
thing.
With,
That you
with
might
the
not
same
see
brush,
that.
or
That's all.
Okay.
either you take some of it off or you.
The eyes
Her name's
came,
Mary
like when
Blair.
Suzanne did the eyes, it was like.
Oh my gosh,
it's
you would hate to touch it.
Yes, that's why I'm.
I know, I think just leave it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
She does get married too.
Okay. Why is she frustrated? Why are you frustrated?
Oh, because the fur, right?
No, that's
The
the
fur on the
fur.
chest.
What's wrong with the fur?
It's absentia. It's absent.
I'm not sure yet. It is kind of, his eyes are at this angle. Do you see the angle?
They're a little bit angled.
No.
So I think we got the angle.
I don't. You're seeing
I'm bringing this a
tiny
little
little
bit down to round it out a little bit.
I think if you start doing that, unless you use a little tool or something, I don't see how you can do it. Now, what is this?
How do you make, what do you,
That was where I tried to scratch something out, and she came back in, she was just like, hey.
what do you use to
This
like,
is this is like yellow,
Put a
and then you've got
finishing
some
coat on
red
here.
here,
Right.
and so she just.
You have to you're gonna have to let yours dry out for a long time because you've got a lot of paint. But I use yeah. If you've got a lot of paint, like I can usually let a painting just dry out for a few days and I'm good. But if it's not completely dry to the touch, but what I use is Gamvar.
okay?
Gamvar is a nice. It's a nice.
Done.
It's made by Gamblin.
Okay.
And Gamvar is a really nice varnish, and it's a workable varnish, meaning that if you come back and say, "Oh, I need to change this," or you can just take a little paint thinner and it will come off.
You know that the dog has different fur than
And
that.
I like the workable
And bar.
Gamvar.
And it's made by Gamble.
Oh, yeah, I love that, and that's.
I'm trying to get that eye. Just there's a little dark value down. Oops, not there. It's not. Come on, Sue.
Make the nail.
Just like this. I prefer that too.
But you know what? And I don't even have my eyeglasses on.
Yeah, so that's.
So there's no telling what this looks like. I'm seeing. Are these readers? Oh yeah, this is good. No, I can see fine here.
And by George, you did it.
I'm going to give it a little bit more red in there.
And I see a little more light in
Over
in
here.
that area.
Yeah, it just makes it
Right, yes, this, a few little
Let me
tiny
just get
hairs.
a little bit of
Right,
So
might make,
to this is what I keep messing up on. It's on the cheek. I think there should be some texture.
I just gave him a little bit more,
But if you
oops,
stand
of
back
that
over here,
right there at that
it's okay. When you
edge.
get- When you get up
I
close.
think it looks
that's-
great too. I like
Yeah, basically.
Not
It's
only that,
it's
I actually like, because you see some of his neck, I like how he's floating. It kind of has like a vintage
Yeah.
vibe to it. I love that.
About to hit the home stretch there.
What time are we? 2:56. So we've got an hour, so I got to finish that piece. Okay.
now is this a tree?
Does that feel better to you?
Yeah, it feels much better 'cause
This,
he has
this was
guys
a
in there.
tree over here.
I was-
I mean, and I kind of put it down.
You can, but don't blend it away. So
I'm
like,
trying to blend this one, see that I
Oh, he was great, but that's what
Mhm.
all these things.
Yeah.
I stopped.
So,
She said that,
if you're blending
that
this,
I think Patrick mentioned this.
blend it in the
is that we
direction that it's
read,
going.
we move
and
it
then you can
from
see,
left
okay, I've got to
right.
add some light values here. See the light value right there?
Usually, we usually go in a triangle, we usually go up, and then you've got to have a place so that your eye just doesn't run off. It's like.
Right, I do
it kinda
now.
gives you a little eye
But
just-
I'm putting some of it in. I see a little light value here.
I had a similar-
You're just going to move around it. Now I see kind of a gray right underneath his eye. So you have some really neat grays over here.
Yeah, he's got a really.
I'm going to grab a little bit of a blue gray here. I'm just going to go,
That's coming at the end of August about landscape perspective, and it's on a.
I know that's really extreme, but
Is
bear
here?
with me.
Okay, yeah, and Amanda Lovett, I don't know her, and come to, I looked her.
Put a
up,
little bit
guess
of a
where she's
lighter.
from? Maybe over Georgia.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's very cool.
So it's straight here.
Yeah, so I was just like, well, it'd be cool to meet
It's straight at
somebody.
an angle,
Yes,
if that
yes,
makes sense.
yeah.
There's a little bit of a curve. It kind of goes, hang on.
Colors,
Yeah.
colors and oil painting. Just part
So
of
if I see there's this little triangle here,
burn all
or a
over.
little weird shape
When you
here.
go back down the hallway, it's end of August.
Okay.
And so I got to think, because it popped up because Kent sent
But
out
I'm
an email.
You can blend it. I'll show you.
There's all kinds of, got a few.
So if you've got the paint on there and you're like, oh, that's making me crazy here. Oh, Sue, killing me here, Smalls. Get you a clean brush. This is nice and clean. Get you a little bit of oil on it, just a tiny bit.
Jerry Yarnell
So watch.
bought one of his DVDs.
If you've got these edges like this, you're just gonna go right to the edge, just soften it up and don't, and then stop.
Goes into an
Then go down to the next
or it's a triangle.
level,
Right. So,
I like
stop.
this. Yeah.
You're just, and then if you have to wipe, you're gonna wipe it off.
Really, I can't believe you got frustrated.
You're just going to be very, and so obviously I can put more white here.
you're the one.
Change your brush.
Yeah, look at that.
Isn't that
And
charming?
Yeah.
Then you're going
Oh,
to,
he's cute.
Wow.
He's a cute little guy.
Your other one was very cute too, so it's not a coincidence.
Oh, Brody's pretty cute. You can't, you gotta start with this.
you can just be very soft. I don't think you have a trouble with being soft.
No, I guess, I thought I'd just go up there and
Because
I wanted
it's
that,
almost
you
impossible
know,
to
just
paint
gotta
without
that
them
paint.
the first day. Yeah, but yours doesn't.
I can almost guarantee you always have to add more paint. You.
And that's what
That's
I-
not always what I tell everybody, but you're very, you're a deliberate painter.
I'm sorry, I thought with oil you could just blend it, but I guess it has to be really wet.
You have to have enough paint for it to blend though, that's the thing. So I don't want you to be afraid to add the paint. And like here, I think you have areas that don't even have paint on them.
Well, that's just who I put off because it was that.
Okay, but like his bottom jaw is a lot heavier than what, he's got a beefy little jaw. And I think we kind of have it now.
It's a quirky little form.
And I think
Yes, it is. You know?
So I'm just undercutting his jaw here, and there's actually some fur that comes off this way. I'll let you do that, but I mean, that's the way to get in there and do that. I don't know what that is, I don't know how much of that you're keeping. Areas like this, look at the contrast. See how much color is here and how light it is here? You've got to worry about getting that contrast. So that leg is going to have a little bit of pink in it, believe it or not. You can go in with the burnt sienna. Let's go with burnt sienna first.
I think I can try that.
Okay.
Now I was speaking.
Grab some of the burnt
So
sienna.
easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah, so
Okay, this is probably pretty close. Yeah, it's got to be lighter.
Gorgeous.
A little yellow.
So magic and yet so.
It's like a copper penny almost, but it's a lighter color. Okay. So if we're going to go in here like this, it has to be where you can see it, enough to where you can see it. So it's like foot. That's his foot though, and there's his tail.
Losing it.
Right. And then you've got to get the dark values. Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid.
Okay, so then I would probably want to add that.
This side of the dog is going to be darker, but like this foot, this got to have. There's nothing there. And you see how much darker you're going to have this, and this whole side of the foot here. But I mean, you can go a little bit darker. I know I can tell.
I got it.
Let me tell you. No, don't apologize. The thing is, I used to have a student that he only liked painting with little brushes to the point where he was like, and I was like, you are killing me. You are killing me. You're killing me, because he's like, I know this is killing you. I know you're uncomfortable with this, but okay, bear with me. You just it's okay. We gotcha. Okay, it's
You know what that was really helpful in sculpture class? Is they had calipers.
calipers are
Really helpful because it basically allows, the calipers basically let you measure things.
mm-hmm.
They give you like a bunch of lens or like,
Oh, like that's good. Maybe even darker.
I think I'm gonna get myself some calipers if I keep doing.
A lot of folks will drive themselves nuts trying to measure everything. Now, in sculpture, if you're doing like somebody, you're doing a ratio.
Yeah.
Yes, it can be.
We did a.
So we can actually grab some of this red if it's too green.
No, it's basically what she was saying is correct, like we did it was an actual person who was our model, and then we had to do 3/4 scale, I think, maybe. So the counter would come up here, and then it would go to 3/4 inch, so it was giving us exact representation of it.
It looks like a doctor instrument from the needle full time.
It looked like two big C's.
Yeah, it looks better there. You did pretty good.
They're very interesting.
I just would ask you, try not to be so afraid. Don't be afraid to do it. Because that's how you're gonna create the form. You can soften it up once it's on there. See, I can soften this up.
Find out.
So I'm just taking that clean brush, or the brush that basically doesn't have any more paint on it, and I'm just kind of hitting it over, but I'm not going through it. So like if I went and blended this away, what good is that gonna do? You're gonna keep spinning your wheels, and then what happens is you end up with a whole lot more, so this is very, yeah. It's okay, you're doing great. I think what you don't understand is how amazing this painting actually is.
Absolutely.
I think that you need to walk around and look at everybody's work. And I think that everybody would feel, amazing about what they've done,
I would be thrilled if I made yours.
right? I don't think she's getting it. She
I'm
doesn't
very jealous
understand
of your
that this is really very nice.
Very jealous.
So I'm gonna grab this like little peachy color here. I'm gonna suggest it's over here. See how dark I'm going in? I'm even bringing it over here like that. Okay, and you're probably thinking, what? Okay. And now you're gonna see that lighter edge. Okay, now I'm cleaning the brush off after I've done the application. And just kind of softly trying to keep it so it's in that direction. I think Lisa's already washing out her tools. She's like, I am over it. What's the matter, Lisa?
So
Yeah, actually hers looks really good.
Oh, it looks great.
We should probably do the drawing about 12:30 or
12:30?
3:30. That way we can
Okay.
end the stream at about 3:30.
Okay.
But you've still got a little bit. I mean, it's only 3:06.
Okay, but we're gonna need to get everybody, Matt, are you able to get everybody's name on a piece of paper?
Don't know about that. We could use a random number generator.
Okay.
Give everyone a number and then have the random number generator pick a number.
What a technological solution to a very.
It's that easy.
It's like,
So the
I've
foot is
got
going,
paper and pen.
so his
We've done
toes,
a lot of Christmas
boom.
drawings or something.
There you go.
boom, boom. Then he's got another toe over here someplace, I know there's paint there. And so I can just, but he's got it, it's a different plane. It's a different plane, so you can't touch. That's the thing you're gonna hear at night. You're gonna hear at night. What's that noise? You're welcome. Okay. I'm looking at the distance,
No, you're all good. I'm
trying to
just
figure out.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
It's
just-
hard to sit there for so long.
Okay, so that's the idea. I'm leaving it. Yeah. Got this. How you doing? Everybody doing good? Let me just see what Trish is doing. Trish is doing her own thing.
Well, I'm just,
I think you're doing fine.
Oh, she's precious.
I moved his nose just a minute ago.
Because you have him looking this way and this dog's looking this way, but I can't change it for you.
I moved it over
Okay.
already, so I had him, so now his eyes look crooked.
Well, his eyes are at the right angle if he was looking this way, but you still have him looking this way.
Right, so I need to move the nose over here.
You can't really at this point because you've already got him looking this way.
Okay.
So just keep him looking forward and just level out his eyes and his nose.
Level out on his way.
Make his eyes at this level and his nose, just as long, if you're gonna do this, the rest, everything has to be that way. So if you're gonna keep his eyes the way they are, then you've gotta angle up that nose. This has to be higher.
You don't have to do any more.
See, look, if he was level, it would be this way. Right now, you've got his nose level and his mouth level, but his eyes are this way. So if you're gonna go with his eyes and say this is changing the nose and the mouth, but check the angles. So your angle,
No, I know.
your nose should come up
I know.
like
I was
this.
listening to a podcast and they said cultivate your inner
And
best
your
friend,
mouth
meaning,
should be in
like,
this
instead of
area.
cultivate your inner critic. And I was like, oh my god, why can't I get that information?
Yeah.
And that nose is gonna be bigger than what you've got it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Cultivate a cheerleader.
Well, yeah, but it's also
I
a,
know.
Well,
Right
no,
there.
I'm not trying to, but because I wouldn't be saying that unless it was actually true. I don't
Right.
false credit.
I don't know.
False
Be
praise is
nice,
not
be easy
real.
on yourself, right?
give a little
Yeah.
distance like
But
that. That's
also,
probably gonna be more at
It's
the ankle.
genuinely
Does
very
that make
good.
sense?
Yeah, and where do I put the light part of the nose, right above this?
Yep.
Okay,
You're good.
thank you, that was quick.
Okay, yeah, it was,
Love
quick is good.
No, I love quick.
Okay, how are you at? Where are you at?
What would you recommend that I should focus on in this piece right now? So,
The tops of his ears, any of the lighter values. So you can do with a really tiny brush. You've got them in,
It's okay, you know.
but you could almost scratch it. Let's see if you, do you have one of
I
those
don't
things?
have a scratching tool.
Yes?
Here, can you give her glasses back to
Whenever
Margie?
whenever you're finished with it, I mean.
Huh?
Can you give Margie your glasses?
Was she?
Oh! No, no, actually, no. Sorry. No, what? Okay, try this. So look, you can do,
Sounds better.
oh no, it's too dry.
Listen, I had
Dang it.
LASIK, I
Should I
had
put some
glasses
paint
since I
on
was
there?
5.
No, it won't
And
matter
I had
now.
LASIK, and I'm like,
This would have been great if you could have,
I have both LASIK contacts.
you could probably use it for some of this.
I have one.
I don't know, maybe.
right now, but
You see what it's doing?
Mm-hmm.
I could never do that. That was always really hard for me if there were different restrictions. I don't know why. Maybe it was subconscious.
I'm just trying to think some of these little, you can play with that. I think it's, but you might have to look for the lighter values
I
like
did not though.
through here
I'll get glasses eventually and then I'll hate
and
it.
through at the top of the head. You can go white, go really fine.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny brush, tiny brush, okay?
Okay.
And straight on white,
Okay.
which you almost never hear me say.
Hmm.
Not on this part, just because I think the light's coming from the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at how light he is up here,
Okay.
and on the top of his little eyebrows,
Mm-hmm.
you can go straight white.
Okay. And then as far as the background, what should I do?
You stopped abruptly here. You
Okay.
can do it a little bit more and then fade it like this.
Okay.
That's just a little abrupt. This is
Yeah.
better on this
Okay.
side. This is too abrupt.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, let me finish this piece because we've got to do a drawing here in just a minute. Matt's going to do a,
High-tech drawing.
whatever he's going to do, I'm going to let him take care of it for the drawing.
I'll just pick who I like, whose painting I like the best.
There you go.
Okay.
We will be completely random. Matt is like, yeah. We're going to be completely random.
Whoever puts the most $5 bills underneath this partition.
There you go.
That's my son, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Justis.
And he's your firstborn, right?
He's my second born.
Oh, he's your second.
Yeah, he's my baby.
Aw.
I actually had a dream the other night. I told him, I said, I dreamt that he was born. I remembered, like, in the dream, it's like, oh, it's like, Matt unfortunately had to spend the first week in the NICU. And, you know, and I think sometimes that takes away that first time when you know, your baby's home, and it's such a scary time when your kid's in a NICU.
Yeah. it's
So I
tough.
think I dreamt it so I can live it in a better way. So my, yeah.
It's just hard.
No, but I mean, but what an amazing human he turned out to be. So I'm very,
Yes, he did.
Thanks for your help, Matt.
Oh, thank you.
one blessed mama.
You are.
Okay.
So many artists would be killing to have this.
Amazing.
Yes.
But the thing is, Matt is my kid with he's got a great heart. He's got a great heart. He's a, I'm sorry, Matt, I'm talking about you like you're not even in the room.
That's such a lovely thing to say.
Even though you can't see me, I'm here. So.
But he really does have a great
What was
heart.
that? You said I was your favorite child? Yeah.
Let's
Even
make
though
a
it
YouTube
separates
on.
me from like the world, this is great because I can see the screens. Usually I have a huge window behind me, and it's so
Glare.
much sunlight coming in, I can't see my own screen. I'm having to squint. You know, this is great.
Okay.
Not to be antisocial or anything.
You're not.
Here's the difference between my two kids. Now, I have two amazing children. Don't get me wrong. My daughter, Hannah, she lives in Brentwood, Tennessee. And then I have Matt. If I have two children and they're eating pals or a hamburger and french fries, if I walk over and say, ooh, that looks good, Hannah would say, you can have one fry. This is my lunch. And implying like, don't eat all my food, Mom. I just bought this and I'm hungry. And whereas Matt would say, I would never have to ask. He would just look at, hey, Mom, you want some fries? And he'd give me half his fries. That's the difference between my kids. Now, you know, they're both amazing. They're just different, you know. They're just different.
My mom can steal my food and just straight up would eat my food. So the fact that you ask is fine.
Well, I'm not even saying I'd ask. I'm just saying. But I mean, if I came over and said, ooh, those fries look good, Hannah would look at me and say, yeah, that's my dinner. You know, Ma, maybe you don't want to eat it all because I'm really hungry. But that's just an example of what I'm saying is I have one that's got just a generous soul and one that's a little bit more,
Generous.
one who's a little bit more about them, you know, making sure they get all their french fries. Okay, so I already know my daughter's not listening, so I'm not worried.
She would say, I've already counted my carbs and I have to have this.
That's it. Oh, it's like, you know, it's just different, folks. Just different.
Come out who you are.
Yep. Now this particular dog happens to be, and Cindy says that Matt, you have done a wonderful job with the camera and live streaming. Thank you. Thank you. He really is. I am totally blessed that Matt still will put up with me and take off work to do this for me.
And you know what? You'll never regret it.
I hope not.
Nope.
I hope not. He's going to be like, oh, geez, Ma, really? Do we have another workshop? I think you like doing this, though, right?
Yeah, it gets me out of Kingsport.
And we already discussed how awesome Kingsport is, so. No.
What do you do, Matt?
I'm a professional artist.
There you go. He's a network engineer. He works in IT.
Okay.
So
He is-
yesterday was a fun day to be off of work.
Oh, yes.
Luckily, I did not plan that, but it worked out.
It
Really
was very
well.
serendipitous for
The
you.
Slack channels burst
Yes,
for you. The Slack channels were blowing up yesterday.
I got up at about 6 that morning, and Mom was saying something about, oh, planes are grounded, blah, blah, blah. So I checked my email, and we were getting calls from about 1 a.m. from different customers saying that they were down, and no one had really known what was going on at that point. So we were all just trying to figure out, and then, people kind of put the pieces together and figured out it was similarities between, oh, well, you use CrowdStrike? Oh, we use CrowdStrike too. And then they did. That's probably one of the biggest mass events like that in the last, 5 years or more. So it happens, but you just hope it doesn't happen, right?
Absolutely. But like you said, maybe they'll have it stopped by the time you get back.
Exactly. Well, our hotel, the point of sale system at the little bar in the
Cafe.
lobby is still down.
That's not good.
But it seems like most other people have been recovering pretty well from it, so I don't know what the scope is, but I can tell you our hotel's still impacted by it.
I just hope our stuff is still there when we get back, because technically I was supposed to be checked out today, but I had talked to them on the phone, and I talked to one guy in particular, and he said, no problem, we'll just have you down, we'll have you down for staying here till Sunday. And but I didn't get to talk to them today because the guy wasn't there. Whatever, I just better have my stuff there.
That hotel is full.
Really?
So is ours, every hotel because of some sports.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a baseball, baseball.
It's in Emerson, where Avery lives.
Oh, really?
It's a baseball complex that has like the tournaments for everyone.
Yes. That's what we had asked the people in the lobby, and that's what they had explained is it's
Yeah, I
like
talked to a lady,
tournament.
a mom from
Just
Virginia.
Tons and tons of baseball players and
Yeah, like all the little league people.
These kids are like college. It's college prospects though too.
Uh-huh. Well, they're like, it's serious. It's a very serious sports complex at Lake, what is it, Lakeshore?
Lake Point, yeah.
Lake Point, there you go. There's also water things, so you can do like, what is it? Kind of like wakeboarding around a little lake, man-made lake.
Okay, hi Alistair. I am using a rosemary number 4 flat. This is a rosemary number 4 flat, and it's. I'm trying to finish this piece because I got to give it away, so I'm trying to move through it quickly. So this is going to be a very raw approach on this one. So this flat's doing the trick because I'm going to finish this up here in a second. So we can do a drawing. Drawing.
Suzanne, do you mind if I borrow some fuchsia?
You go right ahead. Oh, look at that. Look over there for a
Yeah.
second. See that palette?
Yes.
There's all kinds of paint on it.
Perfect.
And you may
Thank
find a
you.
big blob of paint that's exactly the color you're looking for.
Perfect. I do.
Yay. Just saying, if anybody needs any colors, that's a good place.
Perfect.
Perfect, because you're doing a cat.
Perfect.
Okay. I keep saying we're going to be done with this, but then I keep moving through it, finding other places to hit it. You're welcome, Alistair. Folks, I am wrapping it up on this so I can give this puppy away. It's good if I can. This is actually, this dog happens to be a, what is called a brindle, which is a common color variation in greyhounds. So you have those little tiger stripes. Let's get that bottom jaw.
So there's burnt umber and raw umber, is that correct?
Oh yeah, there's burnt umber, raw umber. Yeah, brown. I even there's a lot of different kind of umbers, but those are the ones that I use a lot.
We're power painting.
Power painting. We're powering through, folks.
Powering to the end.
All right. Superheroes that we are, making this happen.
This has made me think I want to do the palette class.
The palette class?
Like the palette.
Is there a palette class?
Yes.
I need a palette class.
What is
No,
that?
No. Like the little, what is it? Like these. What are these called? These are called
Palette knife.
palette knife.
Oh,
I
palette
know
knife.
that.
I make palettes.
You should take a color theory class.
Yeah.
Color theory is something that I wish everybody would at least consider.
You can take one at SCAD. You can take classes there if you want.
Do they,
I forget you people are in Georgia, and I'm like, I forget where I am sometimes. And if you're going to be, I said, oh, I would love to take a class at SCAD, but I,
Yeah, well, you have to be good for something.
Good idea.
You can also take a form class. That's always a fun class to take.
Form.
It's called Form Function. There's another app.
Fun.
No, it's definitely not that.
Anything that says theory.
Form Function. I don't know.
okay. Matt, how are we doing, hon? Time?
324.
All right, so we need to be, so you've got your generated,
Yeah, I'm thinking zigzag, give everyone a number. So let's see, you're usually in this spot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Pika, you're 1, you're 2, you're 3, you're 4, you're 5, you're 6, you're 7.
What am I?
6?
5?
5? You know what? Let's write this down.
Okay, yeah. Why are we zigzagging?
Say it again.
Because it's fun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay. I'm good now. Isn't it beautiful?
Right. Y'all might want to write down your numbers
6.
just in case.
7.
Number 1. No,
That's
you're
right.
5.
You're
I'm
5.
6, right? No, it goes zigzag.
Okay. Do it.
That's
Okay,
the
count
problem
off.
is
Should we
because
go down the
I'm
row? Would that
Yes, because
Yes.
this
Yes.
is
I want to be number 3. No, I'm just kidding.
So where's 1?
All right. We're gonna change the numbers again, just so we
Oh
can
my God.
go down the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Is that fair? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's not fair.
Yeah. You'll be glad I did that one.
So you're number 4, right?
Yeah.
You're number 1.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm number 2.
Yep.
Who does number 2 work for?
What's the first
Who painted the most number 2 painting of all
Apparently,
the
there's a
paintings?
link that
You did number
because
2.
normally pick 37.
Whose painting looks like number 2? Number 2.
So I'm gonna hold my phone up here. This is not the official one. I'm just gonna show you what it's gonna
He's
look
got
like.
a ton of ways.
Oh.
So I've
He's
got.
making it
Okay.
super.
All right.
He's making it
Oh, it's not.
super.
It's not
like the
focused,
bottom.
but you can see I've got 1 and 7 in it, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is just, this is not the official draw yet, but when I hit this button, it's gonna pick a number between 1 and 7.
and this will be for the cat. The first ones are cat.
All right.
First one's the cat.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to draw for the cat?
Go for the cat.
All right. I'm gonna press the button here. Whatever number comes up is gonna be the one.
Here we go.
Number 6.
Go!
Yay!
You're going to be mad.
And hopefully, and look, it even has a dry corner on it. So the dry corner you can actually carry, you can actually hold on to it. So we'll get I want to get a picture with everybody before we all let out for, before everybody leaves. I want a picture with everybody in their paintings and everybody can hold up.
Oh.
And your painting is beautiful.
It
Okay.
is.
Okay.
All right, and you can't win twice. So if it draws number 6 again, we're just gonna roll it.
Oh, okay.
All right. So this was the one we just did. I'm gonna hit the button again. Number 5.
Oh.
Woo! Go
That's
Amy!
you.
Oh, yay! Let me sign your piece for you.
Right.
One moment, please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to both of you.
Congratulations.
Yes.
It's real time, Suzanne. Yes,
Thank you.
it really is.
It is.
And I will say I am done with it. I'm just going to be done with it. Know that this is super wet. So you'll have to, so you get to go home with this, okay? I will put this, where do you want it?
You could just sit down.
Okay. So yeah, this one they're super wet because there's no dry time on that one. Okay? So hopefully I left the strokes very raw. So with them being very raw strokes, hopefully you can look at it and say, okay, I kind of see what they were going there or what they were thinking about doing or anything like that. So hopefully that will help.
Hey, Mom, go ahead and look at the camera that's behind you.
Okay, right here? This one.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Where you have to sign off early because we've got to start tearing everything down. But you guys can keep painting.
All right, go ahead and do it.
All right, everybody, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you got to see the actual drawing. So it's nice that 2 of our students are getting to go home with my demos. And keep in mind, folks, if you've ever thought about joining one of my workshops, I always give my demos away. So there you go. That might be like that, just that little push, that little bit of incentive to maybe have you come join my workshops. I hope you enjoyed this workshop. Of course, we painted both a dog and a cat in the 2 days that we were here. And we had a lot of fun. I think it was great that we got to know each other, and it was awesome. It was awesome, and I really enjoyed it. And again, to all the folks in YouTube that came and popped in from all over the world, thank you so much for joining me. And from Cartersville, Georgia, I want to thank you for joining me, and I'll catch you next time soon. Bye.